I hear that. And that's what we. Perfect.
I'll send it to you right now. Yeah, hold on.
They did it in Las Vegas and Clark, given all the things. So I'm just telling you, I told her, you know,
For the one on South Virginia?
all three. That's, I know, I'm just telling you. Okay.
Test, test, test.
Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. I think when I'm looking for a nod from our clerk to make sure everything's a go over there. And we need 1 second. So continue on as you were. Oh, now we have the thumbs up. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name's Naomi Dewar, and I'm the vice mayor. I'll be running the meeting for part of the meeting this morning. I expect the mayor to join us by about 11. So welcome here. You may note a lot of people in pink. They're working on my pink this morning and my pink lapel. But the reason for the pink, and I think many people know, is in recognition for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which is such a special thing that usually our public safety officers, in fact, I saw our police chief over there with his pink t-shirt on, usually our firefighters, and they may be out in the hall, I'm not sure. Yeah, and look at Mark Markel. He's proudly demonstrating his pink. And then look up here at our city council. So before we get going, I just wanted to hand that over and have our Councilwoman Neoma Jordan just say a few words.
Thank you very much. And I'm clanging, if you'll hear that. If you'll see these, this is not me totally bragging, but a little bit. So for those of you that don't know, 4 years ago I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And it was through an organization called Each One Tell One. And they advocate that you not only have your screenings, but that you understand your breast density and that you have the appropriate screenings based upon your breast density. Well, I had gone and had a standard mammogram, and it came back clear. But because of the work of Each One Tell One, I went and had I had more screenings. I had a whole breast ultrasound, and they discovered that I had cancer. It was early stage. I was fortunate enough to just have a lumpectomy and 9 weeks of radiation every day, and I am now cancer-free. Thank you. But I wear these medals, and these are medals that I won 2 weeks ago in a fitness competition. It's called Breast Cancer to Bikini. And for 6 months, 20 breast cancer survivors trained 6 days a week and ate fish and brown rice to nauseam. And we competed up on the stage in tiny little bikinis that made us all very nervous and uncomfortable, but it was more about regaining your strength and your stamina and getting back into living your real life. So I will wear these medals at every public meeting during the month of October to raise awareness. And if you will each tell one person in your life to make sure they get screened. It saved my life.
Thank you so much. We're going to continue with the Pledge of Allegiance. And let me see who I haven't called on lately. Any suggestions? How about Ruth Stacy? Ruth, will you just lead us in the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. And Madam Clerk, could you follow with the roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, Breckus, Dewar,
Here.
Delgado absent at this time, Weber, Jarden, Reese, Shivi absent at this time. Can we confirm? I believe Mayor just dialed in.
Yeah, here.
Shivi is absent, or excuse me,
No.
present. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Thank you so much. And the next item is public comment. We've got a packed house. Madam Clerk, could you just advise us how to handle public comment?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, note to council and those in the audience today. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. After your time has ended, please promptly leave the podium. Those of you who are waiting, as we do have many people signed in today, we ask that you are respectful to the council as well as those all in this room. There is no clapping, no jeering, no stamping or stomping that are permitted in these chambers. If you are found to be disrespectful during this time, the Vice Mayor or presiding officer may give you a warning. After such time, if your behavior continues, you may be asked to leave the chambers. Please be respectful while you're in this room.
All right.
First to speak today, Madam Vice Mayor, is Aaron Dixon, followed by Sharon Oren and David Souza.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Erin Dixon, and I'm here on behalf of the Washoe County Health District and the Chronic Disease Prevention Program.
Excuse me, what prevention?
The Chronic Disease Prevention
Chronic.
Program.
Yeah, you might want to bring the mic actually closer to you. There you go.
Is that better?
Excellent.
Okay. So the Chronic Disease Prevention Program focuses on the modifiable risk factors of tobacco use and exposure, lack of physical activity, and poor nutrition. In recent years, the focus has been expanded to include substance abuse, including cannabis and opioid misuse. These modifiable risk factors impact all 5 of the leading causes of death in Washoe County. I'm happy to announce that our program secured funding to promote cycling in our community by reducing barriers in access. We are here today to highlight our partnership with Project Hero, City of Reno Veterans Program. For in September, the District Board of Health approved the transfer of 7 bicycles to the program to extend access to veterans. I'm happy to introduce April Wolf with the program, who's going to give the first bicycle to a veteran.
All right, for the record, my name is April Wolf. I'm the Therapeutic Recreation Specialist for City of Reno. I also run our local chapter of Project Hero, City of Reno. Project Hero is a national cycling program for disabled veterans that uses cycling as a tool for rehabilitation from PTSD, mental health issues, TBI, and other disabilities. We have been a chapter since 2014, I think, with over 50 active veterans participating in our program. We've been blessed with previous funding to be able to loan bikes to veterans where they could use it if they didn't have a bike of their own to start the program. But just recently with this grant, we're now able to award a bike for a veteran to keep. So with the health district, we have set standards as far as number of miles that they have to accomplish, number of volunteer opportunities. And so today I'm honored to award one of our veterans that have been in our program and on a program bike for quite a while, but Gerard will be going home with his very own bike to keep today.
Oh, wow. Gerard, a few words?
It's been a privilege to hook up with such a great organization. I'm from here, and I try to keep a low profile in the community, but these folks brought me back out, and I appreciate everything that the program has given to me. It's gotten me out of my house, given me a new batch of friends, and a lot to look forward to. Thank you all very much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Wow. All right. April, we are always so impressed with what you do. I know you're hiding now behind people. Could you come back to the podium? Thanks. Yeah. And then I think they're trying to do a photo, so. There you go. All right. I know if the mayor was here and just myself, April, you're a tremendous resource to our city. Everybody knows it. We all appreciate it. You don't hear it enough, but we just want to say again how appreciative we are, especially look at this phenomenal group that you have supported and now a bike. So thank you for everything you do, and thank you too as well for being here today. Thank you.
Sharon Oren and David Souza on behalf of Gold Star Families Memorial Nevada, followed by Janelle Davis.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sharon Oren. This is David Souza. We are the co-founders of the Gold Stars Family Memorial Nevada. For those who don't know, Gold Stars are those who have lost and sacrificed the most precious thing, which is their children, for this country. We have the oldest living Medal of Honor recipient. His name is Woody Herschel, World War II Iwo Jima Medal of Honor recipient, who started this program 6 years ago. And we teamed with them and promised to build memorials here in our state. And the first one to be erected was here in Northern Nevada. It is in the Veterans Home on 36 Bellborn Way. We unveiled it back in June 29th, and it would have been possible without the extreme help of the Reno Police Department. So we would like to today to thank and present a token of our appreciation to Chief of Police Jason Soto, Deputy Chief Meg Venzon, Deputy Chief Ollie, I think, is here. I don't think if Robinson is here, but also K-9 Officer Sean Schwartz and Lieutenant Gerlach. These all were a crucial part of this event being able to happen, and respect both our Medal of Honor recipients and especially our families. With no further,
And
this one is-
Jason and Ollie, can you guys move in there a little bit? Thanks.
Hey, thank you so much, brother. This one will be out here. And we got all of them? And of course, Officer Schwartz. Thank you. Thank you. So once again, I would like to thank the City of Reno for and all the admin staff and all the good guys and good girls from Motors and K-9 and operations that made it possible. We got a lot of amazing feedback from our Medal of Honors who travel all over the country, and they got a lot of respect and a lot of honor from our boys and girls in blue. So thank you so much, guys, for doing it. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Deputy Chief Venzon and Ollie for everything you did. And I know that especially these two guys, they worked their butts off over there. So thank you so much, guys.
All right, thank you.
Oh.
You all have accomplished a tremendous deed. It's a phenomenal tribute to the Gold Star families and their relatives. And, I'm so pleased, Sharon, that you have teamed up with our special police officers in this endeavor. So, all right, thank you. Thanks for
guys.
being
and
here.
I urge everybody here, veteran or not, go check out this memorial. It is truly amazing. We're going to hopefully by the end of the year have one in Vegas and one in Elko. So, but Northern Nevada was first. So
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, our next public comment is from Janelle Davis, followed by Alex Statinsky, followed by April Wolf. We do have 23 persons signed in for public comment today, so if you can please be prepared when your name is called. There's a chair up front that we can have you waiting your turn.
Good morning. My name is Janelle Davis. I'm the communications officer for the state agency, the Silver State Health Insurance Exchange, and we oversee the online health insurance marketplace known as Nevada Health Link. And we help connect eligible Nevada residents to qualified health insurance plans that are certified by the Affordable Care Act. These are health insurance plans for people who don't have health insurance through their employer or Medicaid or Medicare, which is 65 and over. We service a wide range of demographics, and although the majority of our enrollees are located in Clark County throughout the state, coming in a close second is Washoe County. So I want to talk about what we're doing for Plan Year 2020. Nevada's doing a lot of really big things. And we're sort of trailblazing for other states to transition away from the federal technology platform. So Nevadans for this plan year will not use healthcare.gov to enroll in health insurance plans, qualified health plans. They will simply go to nevadahealthlink.com, and that's starting on November 1st. And so we have been working on this transition project for the last 3 to 4 years, and we're really excited to announce that Nevada HealthLink is a fully operational, autonomous, state-based exchange for Nevadans. And what this means is we're saving the state money, we're saving taxpayers money, we're creating a more streamlined user experience so they don't have to rely on the federal rules and technology platform. And so coming up for plan year 2020, open enrollment is just about a week away on November 1st, and it's a short 45-day window until December 15th. We are offering 27 qualified health plans from 3 different health insurance carriers. Those are Health Plan of Nevada, Silver Summit, and we're excited to welcome back Anthem this plan year. We do work with over 700 broker grantees throughout the state to offer free enrollment assistance for Nevada consumers because insurance is confusing. We also work with 8 navigator grantees, one of those being the Community Health Alliance here in the state. And the rates this year are much lower than in previous years. We're looking at a 1.6% increase. And if you compare that to 2017, which was a 38% increase, it's a significant difference and a sign of stability within the marketplace. And so really why we're here today is we need your help to increase enrollment and reach out to your constituents because over 80% of our enrollees see financial assistance from the federal government, and that's known as subsidies. And so those costs help offset the monthly premiums for Nevada residents. So again, help us reach out to consumers. I have some fact sheets that I'll give the clerks to pass out to all of you, and reach out to nevadahealthlink.com, and that's what consumers need to know for open enrollment starting on November 1st. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today and speak with you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members of council and city staff. For the record, my name is Alex Atinsky. I'm the executive director of the Downtown Reno Partnership. I'm here for 2 reasons quickly. I want to commend Vice Mayor Dewar for an amazing job done last weekend. I joined her when we planted 43 trees around Virginia Lake. I planted my very first tree ever. I actually planted 3 in my little team, and it was really an amazing community effort. And I can't thank you enough for really looking out to make sure the city is covered with enough green canopy.
Well, you were one of our celebrities along with Judge Tammy Riggs, so we celebrate your first tree.
The second reason why I'm here goes along right with that. I would love to urge council to approve a similar endeavor for downtown. What you just see is the retrack area. This is the focal point. This is the core of downtown Reno that every visitor that comes to Reno sees. This is how we welcome our visitors. And this is not a tempered picture. This is a true state-of-the-fact kind of image. This is what this area looks like. I have a second picture. This is what public-private partnership has done. This is just 1 block further west. This is the second part of the retrack zone. This is the little dog park that residents in downtown Reno have really taken upon themselves with a little bit of help of city. They gave seed money to it. Private money was found as well, and this is what they were able to do. If you see these two images, it's day and night. I mean, this is something that is welcoming. Even though we need more businesses, we need other things. The Downtown Reno Partnership is working really hard to clean up and the area and make it friendlier, and we do whatever we can. But this area has to change, and I would urge council to approve a similar. I can find the volunteers. I find all volunteers. You don't have to do anything about it. We have enough volunteers to plant trees. I already worked with Matt Basel. We have recommendations for. Here we go. We have recommendations for even specific trees. We've done all the footwork that needs to be done to revitalize the retrack area, south and north of that platform. If you guys can do that and work with the bid, I would so greatly appreciate it. I think we can make a difference within a few months where this area can look completely revitalized. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Alex, it sounds like you're like almost like a convert, having planted your first tree. Now you're now you're ready for the next 10. Okay.
Well, for this area, the recommendation from Matt is to plant trees that are a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
Just to make to make more of an impact.
statement.
And that planting will be a little bit more complicated.
Well, we do have the streetscape ordinance later on the agenda, so maybe
Great.
that will help us
Thank
get
you very
there.
much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
April Wolf, followed by Rebecca Stetson.
Dog. Good dog.
Okay, for the record, April Wolf. I'm with Dogfest Reno in this role. I just wanted to come return and thank the council and the city in support of Dogfest Reno, which was held September 21st of last month. We had a $25,000 goal and just came short of that. We were at like $24,300, but wanted to return and thank Councilmember Devin and Councilmember Naomi for your discretionary donations, and we have a little gift for you.
That's cool. Oh. It's a little slobbered on. So cute. Yay, yay. That's adorable. Thank you, April, again. Yeah.
Rebecca Stetson, followed by Tommy Thompson, followed by Stephanie Gibson.
Good morning, Rebecca Stetson for the record. I wanted to come today to thank you guys for Indigenous Peoples Day. It means a lot. I'm sorry I wasn't here for the last hearing that we had or the proclamation, but we had a beautiful prayer ceremony that evening, and I've gotten the opportunity to teach kids at Mount Rose Elementary why we celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day, as well as help having Ray teach me how to make smudge sticks, and then taking the kids into our garden there and having them harvest sage and things and helping them make smudge sticks and teaching them about reverence. So thank you so much. Secondly, I know that a lot of you guys are probably going to be in council this evening when we're having our big event called Horse Rich and Dirt Poor. But if you do get out early, I urge you to come. It runs from 5:30 until 8 p.m. at the Nevada Museum of Art. And we will be celebrating the event and the education afterwards at Washoe Public House. So if you guys don't get out of your meeting until 8, please join us 8:30 to 9 and thereafter at Washoe Public House. The purpose of the event, it's a wide coalition for healthy Nevada public lands, the ecosystem, and horses. And this event is going to bring local experts together to talk about what we can do to manage our feral and wild horse populations. And I feel like it's been a topic that has been played out over the last 50 years, with management happening in small ways, but very ineffective ways. And at this point, we see a lot of degradation going on to the entire ecosystem. But it's after 3 years of studying the issue myself, it's multifaceted, it's complex. It's an ecological issue, it's a hydrological issue. It has so many different components. So I invite you to come out if you can, and the public here, if you guys can come out. There is a $5 fee, it's free for students. And if anyone wants to be more educated on the issue, our coalition spans from environmentalists to wildlife biologists and everything in between, and we'd be happy to bring you up to speed at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Rebecca.
You're welcome.
Tommy Thompson, followed by Stephanie Gibson, followed by Rosine Ben.
Council members, my comments this morning have to do with the proposed and approved drainage pipeline from Swan Lake up to the north to American Flat Road. The reported 600 acre-feet of water annually, of poor quality water out of Swan Lake, is of concern to me and many of the homeowners in that area. Most of the homeowners own about 40 acres. They have their own wells. They depend on the quality of that water for drinking and for their own irrigation. The evaporation of water in Swan Lake has increased the salinity, and the total dissolved solid content is well above, and I've sampled it, the accepted standard for potable water. Additionally, when you look at what's floating in that lake, the green bacterial microbial material indicates that we have an issue with that content as well. And so one of the issues really deals with whether or not that water is going to be treated before it's used for an irrigation project. There's no indication as to what is going to be irrigated. Is it a crop for animals or is it for human consumption? In either case, the product that is irrigated is going to take up the components that are in that water. There may be heavy metals present in that water, and at this point, we don't know what the heavy metal content is. I've not seen a reported study on the quality of that lake water, and that's something that concerns all of us who live in the North Valley area. So again, my comments have to do with the fact that that water needs to be treated before it's pumped out of the lake or as it's being pumped out of the lake and utilized for irrigation up in the American Flat Road area. Thank you for your attention.
Before you leave, Dr. Thompson, while I've known you for over 40 years, I don't know that the council knows. Could you just explain who you are or your background?
Explain background.
Your background.
Yeah, I'm a geologist. I've taught at universities for 47 and a half years. I've dealt with water chemistry, groundwater, surface water. I'm also involved with the mineral resource industry, the largest gold-producing state in the U.S., and I have 100 former master's and PhD students out there operating in the U.S. as well as all over Latin America.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're a well-renowned scientist in our community and internationally, so since most, though, don't work in that field, I wanted to make sure we
Thank you.
properly recognize you. Thank you.
Our next comment is from,
Hello. For the record, my name is Stephanie Gibson. I'm the Assistant Director of Nevada Humanities, your state humanities council, and the state's affiliate for the National Endowment for the Humanities. Nevada Humanities connects and transforms communities by sharing and amplifying the stories, ideas, experiences, and traditions of the diverse people of Nevada. We also envision a Nevada where people thrive in just and healthy communities, where connection and participation are part of everyday life, and where diverse perspectives are welcomed and valued. I'm here today to tell you about the annual Nevada Humanities Literary Crawl, which takes place in Reno every September, and to recognize the commitment and financial support we receive from the City of Reno and the Reno Arts and Culture Commission to do this good work. The Nevada Humanities Literary Crawl is the largest public literary event in northern Nevada, and the day-long event takes place at over a dozen venues and businesses up and around California Avenue, where folks can pop in and out of poetry readings, panel discussions, and performances. Over the past 6 years, the Literary Crawl has become not only the premier literary event for our community, but also a cornerstone program for Nevada Humanities. And the themes and ideas presented during the crawl are representative of the type of organization we are and the type of organization we continue to strive to be: diverse, inclusive, informative, and creative. Consistent funding from entities like the City of Reno have been instrumental in helping this program flourish into the meaningful event that it is. Venues for the crawl include places like Old World Coffee, 1864 Tavern, Sundance Books and Music, Loving Cup, Great Basin Co-op, everywhere you can imagine, up and down California Avenue. And this year's event attracted an audience of close to 2,500 people. The popularity of the crawl seems to be exploding, and we brought in nearly over 1,000 more participants than last year. The Reno Arts and Culture Commission are to be commended and thanked for this growth. Through grants from this commission over the past 3 years, Nevada Humanities has been able to pay artists, this year 88, and writers for their work, and bring in national and international authors to share their stories with our community. We're able to grow this event thanks to the city's support. While the literary crawl certainly contains elements of the traditional arts, including live music by local and international musicians and a local dance company that performs site-specific dance pieces throughout the day, I want to commend the Reno Arts and Culture Commission for supporting and funding projects in the humanities, events that put an emphasis on history, culture, communication, dialogue, and discourse. We need to get together and have challenging conversations about the things that affect our lives and our communities: grief and loss, the housing crisis in this city, incarceration, and LGBTQ issues. The Nevada Humanities Literary Crawl has become an invaluable venue for some of these conversations, and I invite you all to attend next year's event on Saturday, September 12th, 2020, and I thank you so much for your support.
Wow, thank you.
Rosine Benna, followed by Robert Daly.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Rosine Benna, Artistic Director of Sierra Nevada Ballet, the professional ballet company for Northern Nevada. On behalf of our board, our staff, and artists, I'm here to say thank you to all of you for your support for our nonprofit performing arts organization, and also thank you for all you do for all the arts in our community. Sierra Nevada Ballet is in our 19th year of presenting top quality art performances and several quality arts education programs in our Reno area, in Carson, and in Tahoe. We offer free and reduced price tickets to schools, seniors, veterans, and many community members unable to afford to attend a live performance. This summer alone, in part through your support, Sierra Nevada Ballet was able to present Dancing by the River, a top quality concert which was free to the public. We served 2,000 people at Wingfield Park, featuring our company of professional dancers and world-famous master tap dancer Sam Weber and singer Cammie Thompson and her trio. And we also produced a brand new performing arts large production, 12th Night, a Ballet Noir, created by the New York award-winning multidisciplinary artist, dancer, actress, choreographer, director, Ananda Bena-Weber. This production featured a top professional international cast of dancers from Poland, Denmark, Venezuela, Mexico, and throughout the United States. They joined our professionals living in our community. Sierra Nevada Ballet pays all of our artists, and we would never have been able to survive were it not for the support of the City of Reno, the State of Nevada, and the National Endowment for the Arts. We are honored to partner with the City of Reno and contribute to the quality of life in our community. I know that I speak on behalf of all the arts groups when I say that it is our honor and privilege to live and work in a city that not only appreciates arts, but supports it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Daly, followed by Gordon Gossage, followed by Sarah Tomey.
Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, good morning. I'm Pastor Robert Daly, here on the behalf of Pastor Cesar Manera for the privilege of being able to pray together. The Word of God reminds us that when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. When the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. So let us bow our hearts in prayer. Father, you are the author of all humanity. Regardless of the position that men who have gone astray take, nevertheless, you are the source of all life. I thank you for these precious people gathered here today in this room, for those who have stepped forward and put their life on line for the benefit of others, to take upon themselves the responsibility of rule and oversight over the community in which they live, for those who are here in support of or are part of the community, I indeed do give thanks. Your purpose in bringing forth humanity is that all would become your children. Sadly, men have gone astray, yet you have made a way. I thank you and extend a gracious appreciation and ask your hand of mercy be extended and grace operative within the life of each and every one of these here gathered in this room. With expectation, in the name of the Lord Jesus, risen from the dead, I'd ask this. Amen.
Right.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
the
Pastor.
privilege.
Gordon Gossage, followed by Sarah Tony, followed by Michael Pitkin.
For the record, I'm Gordon Gossage with Regenesis Reno. That's regenesisreno.com. I'd like to read you a story about a couple who might live in a neighborhood only you can approve and co-create with our many stakeholders. Zachary Steffen and his wife, Lisa, want to find a house attainable at their modest income. Zachary says, we really can't find anything decent under $300,000. One house we found in Southwest Reno, built in 1953, was a disaster. It had everything original from the 50s. Nothing was upgraded, including light switches, a floor furnace, and even holes in the roof you could see through. It sold in less than 48 hours for $340,000. We're mostly looking online for houses. When we look at the lower price ones, I can see the dollar signs racking up when it comes to work needed. We don't want to spend the first 6 months living in a house that's a construction zone. Some of the work is really extreme and not something I could do alone. Zachary is 50 years old. He's one of our Gen X generation who was born after 1964. Too late to benefit from the low housing prices of those of us in the boomer generation. He's a retired Army veteran of 20 years. Zachary makes his money as a handyman while working on his degree in logistics management at TMCC. Zachary says, I see great opportunities here in logistics. We're going to wait to buy a house until I finish my degree next year and get a job with a more consistent income. Zachary moved back to Reno, his hometown, in 2011. My first apartment when I got back was $650 a month for a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. The landlord was offering a couple of months free rent just to get people to move in. That's certainly not the case now. Zachary continues, it seems all that's being built today in our area of town are luxury apartments. A 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment is renting for $1,700 a month. It's ridiculous. Zachary and Lisa consider themselves lucky to have found the apartment they did. They're doing okay now, but they're getting tired of sharing walls with others. They pay $1,710 per month plus utilities. Zachary and Lisa work very hard. They need several sources of income: his military retirement, his handyman work, and her job as a Head Start teacher. We're not finding anything to buy in our price range. We found some decent houses in the $340,000 range, but holy cow, $340,000 for a house is a lot. Zachary says, we're not looking for a McMansion. All we want is a 2 or 3 bedroom house with about 1,600 square feet in a decent neighborhood. I understand you all must skillfully weigh the interests of many stakeholders, yet I urge you to help Zachary and Lisa find an attainable home by accelerating the process of either approving or denying developer approvals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gossage.
As a reminder to our audience of decorum, please do not clap in between presenters. Our next public comment is Sarah Tony, followed by Michael Pitkin, followed by Ron Trevor.
All right, for the record, I am Sarah Tony, and I'm here on behalf of Notable Music Therapy Services, and I'm joined by Mark Geeson, and who is of the Notables. And we're basically here just to say thank you for your guys' support of the arts and the support that you've shown Notable Music Therapy Services over the years. We do a lot of things. Sometimes I think people see, they think we're many different organizations. Like we were just on the news for doing music therapy at the jail. But the big deal that you guys help support is
music and arts opportunities for people with disabilities. And so I'm just here to say thank you. And as usual, we thought we'd just let music speak for itself. And there's no such thing as a great thank you song. So we just thought we'd play you a fun song. And if anybody feels like singing along, I think you know this one, please do.
This is one of the Beatles' first number one hits, 1963, in England. It's called I Saw Her Standing There. Oh, she was just 17, you know what I mean, and the way she looked was way beyond compare. How could I dance with another? Oh, when I saw her standing there. Oh, she looked at me, and I could see that before too long I fall in love with her. She couldn't dance with another. Oh, when I saw her standing there. Well, my heart went boom when I crossed their room, and I held her hand in my ear. Now we danced through the night and held each other tight, and before too long I fell in love with her. How could I dance with another? Oh, when I saw her standing there. Well, since I saw her standing there.
Wow.
That's our little love song for the
Yeah,
city
we're
of Reno.
virtually clapping, but thank you for enlivening our meeting, and thanks for everything that you do.
Thank you. I have thank you cards for each of the council members. Do I give that to the
Yeah,
clerk?
to the clerk.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Michael Pitkin, followed by Ron Trevor, followed by Mark Markell.
My name is Michael Pitkin. I asked the City of Reno to declare a homelessness and housing emergency. I ask for the following considerations: a subcommittee to investigate casino vacancy and occupancy rate percentages. If necessary, change laws allowing reasonable residential leases at the casino hotels. In some states, it is fashionable to live at a fancy hotel. This will help perhaps employees at Tesla, UNR students, displaced seniors, etc. This will also bring down the year-plus waiting lists at every apartment rental properties throughout Reno. The next considerations: I would rather see a tent city that works well over people being hassled along the river. If refugee camps work, then why not ask the military or FEMA if they can assist with tents? This is not only a Reno issue, this is a national issue in every city. What I hear from people as why they do not like the Volunteers of America is that it is structured too much like prison. People like the freedom to come and go as they need. Give the homeless the responsibility of volunteering and monitoring, with stressing quiet between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. A tent city, women in one area, family and children in another, single men in another, and those with mental challenges in another area, and those with drug addictions in another. Each homeless provided with a waste management green bin or a gym locker. The green bin amount of belongings is all that is allowed. The reason I ask for a no-pressure tent city is to allow the homeless to self-rule themselves with harm reduction reality. There's an empty dirt lot at Lake and 2nd Street near the river that has been vacant for years. This would work. I hope you enact these considerations: a safe place for those who are not ready or do not want to go to NAMS or VOA, a safe place for those who want to come and go as they need, a safe place for those who use drugs and who desire harm reduction human rights more than a dog. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Pitkin.
Ron Trevor, followed by Mark Markel, followed by Chris Oberg.
Good morning. My name is Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm a representative of SAVE that works with the Reno Police Department. Today, I've got the recaps of the hours volunteered for third quarter in 2019. SAVE currently has 75 active volunteers, and we have another 8 in training. During the third quarter, there have been a total of 4,972 hours volunteered by members of SAVE. This represents a savings of $112,416.92 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that were covered during this time frame were citizen contacts, 2,913, 48-hour notices placed on vehicles reported as abandoned, 3,851, handicap citations issued, 70. We did 116 school patrols, 114 traffic surveys, and stolen vehicles located and reported over to Reno PD, 4. The year-to-date figures for 2019, there was a total of 15,578 hours volunteered, which represents a savings of $352,218.58 to the city of Reno. Totals for the year-to-date, citizen contacts, 8,394. 48-hour notices placed on vehicles reported as abandoned, 10,099. School patrols, 386. Handicap violations, 316. Traffic surveys, 295. And stolen vehicles located and turned over to Reno PD, 22. Anybody have any questions?
Okay. Yes.
Could you say what SAVE is?
SAVE is it's a senior organization. It stands for Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort. And members of the community that volunteer their time with Reno PD.
Thank you. I wanted you to share it so that everyone heard what it was.
We're always looking for new volunteers, 50 and over.
And did we get that report? Did we get this report?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
email.
I want to make sure.
One last question, sir. Well, two. One, a lot of people have come to me lately, really interested in some of the things that you do. And is there a training period, or what do you go to with a new volunteer?
Yes, we do. We would start out with basically an orientation interview, or an interview, then an orientation, and then there's 7 different training sessions that are done. Also, they would experience a ride-along with a Reno PD officer, and then a sit-along with Reno Dispatch, and then also 1 shift here at City Hall front desk. And after that, then and we have training officers, obviously, that go out with the new recruits.
All right. Thanks so much for being here. I see there's no more questions. Thanks again. I know you represent a large team that aren't here today, but you guys do help us through that volunteer reach so many more people than we could with our staff alone. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next comments are from Mark Markel, followed by Chris Oberg, followed by Heather Matthews.
Good morning. My name is Mark Markel. I'm a concerned Reno resident. And what the heck is this? Oh, I'm sorry. I have TBI, so and sir, I'm sorry about the comment on me about having me. I like it. I'm sorry. Anyway, I was involved in a drunk driving crash. I had a stroke when they're doing surgery on my neck, so I don't talk that well. Anyways, me and the driver were doing 100 miles an hour, and we rolled 8 times, and the car landed on my head. And I'm saying this to warn people and show people what can happen if you ride with a drunk driver. And we rolled 8 times. It put me in a coma for a month. And I was in the hospital for 6.5 months. And I can't drive anymore. I ride the buses, which I'm thankful for the bus system. And I can't clean my house. It's a mess. But I'm a mess. And I'm just here to warn people and show people what can happen if you get in the car with a drunk driver. So please don't drink and drive. That's stupid. But riding the car with a drunk driver can be dangerous. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks so much for being here, Mark. Your message is universal. We really appreciate it.
Chris Oberg, followed by Heather Matthews, followed by Peggy Arps.
Today I dress up like the people that stand here and lie to you every day, asking for favors as they destroy our lives and take down the quality of the community we once had. I find myself today, and my whole life's work has come down to a yellow line in a parking lot in a Home Depot store, that somebody in this building has decided that they got amended conditions to destroy our homes and our lives for corporate greed. And we want the last quarter of my life to be enjoyable. Unfortunately, I got up at 4 o'clock this morning, and I got a document right here says you can't be there until 8. Unfortunately, I got you this morning. They get me every day. And I want my life back. And I want corporate greed to stop, because it's not fair to us. And they come down here and bullshit you every day. And you hand them the keys to our lives. And it's not working out well for us. And I make you $300,000 a year for perpetuity. So far, I've given you $7 million. And the next year, you'll get some more. And so will the garbage company, the water company. Water, $1.2 million I gave you guys. And I still have to pay my water bill, my garbage bill, my phone bill, and my property taxes. And you guys make all the money. I didn't make shit. Not very fair when you invest in these kind of corporate people that you don't get the dividend check. You're the only ones making money around here as you destroy our lives. Here's the rules, and you better fix it. And unfortunately, you're not going to grant me any more time,
Right.
but I have spent my whole life making a better Reno. So they want to know why they all got a quarter. I drove this car 2008, and I'm a bad man. I'm going to drive this car on November 2nd in Doha, California. I haven't driven a car since 2008. My dad died in this car doing 137 miles an hour, had a heart attack, and drove way off into the middle of nowhere. But today I find myself going to take my wife to work from Clear Acre to Stead Boulevard going 75 miles an hour. And they're passing me, and they're up my ass, and people are zigzagging, chasing the quarter, because they got to hurry up to get to the quarter. And then on the way home, they got to haul ass to prove to their wife they got the quarter.
Mr. Oberg, reminder of your language, please.
Why are we chasing corporate America? We got to pay for the Ford, we got to pay for the gas, we got to pay for the food, we got to pay for the apartment, and we're all just chasing the quarter. And we need to slow down, because if I crash this car right here, I have to sign a release that says I could die in that car today, and I could. And I've crashed 3 of them real hard. But I got a better chance walking out of that at 140 miles an hour than you do at 55 on 395. So you people need to slow down. Take that quarter and glue it on your rearview mirror so you realize that when you open that door, you forgot to sign the release. You could die today, because 2,000 people in America are gonna chasing the quarter.
Our
right,
next
thank you,
public
Mr.
comment is from Heather Matthews, followed by Peggy Arps, followed by Terry Brooks.
Now you know what the quarter is for.
My name is Heather Matthews. I'm a graduate of California State University with a master's degree in counseling, summa cum laude, and the recipient of the William Randolph Hearst Award for Outstanding Achievement. California State University has been interfering in the publication of my book, Walking Between the Shadow and the Light, for 4 years now. There have been criminal activity that has happened as a result of this. They've interfered in my living situation. I was boarding a bus to get to UNR. As I got off the bus, a bus driver named Diane, without my consent, let out the ramp with my foot on it. And when I told her, she twisted my foot. Instead of deploying the ramp, she dropped it right on top of my foot. This was not an accident. I believe it was another bribe taken by the RTC and several other officials to try to slow down my attempt to get my book published. I am filing criminal charges against California State University and possibly the RTC. This is only about the 15th time such an incident such as this has occurred. Also, living situations I've been in, including at 500 South Virginia Street, the Virginian Inn. They were paid to cut the brake line on my car, slash the tires, steal things out of it, cause multiple dents, and I lost not only my place to live, but I also lost my car. There's been other incidents of criminal activity. I have a case going now in Carson City in district court, and Judge Wilson has dismissed my case without even having a chance to present it, so I have no other alternative but to go appeal to the Supreme Court. The only way to stop this is to have an audit of every single cent going in and out of California State University, all of its campuses, to cut off the government funding to these universities. And Alexander Gonzalez, the former president of California State University, I believe is the one heading this up. He has also been the one that harassed me when I was doing my internship. I am not going to stand for this. I know that my books, through the Holy Spirit, will be published, and the righteous will overcome the wicked. I have tried numerous ways, including Reno City Council, the FBI, and many other agencies, and have gotten little progress, including having the governor deny meeting with me. I don't know what kind of state this is, but I'm embarrassed to say I'm from it. But anyway, I know it will go through. I am from God, and greater is he who's in me than those satanic little pieces of crap and their father Satan that's in them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Matthews.
Our next public comment is from Terry Brooks, followed by Tammy Holt Still, followed by Valerie Truce.
Good morning. My name is Terry Brooks. It's been some time ago that I left my home in the Midwest and moved out here to Reno. One thing that I noticed when I moved out here was all the homeless people that I would see around here. When I'd see so many homeless people, I just wouldn't know what to say. I would just hope that they might find some place to stay. I see them in the alleys and under bridges, too. I see them by the railroad tracks, and I fear what they go through. And wherever I go and see homeless people there, then I can't help but wonder if other people care. When I see so many homeless people on the street, I can't help but wonder if they have enough to eat. I'm a member of the First United Methodist Church and help with the drop in the bucket, providing food for those who are in need and are hungry. Some are homeless, most are poor. I live at the Reno Regency over on 5th and Lake Street. Just a few blocks away, the city of Reno provides homeless shelter on Record Street. I want to thank you all for providing hundreds of men, women, and children with shelter, especially in the winter's cold nights when you provide an overflow shelter. I'm glad that the city of Reno and churches and community come together to help those who are in need, especially in such cold weather. The more I see and think about the state of homelessness, the more I want to figure out how this problem I should address. I once read a book by Winnie the Pooh about how to solve a problem. He said that the first step in doing so was to identify the problem. Anything that I approach, I do so one small step at a time. And after each step, I grab a pen and write it down in a rhyme. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today and hope you don't mind if I come back when I have more to say.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tammy Holt Still, followed by Valerie Truce, followed by Jeff Church.
Overhead, please. Tammy Holt Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee, for the record. I'd like to start off with, this is the map, parcel map from Washoe County. In blue, as you see right here, is your Fortune 500 company, Makita. See this pink right here? That's the block I live on. See what I saw out my window? I told you guys, those lights, those trucks, that noise would make it all the way across the lake. It did. The monkey with the shiny new ring. Gotta have that Fortune 500 company, and we're gonna let them do whatever they want. I am one block off Lemon Drive. Can you imagine those residents that are, this was on my second story, those residents that are on the main floor, the ground floor, and those lights shining on them? You ought to be ashamed of what you allowed to happen. If you don't have the people to maintain and keep development under check, then you shouldn't be developing. And this falls into something else. Last night was a water management meeting that wasn't broadcast very well, wasn't put out there so that people that could really help the situation and help us and help my fight that I have been working on weren't there last night. Instead, we heard, well, I think this is a duplication. And we only had 8 people, 8 residents there. Well, do you realize that you put a meeting on at the same time that the residents from Silver Knolls that live around Silver Lake were fighting for their own homes and their own lives with Washoe County? A project that wants to attach to your Stead sewer plant. Again, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Because you are allowing development, you are allowing people to connect to your sewer plant. You have told staffs, hey, we want to do this, we want to make the SHAVE program help de-water Swan Lake. But yet, in front of the Planning Commission, your staff said, oh, with the SHAVE program, we can have this many more hookups. Wrong. Do what you should do. Fix the situation before you keep developing, and there should be a moratorium until you can fix the situation properly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to say thanks for being there last night, Tammy. Number 2, I think that thank you for bringing this issue to our attention. I spoke to the developer's representative last night, and this body had put a condition to prevent that kind of thing from happening, and that apparently is they're working on addressing it right now. And number 3, I appreciate you talking about the advertisement. It's true. We did not advertise it well, and we've made a commitment to do better, but I still think the meeting was great, and our acting chair, Devin Reese, I think did a great job. So, I don't usually respond to public comment, but I think I just wanted to clear the air on those things. Okay, is there another public comment?
We do have quite a few left. Valerie Truce, followed by Jeff Church, followed by Alan Bergen.
Valerie Truce for the record. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to address one of my primary concerns, parks in the southern southeast meadows, the area between South Meadows Parkway and Geiger Grade. In the past few years, the area has been booming with housing, but there's been very little done to create a regional park for its citizens. It's a curious situation. We have Veterans Parkway, Steamboat Parkway, and South Meadows Parkway. We have tons of parkways. One might think we have an abundance of parks. I was reminded of how important a park was this summer as I watched groups of teens walking the streets along Steamboat Parkway and Veterans Parkway. It was a beautiful summer day, too hot for anything but being in a park or at the pool. I remembered when I was younger, growing up in the inner city, and how desperately I depended upon the city parks. They were my first encounters with nature. They were where I went to enjoy recreation of many forms: play equipment, summer enrichment programs, and swimming. Without public parks, there's no telling what trouble I might have gotten into. In my neck of the woods, we have a small park right off the Steamboat Parkway, and another will be coming, another small park off of Veterans Parkway. We have no regional park for a swimming pool, tennis courts, basketball, or just gathering under the shade. Yet, over and over again, we realize how important parks are. By 2050, 2/3 of our population will live in cities, totally dependent on parks for a bit of green therapy. Research shows public parks are good for mental health, and the bigger and greener, the better. It's suggested that a walk in the park is akin to that jolt of euphoria you get at Christmas or another holiday. In South Reno, we have several wealthy communities that have their own pools, tennis courts, and golf courses. The elite realize how important fresh air and exercise are. Isn't it just as important for those who live in apartments or teeny tiny lots in cramped housing developments to have access to open space and sports? So I'm asking today, while you consider bringing thousands of new homes into our area, you also consider how important parks are. Think of large cities like New York and San Francisco and how much their parks, Central Park and Golden Gate Park, have given to its residents and visitors alike. Think of how important Idlewild Park is to its neighborhood and adjacent community. We refer to Reno as the biggest little city. I think we're the greatest little city. As we continue to grow, we'll build ourselves out of the little city title. Will we still be known as a great place to live? Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie.
Jeff Church, followed by Alana Berglund, followed by Peggy Arps.
I do need the overhead, please. Good morning. My name is Jeff Church. I'm retired from the Reno Police Department. I ran the Reno Police Department's homeless program, and I also was the board president of a 501c3 homeless center. This is an article from the News and Review on the recent incident at Pickett Park. And as you can see there, divided community response. And I think that's very true. It involved the homeless living in the park and the efforts of Mr. Paul White to remove them. He had met with city officials many times. They'd been non-responsive. He took it into his own hands, whether appropriate or not. And the result now is the park has been cleaned up. Mr. White and others, we've reached out to neighborhood mediation and to the other side to try and meet, talk, confer, and involve ourselves in finding common ground. Now, when we talk about the homeless, this is a homeless camp. This is one of many along the Truckee River. I beg you, go down to Sutro and Commercial Row, go west. They're all along there along the river. I remind you, there's no restrooms. These people are living in tents all along there. The restroom is essentially the Truckee River. That's the trash. We've had recent outbreaks in California, hepatitis A, typhus. This is not acceptable. This is not my Reno. This is not the Reno that I served as a Reno police officer. Something has to be done. This is 100% unacceptable. The next picture is a little shocking, but it's a factual picture. Again, we have no restrooms. They go in the campgrounds, in the river, etc. Pickett Park is in Mr. Delgado's district, who's absent today. People wanting to express their opinion to Mr. Delgado may attend the Neighborhood Advisory Board. Well, maybe not. As you can see there, from July through October, meeting canceled, meeting canceled, meeting canceled. How do we reach out to you? Now, again, I ran the Reno Police Department homeless program. I'm not anti-homeless. The city attorney recently issued an opinion that you can enforce the homeless laws, but on the humanitarian side, they have to have somewhere to go. I semi-agree with the gentleman about a tent city, but it has to be sanitary, supervised, clean, with security. Not for drug users, got to be restrictions, but we have to do something. Winter is coming. Now I have a PowerPoint, I've reached out, and believe it or not, I've reached out to the owner of this property, and he is very receptive. Things that I don't have time in the last 30 seconds to explain, but we can do something. And again, whether you agree with Mr. White or not, he brought the information, or he brought this to the forefront. So from that aspect, I thank him. But please do something. It's getting cold, people will die. I just on my way over here drove over to Broadhead Park by Reno PD. It's full of tents. No restrooms, full of tents. Not acceptable. The parks are for everybody, and we have to obey the rules. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Church.
Alana Berglund, followed by Peggy Arps, followed by Sam Dene.
Good morning. My name is Alana Berglund, and I'm the Managing Director of the Holland Project, which is a nonprofit arts and music initiative located in Midtown, specifically 140 Vesta Street. I'm just here today to echo some of the comments we heard earlier from our other arts and cultural workers, thanking you for your support of arts in this community, and specifically the Reno Arts and Culture Commission for facilitating grants that help us do what we do. If you're not familiar with Holland, we produce nearly 300 events in visual arts, exhibitions and programs, music and performing arts, workshops, poetry, and community events and collaborations. You guys specifically help fund our workshop series, which provides professional development opportunities and affordable learning opportunities to all ages. All of our events are all ages, which means we never serve alcohol, and Holland is a safe space, which means we are committed to our zero tolerance for harassment, zero tolerance for discrimination policies. It's really important for those kind of spaces to exist for young people in our community, so I thank you for the support this year and years past. That's it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for being here, Ms. Brooklyn.
Peggy Arps, followed by Sam Dene, followed by James Hayes.
Good morning. My name is Peggy Arps, and I am here to reiterate concerns. My husband and I currently live off of Red Rock, but we have some property out along American Flat, and I have concern about the decisions to what's going to be happening to water to reduce the water level at Swan Lake. My concerns go along with my husband with water chemistry. We weren't at last night's meeting, so I may be repeating some things that have already out there, but I think they deserve repeating. The second has to do with microbial issues. This is sort of my expertise, actually. I've done a lot of work in environmental microbiology in different settings, including mine sites. And at one of those mine sites, actually, the issue of salinity and the increase in salinity, this was up in Fairbanks, Alaska, but I watched trees die just because the salt and the chemistry of the treatment ended up killing those trees. So that's a concern of mine, and particularly knowing that plants oftentimes take up and concentrate trace metals. I think that's another thing that should be addressed. I learned last night, talking to a friend of mine who's retired from DRI as a hydrologist, that there were some preliminary studies or modeling for the Swan Lake, and there was a bit of an enigma, and I didn't get an opportunity to look at any of the reports, but I thought it was worth just sharing with you, and that is that the evaporation level is less than they expected. So one of the questions is there possibly another groundwater source to Swan Lake, in which case, if we don't understand the water in and water out balance, then this pipe idea might not be the best one. An alternative that was shared with me by this hydrologist was that in Las Vegas and elsewhere in Nevada, many communities have built water retention basins so that you can actually deal with water before it even gets to the problem area. So I'm just urging the Reno City Council to try to consider all of these and maybe look into this initial study that was done at DRI. Additionally, I know this has been sort of a rumor amongst some of my residents out in our area that there might be an interest by developers for additional housing along American Flats. So if there's any truth to that at all, or again, just looking to the future in terms of housing that might occur, I think we ought to take a look at that issue too. So thank you for your time.
All right, ma'am, and could you and your husband get with Mr. Flansburgh just to, I think I saw him walk over, but just to connect on those issues?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Would love to do that.
Sam Dene, followed by James Hayes, followed by Ken Crater.
Sam Dene, that's me. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I was a pilot for Pan Am for many, many years until they were blown out of business by the terrorist. And ever since then, I've been attending virtually every government meeting in Reno since 1994. So I am an expert, Air Force Academy graduate. I consider myself the guard angel for the people's government. You're the government. You're the people. I've been coming here enough times to know what's going on. I'm also an expert castigator of the media panhandlers, Reno media panhandlers. And you say, what do you mean panhandlers? Well, the Reno media begs the people for tax money, for special privileges. I could go on and on and on, but the worst one that was on July 24th this year. At the meeting, I was the only one to speak out. The rest were all shills for them and for the media. They talked these people right here into paying $7 million for a dilapidated old Reno Gazette building and then added $30 more million on top of that. That's panhandling. If somebody could investigate that, a lot of people would go to prison or certainly be reprimanded. Reprimanded, that's the new word for the city council, the city manager who I nominated. Reprimanding city council members. That's a whole different story there. At any rate, I could go on and on about the panhandling of the Reno media. That's just despicable. Yesterday, I was at the county commission meeting, and the poobahs and potentates from the school board came there and spent 45 minutes making citizens sit through their diatribe, putting lipstick on all kinds of different pigs, trying to tell everybody how much good they're doing. Well, you might not remember it, but you supposedly, and I think it was a rigged election, voted to give the school board an infinite tax forever and ever and ever, and they've taken that tax, and have they used it for anything good? No. They've used it just to pay off the developers. They're spending $200 million on this new Hug High School at Wild Creek Golf Course. They're devastating the lives of hundreds and hundreds of senior citizens. It is veritable and real citizen abuse. That's what it is. And why are they doing it? Well, maybe the developers can make more money. They're spending $200 million to build a $50 million school. It's just ludicrous, and nobody knows it except me because I'm the only one there all the time. And then there's the media really stinking up the joint with Indigenous Peoples Day. They claim that it was the Native American Day. It wasn't. It was Indigenous Peoples Day. It was dedicated to all the indigenous. Here, I've got your backs. All the indigenous people, the early people.
Thank you, Sam.
You get that?
Madam Clerk?
Does
James
anybody understand?
Hayes,
Does
followed
anybody
by Ken Crater, followed by Kimberly Rodemeyer.
Can you say the first name again?
James Hayes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Hayes, and I own Precision Auto Center here in town. I'm here to talk about, well, actually add to what the gentleman before me talked about, the homeless situation. My business is actually the recipient of a lot of the things that you saw earlier. And when you talk about people defecating and stuff like that, I've seen them do that on Wells Street while waving to traffic. My business is on a daily basis impacted by the homeless and their utter lack for, I guess, common decency. I don't mean to be, getting on the fact that people may or may not be homeless. I've been within a paycheck myself of being homeless multiple times in my life. I don't treat other people disrespectfully in that process. It's now escalated to the point where I have found weapons on vehicles in my shop. I've had people break into cars. I've had them dent vehicles. I've found hypodermic needles. I've found credit cards to multiple people. I've had the homeless coming from the very tent structure that you saw earlier. Individuals come into my shop and accost the mechanics and people that work for me. This is something that needs to be dealt with, and I don't have all the answers for it, but it does need to get done. And it's driving business away from this town. Reno has one of the coolest rivers on the planet that goes right through the middle of it. And if you took the walk from Ketski just to downtown, I would not suggest that any of you do that without being armed or have an officer with you, because they will accost you. They've accosted someone my size before. I have had friends tell me where they've literally had quads where people walk in daylight, broad daylight, middle of business, and try to steal something. Fortunately, this person ran away and ran right in front of a squad car, so that worked out good. But nevertheless, in the last 5 years that I've had Precision Auto Center, I've watched this increase exponentially. And like I said, all these incidences I'm talking about right now has happened in the last 2 weeks. I'm not even talking about months and months and months. It's getting worse by the day, and I'm asking if we could just please figure out some way to fix this. I want to grow this city. I want to be part of that, and it's making it impossible. I have to have conversations with a BMW owner and a Cadillac Escalade owner because somebody was whacked out on obvious drugs, fell into the back of the cars. So that's going to be an awesome conversation. I don't like those conversations. Please, let's fix this while we can before this place turns into a version of San Francisco or even worse, Los Angeles, because that's where we're heading. That's where we're heading. Thank you.
All right.
Ken Crater, followed by Kimberly Rodemeyer, followed by Maury Kabaz.
Good morning and thank you. Ken Crater, today speaking on behalf of the Downtown Reno Partnership, somebody besides Alex. And I just want to say what a great organization the Downtown Reno Partnership is and become. And obviously the ambassadors are really the face of the partnership out on the streets every day. But I don't know if all of you have had a chance to go in and meet the office staff, Alex, Mike, and Nathan, but they're also working extremely hard on a daily basis, dealing with office issues, economic development, and marketing, and really help driving our community forward in a positive position. You know, one of the great things I think about the ambassadors are knowledge of the community, all the different areas of the community, the businesses, the nonprofits, the government offices, as well as all the residential. And they get a lot of training. They visit all these different areas and businesses, and that really helps when a visitor comes up and asks them questions on where to go, who to see. And I'm sure you've all noticed on their shirts they have the big I on there, which if you don't know, that's the international symbol for information. So people from all over the world recognize that and know that they're folks that they can go up and talk to and get information from. But the other thing I wanted to stress today that I don't know if you've heard that much about is all the great committees that we have in the Downtown Reno Partnership. It includes Economic Development and our Urban Main Committee, our Marketing Committee, Maintenance Committee, and the Police Collaboration Committee. And every single board member on the Downtown Reno Partnership is absolutely committed to our downtown and our community and driving us forward in a positive direction. And I serve on the Economic Development Committee, and just to give you a sense of some of the things that we're working on, we're looking at a top targeted property area, which we've agreed on is really Virginia and Second, and those blocks north, south, east, west, really the core of our downtown area, and working to figure out how to get small businesses in those empty spaces to revitalize that area of downtown Reno. So that's really a top priority for us. We're also looking to develop a map of our current downtown development projects, so folks that come into the downtown area that are interested in doing development can really get a sense of where things are at and what's going on in our community, as well as citizens that just want to understand what's going on in our downtown area. We also are working on a survey, thanks to Councilwoman Jardin's great idea, but we're working with the UNR student and faculty and getting a sense of what they see lacking in our downtown area. What restaurants, what businesses, do they need more residential units? This is a very comprehensive survey. We've hired a great consulting firm to help us out on this, and it's going to give us fantastic data, not just for the Downtown Reno Partnership, but for the city, again, to help move things forward. We're also looking at discussion and coordination of our Main Street program and how to make that work better. And finally, investigating grants and different programs available to aid development. So it's very exciting to serve on the Downtown Reno Partnership. And last but least, there's been a lot of talk on the homeless issues and everything else going on. But I just want to thank the council. People don't realize all the positive things that you've done and that we're moving this issue forward. And we are going to have a great impact on the homeless issue in the next couple of years moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crayer.
Kimberly Rodemeyer, followed by Morika Baz, followed by Katana Barnes.
Good morning. Affordable by design, attainable housing, missing middle. These are all focus group talking points that are rated well, so developers are using them on you. Of course, we need affordable and attainable housing in the Truckee Meadows. Unfortunately, that is not determined by design. It is determined by geography. In regards to Southeast Reno, does anyone really think that townhouses and condos in South Reno are going to be affordable? Surrounded by $500,000 homes? Really? Affordable is only affordable the first time it sells. If the developer sets the price. After, it is not. There are townhomes for sale at Virginia Lake that sell for around $600,000. Can a teacher afford a townhome or condo that sells for almost $400,000? I think we have different views on what is affordable. Don't fall for smoke and mirrors. Developers are here to make a profit, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Rodemeyer.
Morika Baz, followed by Katana Barnes, followed by Ari Overly.
Good morning, council members. You know my name and you're familiar with my complaint. There has been progress and there has been setbacks here, as I have reported to you. Actually, recently, they even come up with a figure of $339,000 as the value of my property, and this is not my figure. This is what the operation came up with. I appreciate the progress, but it's been slow. I've been coming here 5 years, and unfortunately, the main person who was persecuting me, he was a stockholder of mine named Reza. He also continued to penetrate here last 5 years and pull strings and do what he does. He was arrested in 2016, but he came back to retaliate. He didn't learn any lesson. Unfortunately, he continues to do that. I recently approached a community leader, with sense of community, a good leader, and he seems to be supporting it, but Reza is not learning any lessons. So I have decided to, instead of writing to the city and giving a copy to a reporter, I decided to write to a reporter and give the copy to the city. It's a push to get the council to authorize a direct settlement, because this man Reza has blocked every avenue that I tried. He took my property. He's a cultist with agents, and he's a former bad cop. Again, he was arrested, but some people just don't learn. You know, it's in their DNA. They're bad seeds. And as our city grows, it's important to have caring mayor, caring chief, and caring reporters. We do have a caring mayor and chief to keep these monsters at bay. It's naive to think there is no bad guys out there. They're out there, and some of them are master manipulators of the system. They know everything about corruption, and the city is growing, and we need that. We need people who care, and for ordinary people to know that somebody's out there for them. I'd rather not to come here and talk about occults and their creepy criminal activities that is harming the powerless. I'd rather not to talk about that, but talk about, let's say, GED program. How can we have a better workforce and have keep some of the teenagers out of trouble and have them join the workforce, or talk about affordable housing and things like that, and not be talking about a cult. So from what I understand, cities, I hope they set the differences aside and authorize a settlement. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kabas.
Katana Barnes, followed by Ari Overly.
Good morning, council members and Mayor Shivi. My name is Katana Barnes, and I'm a longtime resident of Reno. I deal with housing instability. I currently work 3 jobs and have to share the cost of space rent for my trailer with my son because the rent is half of my income. My son and I do not have any savings, and we live paycheck to paycheck. The instability creates a constant threat to our security. If my son and I were to leave our home, we would not be able to secure any other affordable housing in Reno. Moving forward with implementing SB 103, a bill that I worked on in the legislative session earlier this year. By implementing this locally, you will be able to provide fee waivers rather than simply providing deferments. This will allow you to provide waivers to developers building low-income housing in order to increase our supply. Additionally, I strongly encourage you to move forward with the Tenant Issues and Concerns Citizen Advisory Board so as to continue to move forward in addressing our housing crisis. I personally have struggled with issues with my landlord and have felt that I've had little recourse or protection in those dealings. This board would allow folks like me to address these issues and ensure action is taken. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you so much.
Ari Overly.
Hello, thank you so much for having me today. As you know, my name is Aria Overly, and I'm a community organizer with Action. For the past 2 years, we've been working really closely on housing issues, and during that time, we've worked diligently with state legislators to try to give local government more power to address the crisis locally, rather than waiting for decisions to come from a part-time legislature that only meets every other year. We know that our community cannot continue to wait for solutions. While we didn't pass everything we had hoped for, one solution we were successful with was SB 103. SB 103 really needs to be implemented locally in order to allow the local government to waive fees for developers building low-income housing. The really nice thing about this bill is that it was written really well to ensure that housing actually is affordable, requiring that all projects average out to 60% of the area median income. So we strongly encourage you to pass this bill in order to allow the building of more affordable housing. This is just one tool in the toolbox, and we need other tools also, but this is one that really needs to be moved forward. We also want to continue to encourage you to support the Tenants Issues and Concerns Citizen Advisory Board. This is a really great proposal, although we do have some concerns about the desire of developers to be on this board. Already, developers and builders have an oversized influence on our local government. Tenants have not had a voice, nor have they ever had a voice in our local government. And this is an opportunity for that balanced voice to finally be heard. So we encourage you to pass this board and to ensure that tenants' voices remain central on that board and for the first time, have a real voice in our local government. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Overly. And is that,
Madam Vice Mayor, and Madam Mayor and Council, the remaining public comment that we have signed in is for particular items specifically. So at this time, we have no further public comment. And I will hand it over to the manager.
yeah, I'd like to call on the manager for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize, I see somebody raising their hand on public comment.
Okay.
Madam
If you
Clerk?
can identify if anyone has signed in for a specific item or you feel I have not called your name and you would now like to go in general public comment, please come over to me.
Yeah, you can
You
sign
did.
up
If you've
after.
signed in for a specific item, we move you to that agenda item unless you tell us you want to go in general comment. We're going to have some more general public comment. So we will continue with the speaker at the podium. If you can please state your name for the record.
Yes. Hi, my name is Lindsay. Can
Well,
you hear me?
Could you say that again?
My name is Lindsay Lai. Can you hear me?
Now we
Okay.
can.
I work alongside Redevelopment Reno, and I have been very lucky in my career and was able to create and sell a company in my early 20s. Today, I have a consulting company that allows me to be here because I set my own hours. I am incredibly grateful that I am a homeowner, but I'm here to appeal to you on behalf of my generation because the majority of millennials have a 9-to-5 job and cannot testify to support the development of more affordable housing units themselves. Throughout history, each generation has enjoyed a more prosperous and higher standard of living than the last. But according to CBS News, millennials are the first generation to be worse off than their parents. In the past 20 years, the median home price in this area has skyrocketed from $150,000 to almost over $400,000. It is an undeniable fact that the greater Reno area is growing in population. By 2032, the consensus forecast estimates that there will be more than 560,000 people living in this county. That's a more than 30% increase in residents from the last census. If we do not continue to build homes, the cost of living will continue to skyrocket. Due to high student debt and unaffordable housing costs, millennials are putting off key milestones like having babies and purchasing homes. In fact, according to the CDC, millennials aren't having children at a rate fast enough to sustain the population. So how does this all tie together? Well, many of the testimonies that you will hear from the public are coming from people who are able to attend city council meetings held at 10 a.m., a time when most of the working class is tied up at their 9-to-5 jobs. This demographic is mostly made up of baby boomers and Gen Xers. I pose a series of statements and ethical questions to these generations as follows. Baby boomers, millennials are your children. Help us by using your voice to increase the housing supply so that you can quit complaining about the 23% of millennials sleeping on your couch. Take back your home and your privacy by allowing your children the opportunity to buy a home of their own. Millennials are choosing to have fewer children and waiting longer to have them, which equates to a smaller workforce. A smaller workforce means a shrinking economy, fewer taxes, and less revenue towards social programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Home ownership is good for the economy, neighborhood curb appeal, and creates a sense of stability and community. According to City Lab, housing wealth has transferred from families to corporations, i.e. more renters than homeowners. We must increase affordable housing supply by increasing density and developing more entry-level housing units like apartments, condos, and townhomes. Entry-level housing that doesn't put us in nearly $500,000 worth of debt. The Daybreak community is the perfect solution for our community, which has been challenged by a housing crisis. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lee.
Jeff Carlton, followed by Kent Cheatham.
Hello, my name's Jeff Carlton, and I wanted to thank you all for your service and allowing me to speak. Sorry, I misunderstood the process a little. I'm here to also speak on item D8 with the implementation of SB 103. I am a volunteer with Action. I also volunteer at the Tent Overflow Shelter, and meet a lot of people who are on the edges. I have friends that are on the edges as well in apartments, and I really, my heart goes out to these people. I think the economy that we've created in a lot of ways is exciting, with the boomtown aspects we have in our community. But on the other hand, it creates problems that are serious and create a lot of pain. And I think that we need to implement this bill to help balance some of that, because I think we have more responsibility to see both sides and work with both sides. If we have people who are spending less money going toward rent, then that money can get used to spread out among other businesses in town and create a boon for those. And also, I wanted to say that I'm also in support of the tenant issues and concerns. I think that if you have owners that are at these meetings, some of the tenants would be reluctant to speak out. People are afraid that they're going to lose their valued position in an apartment. And I think that it's better if sometimes that can be done anonymously. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Carlton.
Kent Cheatham, followed by Ruth Stacy.
You can just
I'll
give
pass
that
out
over to
copies,
the clerk,
sir.
please.
I have those for council. Thank you.
Well, this is 9 minutes condensed to 3, so I hope it comes across. Okay. This is regarding the Daybreak floodwater issue. Okay, I'm going to skip historical.
Sir, if you can speak directly into the microphone, it just won't pick you up from that far
Okay.
distance.
I'll skip the historical on this. I'll try to get through this as quick as I can. What we have over here is the north end of the Daybreak proposal. This is the land. This is existing Heron's Landing, Rosewood, the connector, Miraloma interchange. This interchange, as well as Heron's Landing, is the same elevation for reference. This is the seawall that resides on the south end of Heron's Landing. It's about 6 feet. This is where the flood was last time, 18 inches before breaching. And here we have again 3 points. We have two equal elevation places. We have the interchange, Herons, and a place over here where I wanted to corroborate flood height, which I did right over here on the side. Found debris that was floating up mountain and got stuck. Cross-referenced by shooting grade over against the highway where that brown stripe represents grade on that road, which is the same elevation, and it came out to be 18 inches below grade, which is what I expected to find. 1997, this was a little bit north. I'm calling the grade peak flood 0, which is the interchange and Heron's Landing, as well as the debris pile. Just north of that is about a -3. They, as you can see, a good 3 feet or 4 feet into the flood zone at Rosewood, currently pre-connector. Pseudo connector, it is not ours. We have not flooded yet. It's designed well. Water is to flow underneath the bridge at the interchange as well as over for relief further south. It's about a -4 as you go south. It's a +2 at the interchange. I actually kind of like the design of it. It will create a little bit of unknown backflow. This is the proposal that they have, the green areas being parks, which will probably just be a foot or two above current grade. But all of these other areas, 75%, will be raised +2 feet, maybe more, of flood stage, which pushes 75% of this water northward into Heron's Landing. We should flood by my calcs about 4 feet after they complete that into Heron's Landing, 7 feet into Rosewood. Their bathtub analogy doesn't work. They're saying a deeper bathtub where they dig deeper ditches. Simple dynamics, when you flow up, it goes below the plane the same amount, or on this part over here to where it's level, it skates across the top. In a mountainous region, you dig into that bathtub or that brick very well. It goes down deep and moves water along the bottom. In a horizontal plane, it does not. This is simple physics. It will skate across the top, it'll hit the connector, and you see this raised portion here? That's the connector that it's going to be flowing over. It's going to hit that bridge and backflow about 4 feet into Heron's Landing. Right over in here, we have, you can actually, the lower 20% of their area that you can build because it's currently above floodplain and will not cause a problem. I recommend building on down here, though, north of the dam, because it's gradients of plus 50 to plus 500. They would be terraced and they would be appealing. The area over here is also plus 50 to plus 500, but it's very steep, and I would not recommend building there. It'd be too expensive. They're going to flood it if they build it. This is simple science. I've got the math. I can prove it to you. If you want the finite math, I can bring it to you. I do good work. But they will flood, there's no doubt. They've got to do only the lower 20%, or else they're going to cause problems. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Ruth Stacy, followed by Kelby Peeler.
Members of the City Council, I'm Ruth Stacy. I'm a longtime resident of Reno and a member of Action. I'm also one of the many volunteers who staffed the overflow tent shelter the past 2 winters. And we will be doing it again this year. I and many of those I serve with at the tent shelter are appalled when we see working people leave early to go to their jobs. We realize these workers cannot find affordable housing. We're also appalled when we find retired workers there. Their pensions are no longer enough for housing. Today, I'm urging you to implement the tools that are made available by NRS 278.235 by adding a section to the Reno Municipal Code to waive or subsidize developer fees like impact fees, sewer connection fees, and so on, for developers building low-income housing projects. Projects where the rents coming from the development will average out to no more than 60% AMI. This waiver of fees will act as the city's contribution toward making the possible of putting of more roofs over people's heads. I'm also urging you to implement the Tenant Issues and Concerns Advisory Board to help identify housing concerns in the community and to develop potential solutions. The council needs to ensure that the voices of the tenants are central to provide the balance we need on this advisory board. It is partially the lack of the consumer voices which allowed our housing to get so far out of balance. We need to do better with this basic need by using all of the resources and recourses available to us. Thank you very much for your interest and attention.
Thank you, Ruth, and for your work on the NAB as well.
Kelby Peeler.
Again, for the record, my name is Kelby Peeler. I'm here today to urge the City Council to support SB 103, like so many other people here today. The housing crisis is not an unknown issue. Legislators, City Council members, commissioners, residents, a lot of people in this room, we all are very familiar with this. Some are probably more familiar with it than others. But it's not just about housing. It's like to buy a house. It's also about rent increases. Reno is continually ranking in the nation's top 10 for annual rent increases. I think the average is about 10% increase every single year. And this pushes people out of their homes, and many end up houseless. So how do we solve this problem? Well, a lot of solutions or potential solutions have been brought up. They've been bandied about. One of the popular solutions, again, it's just one solution, has been to increase the supply of housing, but not just any housing. It has to be mixed housing. I believe Mayor Sheevy actually endorses this kind of view. I'm not here today to talk about the merits of that view. It's just, it is one solution. Now, insofar as this is one strategy to address the housing crisis, I think SB 103 is a necessary piece of that puzzling solution. Why? Because it properly balances out the incentives that motivate development. Right now, the default motivation for many developers, perhaps not all, but for many developers, it's maximizing profits. The scales are by default tipped in the favor of market rate and luxury development. So I want to just clarify, and hopefully I'm trying to correct a possible misinterpretation of the spirit of this solution. It's not a license to go build more and more non-affordable housing, more and more luxury buildings, which I think is going to be used this way. The principle of the flooding, the principle of flooding the market with mixed housing should not be interpreted in this way. We need to rebalance those scales with SB 103. We need to create systems that incentivize affordable housing. So if you truly care about addressing the housing crisis, you truly care about preventing more and more people from getting on the streets and becoming houseless, if you truly care about the residents of Reno, please, I urge you to support SB 103. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, it should be noted for the record, we received online public comment from Joseph Mattioli, who is in favor of homelessness in Washoe County. Additionally, online comment from Joe Mastriani, who is requesting name changes for various holidays. With that, I have no further general public comment signed in. Everyone else wants to speak on their item unless they change their mind at this point.
All right,
With
I
that,
would
we'll pass it
turn
over to the
our
manager.
Manager.
Thank you, Madam Clerk and Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize Charlotte Honey, who is over there waving her hand. This council meeting is her last with the city of Reno. She's retiring after 24 years of service with the city of Reno, and I think that's really pretty remarkable. You may not know that she began as an engineering technician in public works, and she did pavement condition analysis. And of course, today, or tomorrow rather, she retires as our city engineer, and that's a pretty remarkable career and a great public servant, and I just wanted to give her a shout out. You never have to sit through a council meeting again.
With that, Madam Mayor, our next item is approval of the agenda. With that, I will send it to the manager with any updates or changes.
Can I just say, so Charla, I'm just dying to know what's next. You sound like a politician. I just want to say, I worked with Charlotte before I even got involved in politics or came to the city. We worked on many initiatives for homeless youth. She has one of the biggest hearts in the city of anyone that I know. You are, because if you know Charlotte on the surface, you don't know her really well. You think, okay, this woman, she's strong, she's tough, but you have one of the biggest hearts of anyone I know, and you have done so many things, not just for the city of Reno, but so many of our homeless youth and the things that you've given back. I loved working with you, and do you love the bridge? That's just one little piece of Charlotte's work, but the Virginia Street Bridge is, it has your name written all over it, and I want you to know how grateful I am to be your friend, and I'm sad to see you go. All right.
All right, with this, to our agenda approval, to the manager to make any updates or changes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do have a couple of changes today. Item C3, the Bella Vista Ranch PUD amendment. The applicant has requested a continuance. This is a public hearing, so it will need to be opened for the public comment and then council direction. And then also item D5, Essence, approval of privileged retail marijuana license. The applicant has requested to move this item to a different day. Those are the only two changes I have.
All right, and I'm going to ask Essence to stick around because I am going to open that item. Okay? All right. Madam Clerk.
So, Madam Mayor, with that clarification, with your statement, we will not be continuing item D5. We will be opening that for discussion and direction.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be looking for a motion from council on the remaining agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion. And I have a second. Well, we'll get there in a second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, approval of the minutes from August 14th.
All right. Thank you so much. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay.
Madam Mayor, next item is consent agenda, in which I do have public comment signed in.
All right. Fantastic.
Our first public comment today is from Tammy Holt Still.
Tammy Holt Still, Live in Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. Again, of course, the water's still there. I'm still here. Like I told Washoe County yesterday, just because you don't see me here doesn't mean I'm still not working. B4 and B5 having to do with the sewer plant. Again, you guys have decided that you are going to increase the size of that sewer plant, but you have, and which will increase the amount of effluent, and the effluent has not been addressed. And based upon the lawsuit, class action lawsuit, and what came out in that, to turn around and say that we can trust the city of Reno to do the right thing and not put all 4 million gallons of effluent into Swan Lake a day? No, we cannot. And we will not. Trust. Trust is proven. It's just not given. It was given, and it was proven that you did do something wrong. And you're not fixing it. I know we're having meetings. I know you guys are looking at things, but it's time for action, real action. And we haven't seen that. We haven't felt it. In fact, we get fighting instead, always fighting back instead of moving forward. It's time. I know the meeting last night for water management was on the way I feel, my perspective of it is that there is at least one person that thinks that it's a double effort that you guys are doing, having these meetings. But me only having 3 minutes to talk to you here isn't working. Hasn't worked. 2 years, 10 months, day in and day out fighting this. And I'm just now starting to really get your attention. That's hard. That's hard on me. It's hard on every resident out there that has to live with it. That sewer plant needs to change. The water needs to go out of the basin. You can't keep pumping millions and millions of water into a closed basin and expect to stay in balance. You don't, and it won't. You are going to damage people, their homes, their lives, and it's your fault. And they have every right to come back at you, and they expect to have something done. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Tammy.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on consent today.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask council members to please pull off any consent agenda items that they wish. I'm going to start with you. Since I always start to the right, I'm going to start to the left. Councilwoman Weber, give me some items you'd like to pull up.
B2, just to make a comment, I think we need to acknowledge that. I'm sorry that I'm not
That's all
ready.
right.
was
I know
waiting for
usually
everyone
I go
else to
that way,
do
but
it.
I felt like I should acknowledge you once in a while.
Thank you.
I love you, but no. Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item
All right, Councilwoman Jordan. All right, Councilmember Reese. Councilwoman Breckus.
B7 and B9.
7 and B9, and I'm going to pull item B8. Okay, with that being said, may I get a motion on consent items? I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, I'm going to send it back to you, Councilwoman Weber, for item B2.
Do we take a vote on the rest or no?
We did.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing. Okay, on B2, I just wanted to ask if someone could, and it could be me, that we acknowledge this whole acceptance of the grant and the Department of Veterans Affairs for the grants. I think we've had the presentation, I believe, earlier, but I just think it was important to acknowledge it.
Yeah, that was very nice.
Thank you, and maybe.
Thank you so
maybe
much.
Jamie could comment on that?
Go right ahead.
Sure. Jamie Schroeder, Interim Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. Thank you for acknowledging the work that our staff does in our Inclusion and Adaptive Division. So this grant is funding that will be used for our disabled veterans in order to participate in our Fit But Not Forgotten program. So that program, the veterans will sign up for it. It is free, and they will get training on how to properly use fitness equipment, and then they come and work out at Evelyn Mount Northeast Community Center. And then they're also eligible to use our pools and take other classes for free. The other program that this funding will go towards is the Military to the Mountains program, and that is a select group in which we'll provide workouts for them. And these veterans will they usually have some sort of an injury, so it's a traumatic brain injury or a spinal cord injury, or they've lost a limb. And what we do is we are able to teach them how to strengthen the certain muscle groups that they need, and then we will take them up to the mountains and we teach them how to ski. So thank you very much.
Cool, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, give me a motion. All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, at this time, I think we are going down to Councilwoman Breckus, B7. Dewar. Oh, is that you? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I skipped you. Go ahead, B4.
Before, if Mr. Flansburgh could come up, and if we could take these items together. I think it's really important that we acknowledge the steps that the city of Reno is taking to help address the issues out at Swan Lake. These two items are to move forward with the Swan Lake dewatering project. Some questions were raised, and I just wanted to give Mr. Flansburgh an opportunity to just talk a little bit about the project, and then I'll be prepared to move.
Thank you. For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. These two items refer to the Swan Lake Dewatering Irrigation Project, which you approved. And when you approved that, it was for contracts. Unfortunately, there was some specific language in the item that was to the contract statutes. And one of these is a consultant agreement, which is in a different statute. So there was a little bit of technicality. It's still within the $3 million that was proposed. We have a contractor for the pipeline. We currently have a request for proposals out on the street for the farming proposal, and we expect to get that back soon. And we have had some interest. There was at least 3 interested parties to begin with, and hopefully we'll even get more. Again, the purpose of this project is to pump the water from the lake up to a crop, put it into agriculture. We're going to be doing things like a requirement is to put soil probes in so we don't overwater. It's not our intention to overwater. It's like your lawn at home. You don't want to overwater your lawn. You want to make sure you're watering it to the right amount of depth. As far as the water quality is, I did share my card with the 2 individuals who spoke, and we'll make sure we get we'll share with them the reports, what they can expect, what we have, what is known in the water, talk about the testing protocols that we'll be putting into place, not just at the lake, but also at the end of the pipe, because obviously that's the most representative sample of what's going out there. And the intention would be to have this American Flat Site be into an agricultural mode for a while.
Okay. And then when do you think this will start?
So the pipeline project will be built fairly soon, but the actual watering wouldn't happen until, say, April, when you would start doing your normal irrigation season.
Okay, and I know that when we discussed this previously, we had a joint meeting with the county. There were a number of issues that came up about aerosoling the
Yes.
water. Could you just address that?
Yeah, so in our contract for the irrigation, the contract for the pipeline irrigation, it's actually irrigation pivots. So you know, normally what you would see large farming operations, you go out to UNR farms, you'll see where they have the sprinklers on the wheels. It's similar to that on a pivot, so it's normal. We're not aerosoling the water, we're just irrigating the water, and again, we're going to have probes so we don't over irrigate as well. So
And
it's,
last night, there was a question about.
and we're
what-
not flood irrigating. I want to make sure
Right.
that people understand.
There was a question about when we would be doing this irrigation. You said maybe start in April, and then when would you stop? And then how much water do you actually think it would take off the lake?
So typically you start, you know, and generally around April, you start ramping up, you know, May, June, July, August, obviously are your biggest irrigation months. September starts ramping back down, October, just depends on harvest, when you harvest and what kind of crop it's going to be when you actually would stop watering. And generally what we would expect to see is maybe 1,000, 1,100 acre feet of water at most would
Can
be.
you translate that into like a level for the rest of us?
About a foot of lake elevation. If you think that lake's about 9 feet in elevation at its peak, and so it'd be about a foot of that.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, thank you. So
She had to-
the statement in B4 says, we're working on these efforts that could lower the lake water. And that could make me a little uncertain, and it may be just more of a hypothetical could, or does it introduce, doubt is what I wanted to ask. So that made me think about, what does success look like on this project? What is the metric? And you believe that the metric is lowering it a foot in what time frame? Because you're
In that season, so that
next season.
what we generally see is the peak of the lake is in April.
Okay.
So the success is going to be, we have 3 years of evaporation curve, if you will, on the lakes. So success is going to be comparing those evaporation curves without pumping to the evaporation curve with pumping.
Okay. So I would like to look for something that helps us understand,
And that's exactly how I plan to present it to you, and we'll be giving you, we have those measurements on a weekly basis out, so we're getting lake elevations on a weekly basis. When we provide that information to show how success is, it'll show maybe what the hypothetical following one of these previous evaporation curves versus what we're actually seeing for lake level.
Okay, so we'll have some measurements and metrics, and then that could be counterbalanced, however, by increased plant capacity and use and stormwater runoff, correct? Would you be able to tease that out?
The question you asked is, could lower the lake level. What we never know is what the winter is going to bring.
Sure.
And that's the biggest component of water to the lake is the actual, depending on what kind of precipitation events we have.
Yeah, pumping of the plant and runoff. And then, is it because you said that the sprinkler project is working in the spring months?
Correct.
Then the shade, does that work in the winter months? Because the last time you were here, you said the shade would be working about this time. Is the shade active right now?
The shave is active.
Okay.
And so what we'll be sharing with you is a look at how much water cumulatively we have diverted from the Reno Stead plant to Tumworth through the Flow Shade project,
Okay.
which basically translates into how many millions of gallons of effluent that would have gone to Swan Lake had it not gone to Tumworth.
Okay.
And we'll be sharing that on a cumulative basis. And so the peak period of time on that will be, till April.
Okay.
And then it will flatten out during the summer months when we're irrigating, and then the winter times it will be a much greater amount.
Okay, and just in the time I have left, since you were last here, I had the occasion to walk through a sprinklered area of overflow of a semi-rural wastewater treatment plant. And so I've seen this use in a different setting. And my question, though, was somewhat followed up on the public commenter. Is this going to be water right out of the lake, or is it going to be right out of the treatment plant before it goes into the lake?
This will be right out of the lake. So we're directly pumping from the lake. That's how we're reducing the lake elevation. Recall that the wastewater treatment plant, we have very little water coming out of the plant to the lake during the summer months because we've already have irrigation customers and we're using it primarily for that. So this was to actually pump the lake and have a direct effect from the lake water going down.
That's where I'm having discomfort. Because I think we've gotten behind in understanding the lake, and I've heard concerns, the algae plumes, the other issues. And what certainty do you have to measure that lake as you put it through the sprinkler hose every single hour, every single day? Do you have that in place?
Yeah, so for testing protocol, obviously we have the information that we have from the tests that have been taken in the lake. We will also be testing the water coming out at the end of the pipe so that we have water samples that are representative of what's actually being sprayed as well as what's at the lake. Because you have to think about your hose is submersed into the lake, say 4 feet. So your intake is 4 feet below the surface,
Sure.
generally of where the water's coming in, at least at the elevation we'd anticipate it being at that point. So your water samples, when you take one, you got a water column, right? Some stuff floats, some stuff sinks. So it's really, it's somewhat representative, but what we actually are spraying out there and take those samples will be, actual representative. So we'll keep that information. We haven't seen heavy metals. We haven't seen some of the constituents that we've talked about, or that has been talked about. We're also going to make sure we have probes in at the soil on the top for the farming so we don't overwater, because it's not our intent to flood this ground so that we get percolation of as much water as we possibly can that will get down into some lower aquifer. We're just trying to keep the surface part wet and get the uptake from the plants.
It would just seem to me, and I know this is very complex science, that you want your sampling down at the bottom, you want it in real time when it's pulling out, because when you're on the spray end, you're dissipating it. And I'm also wondering if you have some component constituent measurements at which point you'll say, no, not spraying it, it's going to cause a problem. Have you gotten that far in your laboratory kind of understandings? And this is my last question, Madam Mayor.
Hold on one second. I just want to make sure. Any other questions from council members? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it back to you 2 more minutes and then give me a motion. Go ahead.
Can you answer that?
Yeah, the testing protocol, is it finalized, complete to say that on Tuesday and Friday we're going to take sample? No, I haven't got to that level of detail, but we haven't seen anything from the reports that are out there from all the water samples that have been taken to date. We have had numerous discussions with Nevada Department of Environmental Protection. We have secured the water rights. The testing protocol that we feel is prudent is to test both at the lake, continue the testing protocol at the lake, but also we think it's prudent that we do actual tests at the sprinkler end so that we understand and make sure that how those correlate. We don't expect that there's going to be a big amount of difference, but we do want to test to make sure we have that. If we see something going, some constituent, let's say, that comes in that would make us pause, we certainly would stop irrigating.
But do you have, and I'm sorry, I know I said this would be my last question, but do you or is the state agency, the Environmental Protection Agency, just like over at Tumworth, you can't put into the river at certain constituents, are they telling you also some constituent levels that you just can't spray off of? If you find this, I mean, is it that firm?
We will work with them to ensure that we have what constituent levels that would cause a concern to stop. Nothing that we've seen on any of the tests would lead us to believe that we're going to see any kind of test that's going to have those kind of levels.
Okay.
This is agricultural water.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not prepared to make a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll
It's not
make a
my
motion.
ward.
I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to move to approve item B4 and B5.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good job. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, next item pulled for discussion is B7 by Councilmember Breckus.
Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is an exciting project we've been working on. It's redoing our zoning code, which will help us grow the city in the way we want to and get our regulations in order. But I was surprised that this is a budget increase to the project, and it appeared to say that it was taking funds out of the street fund to do this. Did I read that correctly? In the fiscal implementation, yeah.
Sorry, Callie Wilsey for the record, Senior Management Analyst with Community Development. So a portion of this scope does include a portion of it being paid out of the street fund. The particular portion is we've been talking with Public Works about the need to make sure that whatever changes we make in Title 18 align with the sections of code that impact Public Works, as well as the Public Works Design Manual. What Public Works offered was they wanted to have Clarion do a review once all of the changes in Title 18 are done with those documents to outline where the conflicts would be based on those changes. It would not be a review of to change the other sections of code substantially in terms of content, but it would be looking at it to make sure that there are no conflicts and recommending where or highlighting where those were so changes could be made.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. This is a $66,000 budget augmentation to the scope of work. It's coming out of the general fund and the street fund. I haven't seen work come through for coming out of the street fund for work like this. I just wanted to register my resistance to that approach. The street fund is so stretched, so tight, even $50,000 can solve a neighborhood problem that I hear from Ward 1 residents all the time. And I put that that aren't getting fixed because of resources. And I put that in contrast to the Building Enterprise Fund that's sitting on about a $4 or $5 million fund balance. I think this whole scope of work should come out of the Building Enterprise Fund. It is growth related, and we have to protect and isolate those very stretched funds, and those are the general fund and the street fund. So I would just want to register that to you, Madam Manager, for the overall administration of some of our tight fund balances.
Okay, great
funds.
comments. Give me a motion, Councilwoman Breckus.
I'll move.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so.
But are you moving to
And
take it
no-
out of the
no other-
enterprise?
I'll go with the manager's recommendation at this point because that's what she's bringing forward. But I have registered my discontent with using these tight funds. They need to be protected at all costs to do their core services.
Because I think you have a lot of support for that.
And
Okay.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Would you like to make a motion to not?
Does staff have input on that question of whether or not this expense is eligible for the Building Enterprise Fund? Or attorney?
I did want to add one thing, Callie Fisher, for the record. So the increase in funds, so the project originally was budgeted when the original funds were provided for the project. This does not increase those funds beyond that, except for the street fund. So the original scope of work was below budget. And as a part of that original contract, we said we needed kind of an interim checkpoint to make sure that we had covered all of our bases. And so this extends it, and it's still under the original budget for the project. So I wanted to make note of that. In terms of eligibility for the Building Enterprise Fund, I would look to the attorney's office.
We'd have to look into it, meet with finance,
All right.
but we
so
can do that.
Can we continue that until we get an answer on that? Because I would agree with Councilwoman Breckus. There's quite a bit of money in there, and the other funds are stretched. So can we do that?
Well,
Can you? Councilwoman Breckus?
I don't want to slow the project down.
Okay.
And so I'd like to just make the motion. I think enough has been registered on the fund allocation. I've been bringing up that the Building Enterprise Fund, which is running a tremendously robust balance, is not coming to the table in the way it should be. If the attorney and the manager can look at that, that's great, but I don't want to hold up the project and the contract. So
Madam Mayor, if I may, how about we go ahead and proceed with this item today? And then that will allow time for the city attorney's office to do
All right,
some
we're
work.
good. Okay.
And then we can do it in a augmentation at a later date,
Sounds good.
perhaps.
Okay, I have a motion, and I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Good job.
Madam
Okay,
Mayor,
thank you so
item B8 as pulled by you.
Yes, thank you so much. All right. Every year I always sort of squawk at these pharmacy benefit managers. They make me crazy. So I want to know why are we changing? Give me a little background.
Well, there's probably couple of major reasons for the change. One is a little bit of dissatisfaction among the consortium members of the current PBM, Pharmacy Benefit Manager, and the second was a matter of cost.
Yes.
And I think it was about 2 years ago, the consortium shopped the market. The market's changing, and so we decided to shop the market again this year. And it resulted not only with a new provider that is going to hopefully provide us with better service and access to the information, but is also going to save us about $1.2 million.
Thank you so much. I am so appreciative. I brought that up 2 years ago. I was really squawking over it. Those PBMs are not in the best interest of us. So I want to say thank you so very much. Great job. Okay, good. I'm going to,
Quick question?
go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. On the same note, I happen to participate in the flexible spending plan, and I noticed in this particular year, very different from other years, that it's been very difficult to get the benefits paid at the pharmacy. It's like you have to send in separate receipts. It's much more awkward than it has been in previous years. And I don't know if this new pharmacy benefit manager might be able to work with that issue and address that.
Their technology, one of the reasons that Maxor was selected was because of their technology that the current provider didn't have and other providers didn't have. And so I'm hopeful that that will address the issues that you're experiencing.
Okay, and I think not just me, but probably a lot of people have a ton of extra paperwork this year as compared to other years.
Okay, thank you.
And again, $1.2 million in savings.
Yes.
Okay, good
That's
job.
anticipated. And how they did that was they took 6 months of our prescriptions that were through, I think it was 2018, ran it through their structure, and that produced on an annualized basis $1.2 million of savings.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Good job.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so we have a motion and a second. Do I have a, yeah? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good
Item
job.
B9 is pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
All right, back at you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yes, so this is a new, it's also related to the healthcare plans. It's a benefit of, I guess, like a consulting business that's going to help individual, covered individuals decide, think about routes they want to go with medical service. This ground rounds, I remember them, I think they were like a corporate relocation that came to us for a catalyst fund, one of those state economic development funds for a while. I think it looks like a great thing, but the contract was not attached. It was more their marketing materials. And sometimes we have contracts attached. I didn't see it on this. Is that true that the agreement, it's a 3-year agreement, it's $60,000, but I didn't.
Yeah, the contract was not attached. The only thing that was attached was a kind of a general description of the services that they provide.
Okay, and that's fine. I mean, I brought up before for uniformity. I think that the contracts always do need to be attached. Maybe joiners not, but because there's other things. But I just wanted to know, is there a provision in the contract that they don't get fees for their referrals from the providers that they're sending the referrals to, right? There's and I'd call that an anti-kickback provision.
No, that's not the nature of this business. We subscribe to their service, our employees access to service. It's largely a second opinion sort of venue.
Okay.
And then they act as a concierge in order to not only get that second opinion, but if additional treatment is needed, to match the employee with a quality area treater who is within their existing health insurance network.
Okay, I get the concierge concept. I just wanted to make sure that as they do the referrals, they don't have any business ties with those other providers.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, Okay. Well, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing that there are none, Councilwoman Breckus, give me a motion.
I'll move.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you so much, Mark.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are now transitioning to our public hearings. Item C11 and C12, Sierra Nevada Academy Charter School.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, Madam Clerk, we will now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. How about public comment?
We have none registered at this time.
Okay,
We're looking for a short presentation from staff.
fantastic.
Madam
Go
Mayor,
right
I'm
ahead.
prepared to move.
Okay. Any other staff members want to see a quick presentation? Seeing that there are none, I have a motion from Councilman Reese. I have a second from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Isn't that a wonderful short presentation that you just gave?
Thank you for that.
All right.
Madam Mayor, next item, C2, a public hearing for resolution implementing a final moratorium.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, correspondence was received, 1 letter in opposition, 5 letters in support, 2 letters of concern. Those have been lodged into the record and submitted to council for your review.
Okay, thank you so very much. How about public comment on this item?
We have none signed in on this item, Madam Mayor.
All right.
Madam Mayor, similarly move to adopt.
All right, thank you so much.
wait.
Any other presentations? Councilwoman Breckus?
I thought that they were, that when I read the staff report, it seems like the recommendation was, they were asking for some direction from us. I don't know if I read it differently than other folks. Who's the staff person for this?
Thank you. For the record, Angela Foos, Planning Manager. We do have 2 pieces to this resolution. One of them is asking for direction.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Would you like a short presentation from staff, Madam Mayor, at this time?
All right, go ahead.
All right, one moment while we get that uploaded. So to refresh your memory, from a month ago, September, we had the pending moratorium. For some reason, I'm not working.
I think you use the keyboard.
Which is
The clicker should work, but we need to confirm that there's an on switch, I believe, on the back bottom side. Very highly technical piece of
Perfect.
machinery.
Okay, there we go. From a month ago, we came to you and talked about a pending moratorium. And there were a couple things specific to this moratorium that was discussed. So I wanted to just remind you of what's in this moratorium. One is this is a 6-month moratorium, and it's specific to any new business license or any change in ownership. So this is not a moratorium on any existing business licenses. The other thing that was brought up is that you wanted this specific to the sale of cats and dogs. This is the retail sale of cats and dogs in a commercial establishment. Just wanted to make that very clear. And then the other thing that you asked for is some direction on providing alternatives for the existing business licenses that already are operating the retail sale of cats and dogs. So again, the final moratorium that's before you today is a 6-month moratorium. We'll come back before you sometime in the next 6 months with some changes to the code and then get some direction from you at that point. Because this is a resolution, I also wanted to acknowledge there's a couple things that are part of that resolution. One, it's specific to cats and dogs. No other animals are included. 2 is we do have this interlocal agreement with Sparks and Washoe County, and that is for regional animal services. We want to acknowledge that this resolution does not do anything to change that agreement. This honors that agreement. So we're not doing anything that goes outside of what regional animal services already does. This also exempts the donation of animals when they're coming from an animal shelter, a rescue, or a humane society or nonprofit organization. This also exempts breeders. And NRS defines breeders. The Regional Animal Services also defines breeders, so this is exempting specific breeders. The second piece again to this resolution is that we're asking for direction. What to do with the existing business licenses currently held by the City of Reno. We've provided 3 alternatives, and this is for your discussion, and you can choose to move forward with any one or combination of these. So for the existing business licenses, one suggestion is that we require a privileged business license. Right now, it's just a general business license for pet stores. A privileged business license does come before council. The second one is to require that they have a valid commercial animal welfare permit. The Regional Animal Services is in charge of this permit. The city is not. The current operations that have a business license within the city do not have this permit. So one of the alternatives that you can propose is that they have to come up to they have to provide a valid commercial animal welfare permit. Again, you won't have any involvement in that permit process. It's done through a separate agency, but that's an alternative that we can put in place. The third alternative is an outright ban. And that's not an outright ban on a business. It's just the ability for that business to commercially sell dogs and cats. So there's your 3 options. Again, you asked for that direction, so you can choose to provide new direction, or if you wanted to discuss this and provide some guidance to the city and how we move forward.
Okay, thank you so very much. Okay, Councilwoman Jordan, give me some comments.
Thank you very much. So I do have a question on alternative 1 and alternative 3. So requiring a privileged business license. So you're an existing owner, operator, and we vote on this today. So let's assume they got their regular business license 2 months ago. It got renewed, they have it. How does this work? Would that require an immediate authorization by this body to approve the privileged, or is there a period of time before that would even come to us for consideration?
Because it's not really defined at this point. This is adding a new, basically something new that's not in the books now. What would probably be and I may look to legal on this issue as well. Jonathan, you're shaking your head.
If I understand the question correctly, yeah, we would be implementing the ordinances that would turn it into a privileged license, and that at that point in time, it would come to you.
Okay, so even if they just got their new certificate, standard business license, and we adopt this today, they would have to come to us at the next regularly scheduled council meeting for the approval or denial of that privileged business license. They don't have a period of time that their old license has to expire before the new privilege would come before us.
Well, let me take a step back. Right now, we don't have a privileged license requirement, so you will need to pass an ordinance to make it a privileged license requirement. So at that point in time, we will know if there's anybody in the chute or if there's nobody in the chute, and then we can massage the ordinance to make it clear one way or another whether they, essentially, once you pass that, they'll have to come to you for that license.
That's what I was trying to figure out, if they had any grandfathered period, and that's what I was trying to find out on
And
their old license.
And at the point in time that you adopt that ordinance, you can make a decision about that, whether or not there's grandfathering or not.
Got it, okay, that was that question. Alternative 3, imposing a ban, kind of the same question. Is there any period of operation that they are granted legally before a ban would go into existence?
And the way the staff recommendation, or not recommendation, the way that it's written in the staff report is suggested that a 60-day ban, so that would go into effect 60 days from today, they would not be able to operate in the same manner that they do. And that you can change that 60 days. We looked at other jurisdictions. There's been about 6 other jurisdictions kind of nationwide that have done a ban within the last year or so. And we've seen it anywhere from effective 30 days from the date of today to 12 months from the date of what would be today. So that is at your discretion, but an outright ban, again, doesn't preclude that business from operating. It just precludes them from selling cats and dogs for commercial purposes at a commercial establishment for retail purposes.
Legal have any input on this one?
Yeah, from what we've seen, this is a new wave. This is a general trend that we see across the United States, people doing this. There's been some court cases Potentially, this is opening up the city for being sued.
What's new?
Yeah, right, and those court cases, they haven't really settled the issue, at least in this, in this circuit at this point. So there's some risk there, but, you have options.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from council members? Just really quickly, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Chomp, what oversight do we have? I guess on a privilege license, we would have more oversight, but really it's the animal control that goes in there and sort of kind of does these checks and balances, correct?
Animal control would regulate the sale of cats and dogs and any other live animals. So they would regulate that piece of it per the interlocal agreement. For the license division for the city of Reno, we would primarily the operations of the facilities. So we have about 14 pet stores. I don't call them pet stores, but they're really 14 commercial locations that are selling pet supplies.
Yeah.
And of course, we have the one selling live
And right now,
dogs and
we only
cats.
have one with cats and dogs,
Yeah,
correct?
and we have a couple that are selling other turtles,
Yeah.
rabbits,
Yeah.
those things. Yes,
But one specifically.
correct.
Okay. And one of the reasons we brought this up was a few years ago, we did shut down a couple of puppy stores, or maybe one, and then the one.
Yeah, and that was several years, I think, ago.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I could make this really easy, and I think a ban, like most cities are doing on the sale of cats and dogs, especially after we've seen sort of the operation. I think we kind of warned the industry. We were pretty clear. I remember Councilwoman Jordan, we were pretty clear on where we were going to pay attention to these businesses, and unfortunately, sort of proven that they're really distasteful,
Yeah,
to
and
put it lightly, right?
Correct.
So,
And I think
okay.
that the other challenge is there was a gap between the animal welfare permit, which has lots and lots of regulations for this type of business. They just didn't get there to get all of these permitted, and that's kind of one of the pushes that we would like to make is at a minimum, at least get those regional animal services to get those permits issued.
Thank you. And I just think the message of sending a very clear message, we won't condone animal cruelty in the
Absolutely.
city of Reno.
Yep.
So thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Michael. All right, Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
I think that the privilege thought concept is one in total that the council needs to have a global discussion on. We've added marijuana, I think that was right, but we've also been adding some conditions sometimes. What I think I think I suggested to our auditor also was, I think the privilege concept comes out of some state law, like the secondhand merchandise and for fencing and then other things. So I'm resistant to add a new privilege for any use. Think if we really want to work to do business and make business streamline or efficient, let's understand what a privilege license is, why we want to use it in an instrument when we and go globally. So that's just one thought I've had for a while. But second, Madam Mayor, is I think, and we all know the amortization that we talked about with the sex businesses. We didn't do that, but we all remember that concept. You get to exist for 5 years, made your investment-backed expectations, and then you're no longer in existence. That's an option. I don't know that I'd go with that option. Where I'm leaning was we grandfather in place those that exist, and any change of ownership or licensee, which sometimes happens, particularly with corporations, they get a new general manager, they're sold, bought, publicly traded company, not renewal. So that's the way I would go on this licensing issue.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much. I guess I have a question for Ms. Foose, and it might be directed at legal counsel. I understood that our vote today would be on the approval of the final resolution for the moratorium. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, but there is a subset of that which requires one of those alternatives, which I don't see in the resolution proper. So I guess I'm trying to understand, what am I voting on today when I vote on it? My intention is to seek an outright ban. I don't believe that it is an appropriate type of business for the sale of dogs and cats, and I don't want to see those in this community. And so that is where I am headed. But I'm trying to understand, how do I get to that point based on the documents that I have here in the staff report?
Does legal want to weigh in?
I believe, essentially you would pass the moratorium and you'd give that direction and it will come back as a code change.
Okay, and that's ultimately why I was initially very quick to say I move to approve, because I thought what we were doing today was just the moratorium, which is absolutely, I think, the right thing for us to do, and why I was quick to the trigger. The second piece about the staff direction, I think you're hearing some different thoughts. And so ultimately, so that the staff is hearing me, I support a ban.
All right, thank you so much, Councilman Reese. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I too support a ban with this effective 60 days from approval. I currently serve as chair of the Washoe County Animal Services Advisory Board. And this is the board that oversees the Washoe County Animal Services Group, who are in fact implementing this animal welfare permit. What may not be known is that some 300 organizations need to get the animal welfare permit. And that is a big workload for a very small staff to kind of work through. And that's why I'm not content to just rely on the animal welfare permit. Our shelters in every form, the county shelter, the one run for SPCA, the other humane organizations are overflowing. They are overflowing. There are many, many adoptable animals there. And I would like to see the focus go there. If the one operating business has animals remaining, puppies or cats, after 60 days, I'd like to see those handed over, any remaining animals, to the Humane Society, which partners with the Washoe County Animal Shelters or Animal Services. So I fully support alternative 3. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I do have a question. So the federal, does anybody have an update on the federal indictment process and where that is in the pipeline? Because that's important. Because my understanding is through any sort of guilty position on that, a license would be revoked anyway. So I'm trying to see what the timing on, does anybody have an update?
It is still an ongoing investigation, so nothing has been resolved one way or the other.
Does anybody have a timeline on?
Not at this time.
Okay. Here's my concern. We looked to what our options were with, as it related to a suspension of this business license in this interim time period. And I know that the animal welfare group, I couldn't get clarity on who was doing the investigation. Who did the investigation? Because the DA's office said the animal welfare group, but then animal welfare said no. And my concern is, if they're the oversight committee, something clearly has gone haywire to result in where we are now anyway.
And that I don't know. We have stayed out of that.
Okay. I would like to, if we can find any information out on what the status of that is. I too support a ban on the commercial sale on cats and dogs. So.
Okay.
Could I ask one, Madam Mayor, could I ask one?
Go ahead.
So a ban for this one business, do they do other things like sell pet food or something?
Well, they have a
do.
general business license for a pet store.
Okay.
So that gives them the ability to sell pet food, pet supplies, pet
Okay,
accessories.
okay. So they have other, in the zoning code classification world, there's a pet store and then there's general retail. And you're telling me that the sale of the ban, just to understand, would pull that out because it's not an allowed use, but they would still have a license for general retail.
And that would be when we come back sometime then, if you approve this final moratorium, that gives us 6 months to come back to you. And what we would do is propose some changes, most likely to Title 18, which is our zoning code, where we would specify what a pet store is and what the retail sale of cats and dogs in commercial establishments is. We don't have that separated. It's not defined as separate.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
So those
Okay.
are the kind of things that we
Okay.
could come back.
Yeah.
As part of this moratorium,
Okay.
everything would be put on hold, but we can come back and implement that.
Okay. Well, I support a ban under that. The grandfathering, I was thinking that it was an integrated license in operation. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you
Do
so
we have?
much. All right, Angela, do you feel like you have clear direction?
I do.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to you. Councilman Reese, give me a motion.
I move to adopt the final moratorium resolution.
All right, thank you
Second.
so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, at this time, our next item is item C3, public hearing for Bella Vista Ranch PUD. Should be noted, Madam Mayor, as was in the agenda approval, there has been a request to continue this item from the applicant. It is a public hearing, so council will need to open the item and then decide how they would like to proceed.
Okay, and then I'm going to ask everyone that is here in the gallery, will you please let Madam Clerk know what item you are here for? I know that many of you have very busy lives. I want to get you back to work and so that you don't have to sit here all day and we can bore you with our council. But, so please let her know, because I'd like to sort of take them, however many people you have in the audience.
Okay.
Okay?
And then, Madam Mayor, I would also ask legal at this time if there is an attorney-client briefing that is scheduled.
No, we don't have one scheduled.
Okay.
We don't, okay. And then I would say on a couple of Councilman Delgado's items, I am also going to wait for him to join us by telephone.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
So if that item is delayed, you know why. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, so we're going to open item, what did you say,
C3,
C3? Okay.
ordinance introduction for
All
Bella
right,
Vista
thank you.
Ranch PUD.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, we will open the public meeting. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item. We received correspondence, one letter in opposition, 2 letters of concern. Those have been lodged into the record and sent to council for review.
Okay, thank you so much. Any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we do have public comment on this item. I would ask if council would like to hear that regardless of your vote on continuance or not.
Yes, I would like to.
Okay, we have public comment from Kimberly Rodemeyer, followed by Terry Thomas.
Okay, come on up.
I'm going to wing it because I thought the item was being continued and I didn't prepare anything. Again, the Upper Southeast Communities Coalition is very concerned about the mercury. The applicant did go out and do some grid testing. And the grid in the application or the agenda packet seemed pretty complete. However, according to that packet, their idea of mercury testing was to go out and scrape some soil off the surface. That is totally inadequate, and they did not provide the updated wetlands delineation map that was requested at the meeting that it was continued from before. So there was no new wetlands delineation map to make sure that they're not in the wetlands. And their mercury testing, while the grid seemed very comprehensive, it just did some surface testing, which was completely inadequate. That's all I have right now. So if the item is going to be continued, I would hope that maybe you guys could ask them to revisit those 2 issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Terry Thomas, followed by Tracy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Terry Thomas for the record. I live in the East Side subdivision, which is an unincorporated enclave of Washoe County at the entrance to Hidden Valley on Pembroke, just off Pembroke. My neighbors and I are very concerned about the mercury issue. Even as we speak, I have a water sample from my well up at the Nevada State Laboratory for testing for mercury. It is sort of amazing to me that I had a $100 panel done on my well water in June, which tested everything but mercury. Apparently, one has to know to check a little box on the front page in order to get that done, which is what I did today. At any rate, that is of major concern to those of us who live in the East Side subdivision, as is flooding concerns. I understand that at the moment, this project may or may not be in the critical floodplain, but I am going to bet that as soon as the FEMA maps are redrawn, it will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Tracy Wilson, followed by Valerie Truce.
Good afternoon.
I love your shirt, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Does everyone like, what does that mean?
It's an American Wild Horse campaign
Yeah.
shirt.
Well,
Wild
no,
horses.
I know, but most people are like, what does that mean?
Stay wild.
I love it. All right,
We
go
can
ahead.
interpret it anyway.
I love it.
Okay, so I know that they're asking for continuance. I am in full support of that. We are not quite there with the alternative water that we requested for the wild horses in the area. I saw their proposal that was attached to this agenda and had some issues with it. I sent a letter out to them on Sunday night. They've already come back with one little change in that, but I think agree that we still have some more work to do. That proposal contained one stock tank to start with, another later. This is something that I've addressed before. This has to be an all or nothing. We can't do this in phases because the horses aren't going to hang back in phases waiting for water. And it's also a question of the number of water sources. One is not enough for 375 horses. They currently are drinking out of water that looks like this, if we can use the overhead. There's about 4,000 linear feet of water that they're accessing. To replace that with one 12-foot stock tank is not going to work. It's simply just not feasible. And this again is the meadow area. Here's what we're looking at. This dark line right here that I've highlighted is where they're currently drinking. This was the initial proposed tank. This one to come in later. We've already addressed, like I said, I've already gotten a letter back for some change on that. But we're just not there yet. I did have a meeting with RTC on Monday. I also met with one of their people in the field this morning, looking at some fencing area we might be able to open up to allow horses access to the stream. That is not a done deal yet. To give you an idea what I'm talking about, that 12-foot stock tank, each one of those X's represents a horse that needs to access water. So, you know, I'm in support of the continuance that they're asking for. There's some other concerns with the proposal, the use of the word interim. That's provisional or temporary. These can't be temporary. There's also some financial responsibility going on to an HOA of a development that has yet to be heard yet today. It's not yet even approved. And then there's another issue on some wording that says, should another better located and accessible water source be created in the future, this water source shall be retired. And that wording, that verbiage is completely unacceptable in that it's way too vague. It allows some just personal interpretation of what's adequate by somebody who may or may not know anything about horses. You know, the only thing that we can see that would require those to be retired would be development directly to the east that blocks access to them. Short of that, there really isn't a good reason to retire those water sources once they're put in. And then lastly, that we'd like to see a specific outline for how these tanks would be maintained. It's important because failure in the middle of summer, in the middle of a heat wave on a Friday that doesn't get addressed till a Monday could have catastrophic results, something that none of us want to see. So just, I'm totally in support of the continuance so that we can work out some of these details to a better degree.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item. I would like to update the record noting that we received 2 comments in opposition.
All right, thank you so much. Vice Mayor Dewar, just want to, since you're our animal welfare
Yeah.
representative, you are following this closely.
I am following it closely, and I just wanted to bring the council's attention to a couple of things. I have had a chance to meet with the developer, I've had a chance to meet with RTC, and I've had a chance to meet with the Wild Horse Advocates. It was brought to my attention that in 2014, your predecessor, Mayor Cashel, signed a proclamation that established, and this is just in 2014, established support for the development of wild horse and burro-related ecotourism in northern Nevada. I think a couple of you were serving. You brought it forward. He signed it. One of the ideas that I proposed to the developer that I'd like to be explored during this interim period is that there are wetlands right where the horses drink today that the developer plans to retain and maintain, and that be considered either in conjunction with or in lieu of the stock tanks, so that that wetland area or that water source where they're already drinking could be part of this ecotourism issue. And I think with proper fencing and access for the horses to get down there, it could be a real amenity to this area versus creating a whole separate park right near there that I don't think would get the kind of use or attention that this would. So I would like to ask staff, if this is continued, that they actually explore this, meet with the Corps of Engineers, see if that's a possible alternative. And then finally, I did meet with RTC. When they say about 400 horses, if you can change your thought process just in this one instance to think about 400 cattle, you could not water 400 cattle out of 1 or 2 tanks. The concern was brought up about the summer. There's concern in the winter about the cattle tanks freezing. There's concern about them being shot and the water draining. There's concern about them filling. So in other words, this is a human-made support system that has to be taken care of for not just now or next year and not just the rest of our lives, but the rest of, the next couple hundred years until a change occurred. So I would recommend, that we look at a natural way, to either in conjunction or as a support to a tank system. So I'd ask staff to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to send it back to any other comments on the record for this, seeing that there are none. Oh, Councilwoman Breckus?
Yes, thank you. I spent about 2 hours on this week and about 2 hours last time, and I'm sure when it comes again, I'll have to spend another 2 hours again because, as time spreads, when these continuance mount, you have to get your head back into it, and this is a difficult one. I just want to clarify 2 things. First of all, Reno Municipal Code 1806-205 A4 talks about postponements. And this is a request by the applicant to postpone, but it says any stage of the review process, any application which is postponed more than twice by the applicant will become invalid. After I ask my next question, I just want confirmation from staff that this is the first postponement, and it is the first, it has been asked by the developer, the applicant. We postponed it ourselves last time, and I guess there weren't any postponements down at the Planning Commission, but I think we need to keep light of, on top of these, particularly when they pose problems of, questions not being resolved when the applications are submitted. I was on the council when this was approved initially. I need to go back and review that record a little bit more, but I am increasingly starting to think that if someone has an entitlement for one of these PUDs and they don't get there on that entitlement, I think then it's a start over. And I think one of the commenters in the public record said, I bought in knowing this was coming next. It's not here. I don't think there's a right to change and amend it. And that's my true reading of the statute also, for the Plan Unit Development Statute. And I would like to have a reading from staff to understand what the analysis is of people who buy property outside of a planned community that has the approval on, what reliance they have on that, because I see that they do have reliance. And my second issue is one of concern related to marching up the hillside. We've seen just from 2014, 2015 to today, the serious ramifications of fire in the West. And each of these sets up more properties up the hill in the fire danger zone. So I look at these requests and amendments of density up in the upper reaches of the valley, along canyon areas, differently than I did 4 years ago. And I think we all should be. And I think our staff analysis should also be reflecting that. I'm also troubled in learning more about this horse issue, which I don't think can be solved by any one development project. It may be so encompassing because of the way they roam that we need a wildlife management plan that is consistent up to the county line. And I think we might be doing a disservice to that resource if we think we can solve it on one development at a time. And my last point that I really want to understand is this is 77 acres and about half is going to be wetlands to be maintained by the development. I'd like to understand if on that residential unit to per capita, if there is a precedent in the valley for private maintenance on each residential unit for this much wetlands. And I'll just say down in Damani Ranch, they have huge amount of wetlands to maintain privately by their HOAs, but they have a lot more homes to maintain that. And it's not like we don't have experience of HOAs going belly up and leaving the bag to the city of Reno. That was the Double Diamond one. So I'm very concerned that this, may not be the economic ability. There are the hidden costs of this development because they'll be maintaining wetlands about half the planned community in size for in perpetuity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to you, Councilman Reese, for a motion. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, based off of those in the audience, I would recommend that council move to item D7 and then take item D12, and then I would recommend that council takes a break as you have been here for 3 hours going into these items.
All right, and then when we come back, I'd like to hear items, I think it's D4, D5, and D6. Okay?
Okay. At this time, Madam Mayor, this is a presentation, item D7, National Bowling Stadium Business Reactivation and Reno Event Center Business Update, presented by ASM Global.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Good afternoon, I guess it is now. Good afternoon to you all. For the record, I'm Michael Day. I am the general manager for ASM Global Reno. Very, very proud to call Reno my home now, after being my favorite family vacation destination for so many years, and very proud to represent you in managing the National Bowling Stadium and the Reno Event Center here downtown. If I may, just to start off, just to share with the council just a little bit of news. On October 1st of this month, SMG, the gold standard of facility management, combined and merged with AEG Facilities. We are now ASM Global. It's been a very seamless marriage, if you will, at the top. Our new So I got to forward this. There we are. Our new president, Bob Newman, and his senior management team all came up through SMG, so it's been a very smooth transition there at the top. Nothing really changes at the facility level, other than the fact we're a larger resource, more experienced people to draw from as we manage the facilities on your behalf. There's the numbers of ASM Global, and our new logo, our tagline here is Imagine the Experience. And our brand promise reflects the power of our expertise and the creativity to create amazing experiences for customer partners and our guests. So ASM Global and SMG is the company contracted by the RSCVA to manage these facilities for you. And what I wanted to do this afternoon is just share with you a brief update on the Reno Event Center and on the National Bowling Stadium. And first, for the Reno Event Center, we have this year budgeted for 17 shows. Typically, the facility has about 15 to 17 ticketed concerts every year, and we've already confirmed 21 for this fiscal year. We are, this fiscal year, projected to turn a profit at the Reno Event Center. For last year, if you look at last fiscal year, we had 54 event days at the Reno Event Center. There's a highlight of some of the concerts that happened downtown. And on the community service, highlights some of just a handful of a few events that we think are very important that we were privileged to host: the Nevada Skills Competition, the Homeless Connect and Feed the Homeless, and the Vietnam Veterans Remembrance Day event were all hosted there, again, amongst the other 54 events. Moving forward, one of the things that we're going to be doing is introducing very soon here a new website that is dedicated to the facilities. It'll be much easier, I think, for our visitors and our patrons to see what's happening at the facilities. And so we have our hashtag #RockTheREC, which you'll hear a little bit more about, where we'll highlight some of the upcoming events. And so our community knows the different things that are happening here downtown. And what you see there in front of you is just a list of the concerts that we've contracted so far at the Reno Event Center. But the conversations go on daily as we continue to try to attract more promoters and more shows to the Reno Event Center. And the National Bowling Stadium. one of the things that always raises some eyebrows when I share with people, folks, is that for last fiscal year with the National Bowling Stadium essentially closed for almost half the year going through a major refurbishment, we still hosted 97 event days at the facility. And as some of those highlights, we wrapped up the women's championships and the senior championships for the USBC. We also hosted the International Gay Bowlers Organization tournament, as well as the Reno Asian Invitational Tournament, many other events as well. And on the community service side, we hosted the Special Olympics, the High Desert High School Bowling League, and the Junior Assembly Dance. But what we're really excited to share with you is moving forward, some of the things that we have planned moving forward. And one of those is opening up the Kingpin Club by Brunswick there on the ground level to the general public. So on the 16th, last Wednesday, we opened, and we're open now to the general public every Wednesday and Thursday evening from 5 to midnight. And one of the things that we're trying to focus on are our millennials and our students at the university. And so we are participating in the Muchu Bucks program, and we like to call it take a study break and roll like a kingpin. So we hope some of the students on Thursday nights, I'm told Thursday nights are like our Friday nights used to be. I guess there's not so many classes on Fridays as there used to be. And so that's their night out. So we're hoping that they'll come down and join us at the Kingpin Club. And then upstairs on level 4, the bowling stadium, they are almost complete with the major refurbishments that are happening up there. And then we have to do all the finishing touches. And so that's all projected to be done sometime before the end of the year. And then next year, we're now scheduling on January 15. We want to have our grand reopening of the bowling stadium. And we also want to introduce a new idea we have, and that's the first annual Kingpin Club Cup. And we hope to have hotel casino divisions where they can come on up and bowl in the lanes up in the bowling stadium and compete against each other, perhaps a media division. We may introduce some other divisions and make it a fun event as we reopen the bowling stadium and then hopefully create an annual event that we'll do every year. Also, important to note is the United States Bowling Congress, the 2020 Open, will run from March 21 until July 5. We are projecting over 50,000 bowlers for the Bowling Open, and that's expected to be about 86,000 room nights for that event. And last but not least, we know some of our bowlers around town would love the opportunity to come up and get a chance to roll those lanes in the bowling stadium. And so next year, once the Bowling Congress has wrapped up, for the holidays, we plan on opening up the stadium, inviting all of our bowlers down. We want to have some family-friendly nights for Halloween, 4th of July, some of those events where some of our community bowlers might like to get out of the house and come down and finally get a chance to bowl those lanes up at the bowling stadium. So that is my brief update on the facilities. We want you, the council, and all of our community to be proud of these 2 facilities, and we look forward to hosting them. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Is Mr. DeLone here? No, he let you come and do this all on your own.
I know,
huh?
isn't that shocking?
All right, I'm going to open it up for questions from our council. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you for being here. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting yet. I have a couple of questions. Number one, the concerts that you've identified in the report, from Tyler, the Creator, to, I guess, Toby Mac, how do those come to be here in Reno? Who is subsidizing those, or how do you get the talent here?
Right. So the process is generally that a promoter will, if you will, take the risk. They'll buy the show, and then they shop around all the different communities where they may want to tour and stop the show. So we are always talking and entertaining to the promoters, and we're trying to sell Reno, we're trying to sell the Reno Event Center to try to attract them to bring their show here.
Well, I guess that's not really my question. I'm trying to understand something. Does the Row get these people to come here? Or
The
do
Row
you get
is
the Row,
very
these people
active.
to get
Yep,
come
the
here?
Row is very active in bringing shows to they're a partner of ours to bring shows to the Reno Event Center. Very, very active. But we do talk to all promoters who are touring shows.
So which one of these shows are you responsible for bringing to Reno?
Jerry Seinfeld, it was just last weekend. That was one of the row shows. The Globetrotters, the Young Thug, the Sesame Street, Grasshopper is also one of the row shows. PJ Masks is actually one of our internal shows that ASM Global is touring
So
the
so
U.S.
far, you're saying to me that you are responsible, ASM or whatever the new global name is, for bringing PJ Masks to Reno.
Yes, but all of those are independent promoters who we are attracting. In terms of PJ Masks, that's just one that ASM Global has specifically invested money in to bring around to different
And
facilities.
forgive me for my lack of knowledge. I'm sort of the new kid on the block. I sit on the board that oversees the funding mechanisms to repair the bowling stadium. I am struggling with understanding what role you all have or what you bring to the table to make these buildings successful. That's really where I'm going with this conversation. I don't want you to claim the credit for what the Row does. The Row is an incredible community partner. They have been here a long time. They seem to be growing and doing different things, and they partner with us on a lot of things. And so I'm trying to figure out what benefit does the city receive from your management of this facility. And so far, you've told me that that's to get PJ Masks to be here, and that you have proposals for future uses of the Brunswick Club and some of the things, which should have happened years ago. I don't think you get to take credit for something that Councilwoman Jordan has been asking for like 5 or 6 years. So help me understand what value do we get out of the relationship?
Sure. Yeah, happy to, Councilman. So these conversations happen globally. We have our vice presidents of entertainment who have personal connections with many of these entertainers and these promoters, and they are constantly pushing them to, encouraging them to come to Reno. So these conversations are also happening on a national basis as well. One of the things I would point out that we do is we are raising the bar in terms of our services that we provide to our clients and to those promoters. When they come to town, they have a sense of confidence that we will take care of them because they go to many of our facilities around the nation, and that we will honor their business agreements. But we are also consolidating our expenses. And case in point, this coming fiscal year, we expect the Reno Event Center to turn a profit. I'm not sure what's the last year that happened, but I'm told that it's been many years since that has happened.
Okay.
Well, again, I'm not sure it's answered my question fundamentally. It's something that I'm going to have to dig into a little bit more. But at the end of the day, what I want you to hear from me, because this is our first opportunity to interact, is that we have some facilities that are important assets of our city that I observe to be underutilized. There just aren't enough activation of them, and I'm asking your company to activate them further. Please don't rely upon the work that the other entities in our community are doing to bring people here, but show me that you are going to be a good partner with this community so that these buildings are turning a profit. Obviously, that's an important thing, but more importantly, that we're utilizing the resource which we have, which I've seen the financials. It does not look pretty. I want to see that change, and if you're going to be a part of that going forward, I will have to see change be available so that we have that conversation and we have metrics to measure it from.
Sure. And if I may, the value when you look at public facilities around the nation, the business that happens inside the four walls is not necessarily the reflection of the true value of those buildings. These buildings have a direct and an indirect economic impact that is often measured in the tens of millions in the jobs that it creates, the taxes that it generates, the hotel room nights, the restaurants, rental cars, all of that economic impact. It's not uncommon, and it's in fact the majority of the time when you look at facilities around the nation that inside their four walls, they may not turn a profit, but the value is measured in that direct and indirect economic impact outside those walls.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to cut you off, Councilman. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. So obviously, there's some exciting things that looks like on the go forward on a couple of fronts. My question is this: with regards to opening up the Kingpin Club to the public, and in particular to attracting our university population, Tell me about the work you've done with regards to the Downtown Reno Partnership and the university student body as it relates to opening those facilities.
Yeah, so we have joined the Muchu Bucks program.
What is that?
The Muchu Bucks program, I believe that's a tracking program that all of the students on campus get, so they get discounts at certain businesses around town, and it tracks their participation. And that's our understanding is that's a great way to get in front of all of the students. And then we have a street program that is out there pushing brochures and putting up flyers and spreading the word that the facility is open on Wednesdays and Thursdays as well.
So when did you start that? And tell me about your work with the Downtown Reno Partnership.
Yeah, don't have direct work with them other than the fact that they're in and out of the facility. They're always around the facility, helping to keep the homeless population away from the busy areas, if you will. I think they do a tremendous job. We don't have a direct impact or a relationship with them.
Can you tell me what
Sure.
the collateral with regards to the public opening in the university night, when did that start
Yeah,
going
it
out?
started, I think, about 2 weeks ago now. So we have the street team that has all the flyers out. We've highlighted on our social media. All of our social media platforms have been pushing it. I did a radio interview to share with everybody that it's open. We put some new signage up on the building, which you will see. So we're trying to get the word out the best we can.
Okay, so while I appreciate the efforts, I'm a little concerned that this has been something that this body, in particular I have, as a representative of downtown Reno, as it being my ward, that 2 weeks ago, I'm going to suspect when you knew it was going to hit this agenda, that this was going to be a question that was asked, and then all of a sudden this hits. The fact that you've not met with the downtown organization on economic development about the importance of this concerns me. I would like to know more about your marketing plan for the opening to the public. This is the first time hearing about it, but it opened a week ago, a few days ago?
Last Wednesday.
That's concerning because that is huge in our community. The fact that we are opening this facility to the public is something we've wanted for decades. And the fact that it started to get talked about 2 weeks ago, or the information went out, feels, you can imagine sitting here, feels a little bit like you were prepping for this meeting.
Yeah.
So just that's, maybe I'm wrong, but given that I spoke at length with great passion a year ago, and the year before that, and the year before that, and the year before that on this, I'm a little bit concerned about the timing.
Sure.
So I want it to be successful. I want our students and the public to be able to enjoy these facilities, but they have to be able to, it has to be successful. And I don't want it to be, I don't want the balloon to fall flat because you didn't launch it in a massive way that our community deserves and wants.
Sure. If I may, I'll be happy to share the marketing plan with you and send that to you. I will say that we have a short window here that we can operate it because once USBC comes in, they will take over that space as well. So we wanted to get it open very quickly. So those two
But I
things
brought
kind
it up 12 months ago.
yeah.
That's a problem. So I appreciate the efforts now, but imagine what we could have been enjoying if it had been given appropriate attention and efforts 11 months ago.
Yeah. Comments well noted, and I agree.
Councilman Reese, and then I'm going to ask other council if they have any questions, and then I'll weigh in. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Sure. I guess I want to sort of close the gap on what the thought process are. And by doing so, I reveal a little bit of what this body goes through. So when this hit my desk as a presentation today, I just did not have any context because I didn't understand. There was no staff report with it because it is a presentation. And so then I have to go out and figure out, why is this in my binder, right? And so I go through it and I look at it, and that is why you're hearing, I guess, some it's not that we want to get you here and put you in front of a firing squad, although it may feel like that today. It's that when you appear here and we have to spend the time going through it, we want to know what the reasons are for it, why we're doing it, what are we talking about. And ultimately, we've got a bunch of things going on. We're trying to revitalize downtown. You've got the student housing that has come downtown. You have new student housing being built downtown. You have the P3 group that is looking at trying to figure out and activate our city center. So you have concerns are global. You are one piece of it, and I want you to understand we need more interaction with ASM Global than we've had before. That means giving us the knowledge we need to understand what our partnership with you is, because at the end of the day, if all you can do is bring PJ Masks to Reno for us, we will just simply turn over the handling of this facility to someone else. Either we would do it in-house, we'd ask the road to do it, we'd get Phil here to talk to us about other options, and I'm trying to forestall that by saying to you, we need more than what you are giving us today. And really, again, our mayor has made a very important commitment to the downtown community, and I'm here to support that commitment. And this is one of the cornerstones of that, these facilities. And so in order for me to best support our mayor's vision for downtown, I need to understand your role in it. And that's ultimately what I'm telling you today. The presentation was fine. It just doesn't, it leaves me wanting for what the real underlying issues are.
Sure. Comments well taken, and this is my first opportunity. I've been looking forward to getting a chance to appear in front of you, and happy to share more information. And certainly, I don't want to underscore the influence that SMG and now ASM Global has taken. Getting professional bull riding here was something, and Dirks Bentley and some of those concerts. There's 5 or 6 shows, concerts that have already happened that our corporate office got on the phone and pushed that and closed that to come to the REC. So I don't want to overshadow that it was just PJ Masks. That's just one show that they have actually, if you will, bought a number of shows and specifically brought here for us.
Yeah. Okay, any other council members have any questions? No, seeing that there are none. Okay, I'm gonna just kind of help
Thank
you
you,
out
Madam.
here. No,
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you out just a little bit here, okay? So the council should know that when SMG came in, I was incredibly skeptical and critical, and I voted no. And Mr. Day actually is sort of new, well, not new with SMG, but new to Reno with SMG. And so he kind of came in sort of picking up some mess that was created in the beginning of this. I think this council knows very well that I've been very outspoken on that board, and I'm glad that you're here today, that you can see that I have the support of the rest of the council whenever I come to the RCVA and express those opinions. And I know that a lot of times, I'm usually the only no vote over there, and I understand that. But I really believe that unfortunately downtown has been overlooked, and for so long, Councilwoman Jordan especially has been such a huge advocate of downtown. And so when I am there, I'm always trying to be very cognizant of the rest of the council and the downtown and so forth. And now that you're here, I think you've heard some feedback of some concerns and also some areas that you could really, really work on. I think we've had a tremendous opportunity and really missed the boat. Really missed the boat. But I'm also a little disappointed that Phil's not here because I've expressed that to him. He knows that. And we really had an opportunity to do some really dynamic things. So I apologize that now you've sort of walked into, this, uncomfortable situation. But I appreciate you. You've, been very easy to work with. You've always had your door open and accessible. And so I want to say thank you, but I also think it would be important that you do express this with everyone else that you're working with, and also with the RCVA and Phil whenever you go back, because a lot of times I don't think that you understand, or you, but in general, why whenever I get to the board that I am so vocal about what's happening, because I really believe we are missing the boat. And I do want to say thank you so much to the Row and everyone that are doing their part to bring in these wonderful events to downtown. It is really changing, but there's so much more we can do. And I apologize that you're sort of walking into this situation that you've had to clean up. And as you know, I was not supportive of SMG and the process and how that went down. I think it was really unfortunate. But that's all water under the bridge. We are here now. And bottom line, let's keep rooting for Reno, making it better. And I really appreciate your time today.
Well, thank you for those comments, Mayor. And I will say it's really important to us. And I can say from the previous facilities, my previous city that I was in. First of all, this is where I really do vacation with my family, so I love being here. But there is more focus and attention on Reno, far more here than I ever had before. So it's important to SMG, now ASM as well. We're proud to be here, and this is a starting point that we want to have better communication, and we want everybody to be proud of these facilities, and we want to grow them and make them a great place for our community to enjoy.
Okay.
And again, I think Rick is here from the row as well, and they're great partners of ours. He can certainly speak on behalf of that. I know Phil was meaning to be here. I was trying to keep him updated on the schedule, and we kind of jumped ahead, and I think that caught him off guard a little bit.
Thank you so much. And I do want to say, Mr. Murdoch, if it wasn't for you, I don't think we would have any of these events. You need to know that you have been a critical part in really doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So thank you very much. Anyway, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Let
you.
Phil know some of our comments.
Madam Mayor, I do have public comment on this item if you'd like to take it.
Yes, I'd love to.
Rick Murdoch would like to speak.
Oh, come on up, Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you very much. Hello, Council, Madam Mayor. Thank you for letting me speak. Couple good things. I think we got to talk about what's going on really. And last year in 19, the road did approximately about 14 events in the event center that we funded and totally were responsible for. So that's important, I think. And to Michael's point, who saw Seinfeld? If you saw him, he was fantastic, and it sold out. What a great show! Hall & Oates was fantastic.
Raise your hand.
Yeah, it was.
Did anyone in here see Seinfeld?
Yeah, it was. Somebody saw it because it sold out. Anyway,
I heard it was great.
the couple other things is interesting, and I did some research for everybody. The women came. The women bowlers. I want to talk a little bit about just some stuff real quick. Women bowlers came in 2018. They were up 20%, 36,000 room nights, $42 million economic impact to the region, airlines, everything. The men, and Mike brought it up, were here in 2016, and they did 87,000 room nights and 71 million economic impact. He's correct. They're going to be over 50,000. The economic impact, there'll be more than 87,000 room nights, and there'll be more than 71 million in economic impact in this 2020, thanks to the men bowlers, the open, because there's more women bowling in the men's leagues now, so it's called open. So we got to be correct, because you can all bowl in them open if you want. So that's really cool. One other thing that's really important, thank God to council, you got us to do the ice rink. Well, when you did that, Ice America came to me. We meet tomorrow at the REC. They have portable ice. And and I would never have known that if I hadn't been involved. Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan, for pushing the envelope, and Mike and Jessica helped a lot on this. But we found out that we can move ice anywhere. We can put ice in your front yard if you want and skate.
I love
so
it.
exciting. We meet tomorrow at 2:30 at the REC because the Row's interested in bringing in some old-timer hockey tournaments. You don't need the full-on hockey ice. You just need kind of a neat little, recreational type ice. And these pros or old-timers or whatever you want to call them, amateurs play hockey. So that's really exciting for us. And I wanted to count that out. And I said, let you know about that. The Kingpin Club is great. We've got all those students. And if you noticed, you got to be careful driving around the streets because they're walking everywhere. So it's been great to have the university and the students downtown. We have been, and I got to thank your city manager for helping us with some permitting to help move this along because the university was in a jam and we had to move some permits through to get these kids to be able to take care of them and secure them downtown. So thank you, city. Thank you very much. And we go downtown Reno. We're moving.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Really appreciate you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Mr. Murdoch, I just wanted to thank you too because I know I brought a nice concept to you for curling, and I think we introduced you to this portable ice concept. And I really thought it had great potential either for the event center or for outdoor or for down south. And it sounds like you've done further research and it might work. So, all right. Well, I appreciate that, but I wanted to thank you because you picked up the ball. So thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Madam Mayor, before we proceed to our next item, I would actually like to ask council if we can go back to item C3, which was the Bella Vista Ranch PUD. There was the request to continue. Council did make a continuation on this. However, we do not have a date and time certain. So I would be requesting that we have a motion to reconsider this item and then set your time and date certain, please, with the motion.
And before we do that, Councilwoman Jordan is going to weigh in on something else.
Thank you. The gentleman from ASM, before he leaves, a priority would, because I know you've got facilities that are empty. There's a lot of valuable space in the bowling stadium. Alex Statinsky with the Downtown Reno Partnership, I would like you to connect with him because I know that they work hard to keep some of the social element from impacting some businesses, but the more activated the business is, the less there is the social element. So it's a two-way street. So I think they're really reaching out on the economic development piece right now, and I think there could be definitely a mutual benefit there. So, thank you.
500.
With respect to the reconsideration, I believe that the motion should stand, and in that matter, the applicant makes a formal request to the planning department and for a date they'd like it to come up, and they have to notice it again, and the manager puts it on the 3-month calendar, and it just goes through the process. So I'm comfortable. I think it's a project that needs to go through that process with the motion standing.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
All right. So that's, then we're going to keep it that.
Okay, we'll keep
Wait.
it as is, and it will be renoticed at a future meeting. Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item D12. This is an exclusive negotiating agreement for 511 Coonsley Street and 455 East 2nd Street.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item at this time?
Madam Mayor, I have no public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, Bill Thomas, do you want to take it away?
Madam Mayor, what was the timing for our break?
Yeah. I believe we were going to do it right after this.
We're going to take a break right after this item, and then we will come back to items D456.
And when we say break, I believe attorney-client, correct? No.
They said no.
Okay, never mind.
So we'll just be looking for council break up to council's choice, 30, 45 minutes as you see fit.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
Madam Mayor, council members, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. This item is a request or response to a letter we received showing interest in purchasing the current Reno Police Station site, which is shown as the 2.12 acre site, in addition to the recently purchased parking lot, which is the 0.59 acre site. Right now, of course, both of those sites are being used for the Reno operations of the Reno Police Department. But with the recent purchase of 955 Coonsley, the old Reno Gazette Journal building, eventually we will be moving the police department from these two sites. So we are bringing forward to you a request from a private individual. He's here and can explain his company and his background, particularly in development of housing. A request for us to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement for a period of 60 days to allow Knowlton Development to see if there's any opportunity here for him to come forward with a housing project that the council would be willing to entertain and sell the property in exchange for. So in short, all we're doing is committing for 60 days that we will not entertain other people who might show interest in this property, to allow him to do his due diligence and see if there's any opportunity to turn this property into housing and to pay the city whatever amount that comes out of his due diligence. So
Okay.
that's what we're asking today.
Okay, thank you so much. Just one quick question. Has there been an appraisal done yet on this parcel? I don't believe there has, right?
There hasn't, and actually that would be the first step, is if the council approves this today, then we would move forward with ordering an appraisal, and Mr. Knowlton would be paying for that appraisal, because that is a key part of any sale of the city property. We would have to have an appraisal to establish the value.
Okay.
May I ask a question of Mr. Thomas also?
Go ahead.
So we received an unsolicited proposal from this gentleman we're going to hear from for 2 pieces of property that we own, and you're recommending that we hear from him and enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement for him to be the sole person to have the opportunity to acquire this property at a fair market value. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the idea behind it would be that ultimately we'd come back with a purchase and sale offer to the city if this council agrees to the terms, and then secondarily an economic development agreement, which would provide for the development of the property without going through a public bidding process.
Okay, because I guess through the purchase of the new site, the old newspaper building, the council has expressed intent to disinvest ourselves of these parcels, correct? That's your understanding. But you hadn't gotten to the point of...
Said that we laid out a program whereby we would sell our assets to help fund.
Okay, so he somehow heard that we were selling properties and was the first one in the door with a proposal.
I don't know if he heard about us selling it, but he was the first one in the door proposal.
Okay, we didn't advertise it. We didn't have a realtor listing them. Okay, and let me ask you another question: is this isn't on the redevelopment agenda today? So you're not the way we're disclosing under the law is very specified about how we how we sell property. And can you explain briefly the process that we're moving through on this? It's not redevelopment, even though this is in the redevelopment agency, District 1?
So yes, it is. And actually, I didn't check to see whether it's in 1 or 2. It's in one of the redevelopment areas. I can't remember which one. It is also, just by way of information, in an opportunity zone area.
Okay.
But the law requires that if we simply went out to sale, which would be the traditional way to get the highest amount of money we could get for the property, is we would get 2 appraisals, we would offer it for sale, we would see if anybody came forward with a proposal to buy it at or above the appraised value. And then much like we did on 265 Keystone, the council would make a decision whether they wanted to sell it for the highest value. And that would be one way of moving forward. The other way, which is the alternative that's been proposed here, but is not something council is suggesting to you accept because there's nothing for you to accept, would be an economic development agreement whereby they provide to you a justification under that part of the law why this is economic advantage to the city to allow a single person to buy the property and move forward with the development. In that particular case, and the most important difference is one of them, we're just selling it for the highest price, whatever we can get at the highest value. This is actually an economic development project that we move forward whereby a specific project is what we're selling it for. And that's the important difference between the 2 methods.
Okay, so legally, procedurally, we can do this, whoever walks in the door first can come first to the table and do... And we then can evaluate it under economic value. I just wanted to make that sure. And then we adopted in 2015 a property management policy and with priorities for sales, adjoiners, and that sort of things. Are we following those guidelines that we adopted back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. No further questions?
Did you want to hear from Mr.
Yes,
Nelson?
that would be great. Come on up.
Madam Mayor, council members, and staff, my name is Bill Knowlton. I am the principal of Knowlton Development based out of Salt Lake City. I am a 4th-generation real estate developer, and I have made my career in affordable housing. The majority of projects that I do are based on a 70 to 80% affordable housing rate and a 20 to 30% market rate. This is done using the federal low-income housing tax credit program and the 4% private activity bond program. Don't mean to take up too much of your time, especially before a break. This is the site which you're aware of. These are projects that I've developed with our family over the past 7 years. It encompasses over 1,000 affordable housing units. You look at them and you say, wow, is that really an affordable housing project? Yes, it is. You can look at the interiors, swimming pools, fitness facilities, et cetera. We believe that you need to make an affordable housing project marketable to market rate tenants as well, because there is great value in having a mixed income tenancy in your project. Therefore, we build a superior product to other affordable housing developers for that reason. Again, I'm a fourth generation. There's my 100-year-old grandfather who's still alive, my 74-year-old father, and myself. My great-grandfather owned the largest civil engineering firm between Denver and San Francisco. I grew up going to projects in Pahrump and Mesquite and Elko with my grandfather and my father doing projects. We have done over $150 million in affordable housing projects, and our intent for this parcel would be an affordable housing project for Reno in line with the mayor's 1,000 housing units in 120 days, and also to address, just like the rest of the country, the massive demand for affordable housing.
All right. Well, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay, so like it a lot. Okay, how many units do you think you could possibly put on that site?
Based on our initial massing and based on the rectilinear nature of this project, we foresee a structured parking garage, so 5 stories of concrete wrapped with 200 to 225 apartment units. Our intent is to reactivate the shoreline of the Truckee River as an amenity space for residents. And that's just based on high-level metrics, but around 200 to 225 units.
All right. Well, how'd you hear about us in Reno?
So 2 years ago, my friend Eric Jensen, who is your city revitalization manager and who was a prior economic development director in Vineyard, Utah, who we've worked with in the past, said, hey, Bill, you really ought to look at Reno. And so 2 years ago, I started coming to Reno. One of my partners is doing a 164-acre development up in Sparks. And frankly, I fell in love with it, and I fell in love with the economics. The growth demographics of Reno are unlike any other city in the country. Yes, there's Austin. Yes, there's other municipalities that are on the hockey stick trajectory, but nothing that is unique as Reno. You're going to have a 7% population growth in the next 5 years. That's almost 50,000 people. That's compelling to me. And these are high-paying jobs, skilled labor, and it's in the West, which I like.
Very cool. Why now?
I'm 41. I've got 4 kids.
2 years ago, we needed you. I don't like to mess around. Let's get going.
I apologize. I should have been here sooner. I like to do my due diligence before I jump into a market, especially when it's a market that I'm unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
I've spent a long time talking with property owners, with other developers, with home builders, with banks, with tax credit syndicators. So I can come to you with a proposal that not only makes sense for the city, but it has the economic feasibility to succeed. You may get people in here who say, I want to do affordable housing. What's their track record of performing? Mm-hmm. And we believe we can perform.
Yeah, and it's very difficult. I mean, as you know, not everyone can pull it off or just understand the dynamics of it and the tax credit side of it. So it can be very, very complex. And so, and there's very few people that do it. That's why, when people come here and we keep talking about this affordable housing crisis, I don't think people really understand how hard it is to get a project off the ground. It's really tight, especially in a market like this. So we absolutely need more people providing affordable housing and understanding the structure and how to do it. I think a lot of people are, now starting to say it because it sounds sexy and it's what the council wants to hear, but really understanding how to make it work and to get it off the ground is another story. So, well, kudos to you. Very nice meeting you.
You as well.
Council, do you have any questions for this gentleman? I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your interest here. I worked in the housing division down at the state, drafted the QAP one time, so I'm pretty familiar with low-income housing tax credit allocation programs.
So you're very patient with a lot of legalese.
Yeah, yes, I know the world, and I think that we do need some new subsidized housing developers in this region. We've lost a few, and we need some. However, I want to express concern, and I'm going to be bringing up that concern today when we go through a painful restructuring of our redevelopment agency. And one of the criticism of redevelopment agencies is that the deals that are made are often to connected, relationship-based people who get subsidies. And I think Mr. Jensen he's our redevelopment manager. He brings expertise, but when I hear that you know, you have this back relationship to Utah, and he suggested you come over here, and then you're coming in with a staff recommendation that we go straight to you on a very valuable piece of property. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable from our own property disposal parameters. It makes me uncomfortable with how we do subsidized housing in this region. The subsidized housing market with the subsidies he's asking for are very competitive. And I'm not so sure, or I believe that we should offer this land for others to come in with proposals. I think other people are not aware that you're coming in not only to get a piece of property, but then also to blend that with some of these other competitive tax credit allocations. It gives you a leg up, and we haven't advertised it broadly. That makes me concerned. We did a very fair property disposal process about 6 months ago on the the old transit station. I was very proud of this council because we have a lot of people walking in the door all the time wanting to buy property that we have, and I think we have to go through the proper steps to make sure that there's fairness out there in the marketplace for people who are interested in acquiring our properties. And Mr. Thomas mentioned 265 Keystone Avenue, but by the time we sold that, we had gone through the bidding process. So I'm uncomfortable the way that this is presented, and I think that your project at the end of the day would be a better scoped out project if you go through a competitive process of bidding to enter into this agreement. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council, if I may address the conflict of issue suggestion. And,
It wasn't a direct conflict. It was more of a relationship-based and knowledge
But isn't
pipeline.
that word of mouth? Like, I go to cities all the time and speak to developers and people doing exciting projects and say, hey, come to Reno. We really want to see you activating,
Yeah.
the work that you're doing in our city. So I think you have to
Yeah.
be very
Yeah.
careful
Yeah.
about that. It's really word of mouth. I mean,
I also
everywhere you
wanna-
look, people are writing about, what's happening here. So I think
I also want to make it very clear, I put in writing to City Manager Newby that I did not want Eric involved in this one iota. I did not even submit the letter of interest until I got in writing that he would be cordoned off for that very reason.
And
Not, because conflict of interest is a very loaded legal ethics context, and it relates to us and it relates to employees. I was not implying that. I was more making a case that it's not an open process, and it's one that comes to you just because you know someone at City Hall. But I didn't want to apply any impropriety on his behalf. Thank you.
Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I want to disagree with my colleague to the right. Everyone is always aware of development. This building is for sale, whether it's listed every day of the week, no matter what, because everything's for sale, right? And so I think it is incumbent upon us to say that people in this space, developers who are developing housing, are looking at communities all the time. Property everywhere can be made available. I just don't see that as an issue. At the end of the day, I'm inclined to support the exclusive negotiating opportunity because ultimately we're trying to leverage all the tools we have in the toolbox for creating affordable housing. And so some of the tools are ones that we don't use often, but ultimately anything that we do with the property is going to be done properly. It's going to be legally done. It's going to be with the tools that we have to use. And so I'm happy to say that someone is paying attention to what we have here, which is a great community. I believe that ultimately we're at this confluence of events that includes opportunity zones, which are an important part of this too. Our state just last week announced some affordable credit and programs that would potentially be layered here. Our mayor has supported and advanced a 1,000 doors in 120 days concept. And all of these things are critically massing so that developers who are not aware of what's going on in this community and they sleep on it, that's on them. I mean, brother, I appreciate you being here today. Go forth and do what you can if it is to be made to happen. There are opportunities here in this community, and I look forward to the world knowing that.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I was very excited when you came at the last meeting, your company, and offered yourself as a resource and offered your portfolio of the 1,000 doors, I'll call it, of affordable housing. So I'm glad to see you back. I'm curious about what level of affordable you are talking about. Since this would be an exclusive negotiating opportunity, what specifically are you talking about?
So historically in Utah, our projects have been a blended rate of 44% of the area median income, and in the industry that's called AMI.
Right.
Each state is going to vary based on tax credit pricing and how the scoring. It is a competitive process, and you have to score a certain amount of points in order to get the tax credit allocation. But it's going to hover between 44% to 51% AMI.
Okay. And would
now-
that be 100% of the units, or I worked with another developer in town, Reno Land, when they wanted to develop the Summit Apartments. And this was proposed and is, to my knowledge, the first and only mixed income property where we had approximately 75% market rate and 25% affordable, with the idea that sort of the same point you made, that the building would be built to certain standards. And this makes sense too, because when these tax credits or income expire, and then this project goes to the next level, there's opportunities for it to stay affordable, and then there's also opportunities for it to become market rate. And if you haven't built that infrastructure, it's hard to make that transition. So to my knowledge, at this point, we only have one. It's in my ward. I co-sponsored it. I wrote letters to the state to help get that funding. So is this a mixed, is that what you're proposing, partially market rate, partially affordable?
I'll give you the worst lawyer answer I can, and that's it depends.
Okay.
It depends on what the economics say.
Okay.
My preference is to do a blended rate, a mixed income approach. But again, it depends upon what the QAP says for next year, what
Okay.
the tax credit pricing is for next year, and how many points I can score based on certain elements.
And just a word, when you come back, or if we move forward with you and you come back, I know that this area is, I think, kind of pedestrian challenged. The road speed is kind of fast right there. It's a one-way road, one way, and then there's another one way coming the other way. And I would like to make sure that you address that with whatever you're proposing, even if it means a wider sidewalk or things like trees or benches, whatever it will take to slow down traffic in that general area. If you're going to have affordable housing and people need to walk, and they may be walking into town or wherever, to downtown or wherever, I also want to know would you be located relative to bus stops or other public transportation? Where would be a bus stop? Some of those kind of things is just how do people live there if we move forward with your proposal?
Right, and our focus has been on transit-oriented development, building within a third of a mile or less of mass transit, whether that be a light rail train system or a mass bus system. This site has 2 bus stops, one on Coonsley Avenue,
Right.
one on 2nd Street, that are contiguous to the property,
Yeah.
and we intend to activate those.
Yeah, so just think about the wider sidewalks, though.
Yes, yeah.
If you're going to be massing people, suddenly instead of 2 people at that bus stop, there's 20, because they're all catching that bus to go to work. There has to be enough, elbow room. But thank you for coming forward.
All right, thank you. Any other questions at this time? Seeing that they're not, I'm going to send it to you. Councilman Reese, you want to give me a motion?
Wait, Madam Mayor?
Oh, go ahead.
If I might
ahead.
just add one thing, just for clarification purposes, I did go back and look at the Public Safety Center presentation before City Council, and this property was specifically, these 2 properties were specifically called out in that presentation for sale with respect to funding the Public Safety Center. So I think the opportunity for selling this was clearly given to the public. But just so you know, I've also asked staff to notify for the 1,000 homes in 100 days, all of the open property, open land owners within the opportunity zones, that we do have this program so that they would understand that it's a short time window. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Reese, I'm going to send it to you since you're the at-large member.
I'll move to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute the exclusive negotiating agreement for a period of not more than 60 calendar days with Knowlton Development for the sale of 511 Coonsley and 455 East 2nd Street for the development of a housing project.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion because I don't believe that the process has been fair. I think there is room in this area for a new subsidized housing private developer, but I think that we have to put this in the context, particularly when he's talking about going through the QAP, probably maybe even home, that we have to put in the context of those established projects, and we're very much taking a detour from how we do it. For example, there may be developers out there right now who are buying land, making offers, trying to come in, and we'll be in competition with this project for, we only get enough tax credit for 50 units a year in northern Nevada. And so they may very well be in competition with them, and they are not being, so this could just put off kilter some of our other processes. And I think if we'd gone through an open process, then we could have said, look, we're going to sole select our QAP allocation and our home to this, and everyone has bid fairly. So I think this is going to have ramifications outside of this decision, and I think that it's not being sketched out what those could
I
be.
think this motion is really just for staff to go back, explore it, come back, and then the council weigh in. That doesn't mean we're going to go build,
Yeah.
and you're the, selected developer on this parcel. I know we have some media here today. I want you to know that, because it sounds like Councilwoman Breckus sort of is implying that, but that's not how it is. And I also think with affordable housing right now, we can't wait any longer.
No.
There are too many people that are out there without housing, and I want to commend the council for, and especially for you coming in to say, hey, I want to build it and fill a need. But I also understand, there's other processes. We've done sort of 2 different types or 3 different types sometimes, but I think right now, whenever it's critical and it's affordable housing, council can't wait. These people can't wait that are, without places to live and that are homeless. So
If I could, I just,
anyway,
I just wanted to say, while I'm not able to support, because I think we should have gone through a different process, the ENA, I think, is going to have to grapple with, is the council going to go all in and go to the consortium and sole select? This is a QAP priority and a home priority, and let everyone else know who is putting a project together that this is where Reno's is, because that has come up before in the past as an issue at the consortium. Or are we just going to claw this back if he doesn't get the QAP allocation come May?
all right.
So,
why people are,
so those are contours for the ENA that I would think would be wise for discussion points. Thank you.
okay, thank you so much. Anyway, I want to commend staff for bringing this to us. I really, really appreciate it, because there are a lot of times people say, hey, I want to do this, and we never really, we don't even get to hear about it. So thank you, because obviously our staff knew that affordable housing is important to us. So, I want to make sure that we implement as fast as we can. So thank you so much. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All
I'm
those
opposed.
Motion carries. All right. We are going to take a break, and you definitely want us to take a break, otherwise council can be cranky. So when we come back, we will be hearing items D4, D5, and D6. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, would you like to take 30 minutes, or when would you like to reconvene? 2:30 we'll reconvene.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Which one? Naomi, they need to know. What's that? They need to know we mean business. Yeah. Oh, and oh yeah, you love purple. So I just told everyone except you. So the mayor wants to continue all of them, given the climate. They all are different. I know, I'm just sharing with you, so you know.
All right, Madam Mayor, if you'd like to reconvene your meeting.
How it all goes, I'm prepared to put
Okay.
conditions on.
Thank
the
you
two that
so
are on my board.
much.
But
Okay, Madam Clerk, so I believe we were going to look at the items D4, D5, and D6, correct?
That is correct. So we are going to item D4 at this time, marijuana establishment for Deep Roots Harvest.
Actually, I am going to just skip around here just really quickly because one of them wanted a
D5.
continuance or withdraw.
D5.
D5, right, okay. And I believe this is Councilwoman Breckis's word?
We do have public comment on these items, just to let
Okay.
council know. We can do
let's
that
do
whenever you
it.
like. Okay. First to speak on D5 is Mike Draper, followed by Jim Pusey, followed by Will Adler.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For the record, my name is Mike Draper. I'm with Argentum Partners, and I'm here today on behalf of Essence Dispensary. As you all have received, we are requesting a continuance. We had identified a location on South Virginia Street that you all have in front of you. In talking to some of the neighbors and surrounding businesses, we've learned of some concerns. And in our commitment to be a good neighbor and to try and come into the city of Reno on a good foot and as a partner to the city, we're asking for a continuance while we look for a new address for that location and hopefully come back before you sometime in the near future. So with that said, I'm here to answer questions. I know there's others that have public comment, but I'm certainly here on hand to answer questions.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jim Pusey, followed by Will Adler.
Madam Mayor, council people, Jim Pusey here on behalf of High Sierra Holistics. The matter that is before you concerning this continuance because of zoning issues, I think is very well noted. But we are dealing, and I would hope the council would remember, we're dealing with the issuance of licenses that are just not handed out willy-nilly. These are licenses that are highly coveted. These are licenses that are privilege licenses. And so I think in looking at the privilege license issuance, it's very, very important that we follow the regulations that the city has set out and going ahead and issuing those particular licenses. So in addition to this situation concerning the zoning, I think it's very important for the council to look at the proposed land use issues that are before you, not only on this particular application when it comes forward in the future, but also the ones that are coming later. And I would invite the council to take a look specifically at the regulations at 5.05008, which speaks of every person needing to submit to a background investigation, and ask that the council make sure that that actually has happened. Under section G of the same requirement, it says that a business license application will be considered properly completed upon the submission of all required application materials and information. And I would hope that the council would make sure that all things under both the statutes, the regulations, and the ballot question initiative that you're rolling on, that those things have been issued. It talks in section G about the police department recommending approval or denial of the application based upon 7 criteria. I would hope that the police department's approval and denial of each of the applications before you has been considered. It talks within your own regulations concerning the appropriateness of a post office box and whether or not that's appropriate in moving for a license in front of you. These licenses, again, they're privileged licenses. In section 5.22.013, it says, in considering whether to approve or deny a marijuana privilege license, the city council may consider by way of example and limitation. And it lists 7 different factors for you to go ahead and consider, including the background of the applicant, the capitalization, past business practices, sustainability and mitigation plans, odor control systems, sustainability of the building for the use proposed. I would hope that before we grant the privilege license that all of those factors are actually considered. And finally, throughout it says that there needs to be compliance with NRS 453D. I would again invite you to look at the very last sentence of the judge's preliminary order, which says that the Department of Taxation is in violation of that exact statute. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Will Adler.
Hello, I'm Will Adler, Associate Government Relations. I'm here representing Essence through their corporate parentage GTI. I was hired or retained to help search for the new property they're looking for. So I want to inform you all that they are in good faith working with staff here, and it's been a pretty good transition of trying to relocate away from Peppermill, and they've found quite a few places they're vetting right now in the Reno area. So thank you very much.
Okay,
Have a good
thanks,
day.
Will.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Okay, so for Essence, Jenny's ward, a continuance, I do want on the record, they will not be going in that location where, Draper, I guess, are you both representing Essence? That's what's happening here?
Madam Mayor, for the record, Mike Draper, representing Essence Tropicana. Mr. Adler actually represents the parent company of Essence, and I've been retained to represent Essence. That is correct. We will not be going in that location. We do own that property, so we're looking forward to working with
You don't
everyone
own
that
it.
surrounds it. We do own it.
Oh, you do own it?
Correct. So
Okay.
we're looking forward to working with everyone around that
Maybe you can
property
build
to
some
find a good
affordable
business.
housing.
We might be coming back in front of you. But yeah, we will not be building a dispensary there. We will try and find a location that mitigates some of the concerns that we heard with that current location. We're looking forward to working with each of you to do that.
All right, thank you so much. We
Thank
really
you.
appreciate you coming and putting it on the record today. Thank you. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Draper, the applicant? Did you want to get up and say something? Mr. Dillon, come on up. Go right ahead. I'm sorry, I skipped right over you. I wasn't thinking. Go ahead. You actually came first, just so you know.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Dylan Shaver, Director of Policy and Strategy for the City of Reno, here mostly for purposes of consistency at this point. We are here today presenting the applicant Essence, item D5 on your agenda. As you can see, the applicant has requested that council not vote on this today so that they may work to find a different location. I'd like to put on the record that at hand right now is not something that staff considers a zoning issue or a land use issue. From our perspective, the applicant has had a dispute with a neighbor and has chosen, rather than to make you resolve it, has chosen to resolve it themselves. For the purposes of Reno Municipal Code and NRS 453D, again, from a staff perspective, this clears all of the hurdles that the Reno Municipal Code allows us to check for, and then that comes back for your discretion.
Yeah.
Typically, in a situation like this, prior to the agenda's publication, we as staff would have just removed it. However, since the request came in after the agenda was published, that stays in your purview. Staff request at this time would be that council take no action on this item one way or another, so that the applicant may come back with an amended application once they have found a suitable location. However, you have other options at your disposal, and staff is ready to address them should you choose to deny or otherwise approve the application over the applicant's objections. I'm not certain how we would handle that, but your staff stands at the ready to figure it out.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll hand it over to Councilwoman Breckus to give me a motion to continue. I appreciate both parties trying to, work out the differences and sort of looking at it realistically, I guess. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So I'm going to ask Councilwoman Breckus to give me a continuance. However, because we do have 3 marijuana licenses on this agenda, I did do some reading. I thought it was kind of interesting. Mr. Pusey had sent all of us, I think, quite a bit of documentation. So I did read over it because to be honest with you, we do get a lot of documentation, and so sometimes it's hard to follow up on a lot of it. But I did have some time to go over the application process at the City of Reno. Okay. With that being said, I'm going to state some facts that some of you may or may not know, according to our administrative code here at the City of Reno. And when these licenses come back, we are going to be pretty stringent to make sure that they are followed. So everyone can be prepared to bring those items to the table. And one of the things, and I am going to say this, and it's unfortunate, I don't remember seeing some of these items come before us when looking at these licenses. One is every person submitting an application for a privileged license, business license specified in subsection F below is subject to a background check, okay? A background investigation. Every person submitting an application, okay? Every person. I think actually the last one that we heard, there was, is Mr. Chomp here? Do we know? How many people in that entity submitted background checks? Okay. I also think in the last, I would say 72 to 48 hours, there's been even more developments. I know that, you know, I put my concerns on the record last time that we heard these marijuana licenses because new developments had kind of come out. And I think the council was kind of on the fence, like, hey, it's okay, now it's in our purview to move forward with some of these licenses. I was very uncomfortable. Now I'm even that much more uncomfortable seeing some of the headlines and sort of the different entities coming in. Not to mention, if you've been reading the headlines, you can see a lot of these licenses were flipped. Lots of them. So now we're trying to figure out who's doing business in our city. Because it's not that I'm against marijuana, but I am against the process and some of the ways in which these licenses were obtained. So I want everyone to be clear. Every person submitting an application for a privileged business license must come in for a background investigation. The other one is, I thought it was really interesting. It said, the police department shall, upon completion of a background investigation, recommend approval or denial of an application. I do not remember anyone from our police department recommending an approval or denial. Am I right? So what I'm saying is, moving forward with these licenses, these are some of the things that we're going to be watching pretty closely, okay? So remember that. So let's make sure that we have the police department here looking at recommending or denial. And one of the reasons is there is a safety plan. I don't remember ever seeing a safety plan when it came to some of these licenses. Mr. Chomp, do you know, sorry, I caught you off guard.
Sorry, Michael Chomp, the record.
Do you know, I don't remember ever seeing a safety plan
Safety
on
plans-
any of these licenses.
They don't come to the city council for review. They
So
go
why
to the
do we
police
have them
department for review, and
in
police
our
department
code? So it
recommends.
comes to the, okay, goes to the police department.
Correct.
And I don't remember anyone from our police department coming in and recommending denial or approval.
That's correct. Well, they would recommend, we put what we call a PD verification. So they're doing two checks, one for the, PD's not here, one for the security plan that is required. And that security plan is required by state law as well. And then they do the CEPTEB, which is the Community Protection Through Environmental Design. So they're going out and looking at the facility, making recommendations for crime prevention. They do this in some other projects as well. But they are doing both of those, and then once those are complete, then they send me the reports, and they are approving or denying. So they haven't denied any of the 20 or so that we have.
Yeah, but I have not seen them come to council.
They-
So I would just say, in the future, I think that they need to come to council and approve or deny, some
Yeah,
of these.
and in the plan, there's some, when they're looking at
I
the
haven't
security plan, some of it is confidential. So that's why it is not provided in the packet, because
Okay.
there are some security issues, there's
Okay, I
cameras in
didn't see
placement.
that it was
So
confidential
there's
in there.
some,
Okay.
Okay.
The other one I want to bring up, in section 5.05.009, post office box addresses are unacceptable. Post
for a
office
physical, so
boxes are unacceptable.
licensing is to a physical address.
Okay.
And a PO box is not allowed. So you can't license something to a
But we
PO
had one
box.
on the last one, there was a PO box on those
That would be for
applications.
the mailing address.
Yeah, okay.
So mailing address, yes, you can have for all communications, you can choose where you want that information, the renewals, all of that information to be sent to you, and that can be a PO box. But the physical business has to be licensed to a physical address.
What I thought was interesting at the state is they issued points on these on these licenses, and they were submitted with a PO box. How would you possibly give them points if they submitted a PO box and not a physical location, because it says you have to go out to the physical location, do all your due diligence, whether it's the safety plan, site map, then there's even an odor control, right?
Yes, yeah.
I mean,
and that's a
I'm
separate.
fascinated by like everything that's in here. It's
Well,
so-
Dylan can speak to that a little bit, but that's a totally separate process than my process.
No, I know, but
So-
what I'm
so-
saying is, I think it's interesting that they got points based on PO boxes. How did you do that if
That's
there was
good,
not
yes.
an actual location,
Maybe
right?
the industry can
So,
answer that question.
It is up to the council's discretion. I think I've kind of gone on a little bit too long, and I could keep going and going and going. I just want to be very clear that under Reno Administrative Code, many of you marijuana license operators or lobbyists in here, the city will be looking at that. I think we didn't do our due diligence before. And I said that on the record last time, and so I'm just going to be really clear and say it straightforward. But anyway, thank you so much. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
About something that you brought up, and I really like both of our staff to address this. This has been a point of confusion to me. The first thing you brought up was every person is subject to a background check. Well, the way that my understanding is, the way that that's implemented at the city of Reno is that the applicant, the one and only applicant for the application, gets a background check. And I asked before, could the applicant be an agent? You know, many corporations hire an agent to sort of process their paperwork. Is it the agent that gets a background check? Is it an owner, any owner, a majority owner, all owners? So that is something I'd like to get clarified. Because you brought it up, I want to make sure we understand.
And in here, it says every person, right here.
I know, but I think that, and I think what staff have told me before is every person means the applicant.
Well,
one.
then it should state in here what it means.
Yeah, so I just want to get some clarification.
Thank you so much for the question. Again, for the record, Dylan Shaver. So elsewhere in RMC, and I don't have the site at the ready, it makes very clear that privileged business licenses are issued towards a person, and only one person. And that person will be the person who we ultimately hold responsible for the activity that happens under that license. So to Councilmember Dewar's point, for what we require that they submit that person for, with the application, whether it's Hillary Sheevy or somebody else that she works with, to be the responsible party. From there, they also submit an additional ownership list, and what we do is we check to see that the state has done their required background checks. And the reason for that is the state requires two things. They require the FBI background check. They require that they run through the Nevada Criminal Records Repository. That is identical to what we would require, so we do not sort of engage in a duplication of effort or cost or time in that regard. So from our perspective, if it is your wish that the city of Reno go out and check for things either A, that the state is not looking for, a broader ownership group or something like that, or to require those individual owners who might not be listed on the application, I believe that would require a change to the Reno Municipal Code at this time. And Mr. Chomp is here just to
The other
correct
thing
everything I got wrong.
that I noticed, right. The other thing that I did notice, because we've had several of these come before us, and I've looked at them, but after reading now what is required, I don't even remember seeing a site map. It says a site plan with the following is required. I don't remember seeing that. The other thing that I'm pretty sure, and it's also required, is the full application of what was submitted to the state. Now, some of those applications are this thick. I don't remember seeing any of those. I'm just trying to clarify moving forward, because I know we have other licenses coming through. So that's why I'm asking you, Mr. Chomp. The other thing I was just gonna ask council members, that I thought this was interesting, because we could actually make them comply with. The city may require, how many of you knew this? The city may require the license to obtain a surety bond in the minimum amount of $500,000 at his own expense. Did any of you guys know that?
Is that specific to the marijuana
Yes.
code section?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
surety bond, okay.
I thought that was interesting as well.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go right ahead.
The requirements for surety bonds are not specific to bonding. It's primarily in place for pawn shops, secondhand brokers. It's not specific to 522, which is our
Then why
marijuana
is it in
section.
here?
Well, it's in 506, I believe, privilege license.
5220202.
0202. Well, they all, I mean, we can do it for all of them, but that exists for
But,
the.
so we can do it?
You absolutely can.
Okay, so I just want to make
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
Okay, all right. I think I made my point, so.
But
thank
it's
you
not
so
specific
much.
to marijuana, which is our.
Got it.
Yeah.
But
It's
just-
still in here, so we can do it.
Just going back to my original question, I want to understand really clearly, does the applicant, a person, need to be an owner of the business, a majority owner of the business, a shareholder of the business? What is the requirement for the person applying?
So just for clarity's sakes, Michael Chomp again for the record. On marijuana and retail and medical marijuana, background checks are not required from the city of Reno. We rely on the state's background checks. So that's the
But
first.
in here, it says it is.
I don't understand.
So we better get on the right page.
It is required, but the state conducts the background because it's a very similar background check that we do, so we don't duplicate them. So it is, while it is required, it is conducted and completed by the state of Nevada, Department of Taxation. The second piece.
Mine is
question you
the
had-
who. Who is
Oh,
getting
has to? So,
background check?
So how the license division handles that is anybody listed on the secretary, if it's an LLC or if it's a corporation, any officer that's listed would have to go through the background check.
I don't
All of them.
understand.
So if you have, for an LLC, usually managing members, if you have 2 or 3 managing members that are listed with the Secretary of State's office, we require that to be on the application as well.
But do they all get the background?
And they all have to go through the background,
It
yes.
says
if they're
every
in-
person has to have it, right?
That's correct.
If they're an officer of the LLC?
That's correct. And what you're seeing is a primary licensee. So the licensee gets to select who the primary individual is. What you don't see on the back end is the additional licensees that are in the system. So I'm bringing, because the license is, as Dylan has said, issued to an individual, a person, and they can only pick one person that is the primary licensee.
So
But
we're
if they're
in-
listed on the state, all of them are going through a
We're in a
background check.
moratorium, purpose being to evaluate our regulations under which we review marijuana.
Correct.
I mean, I think this is something that should be addressed because I think the clarity is not there. In my business, we can hire an agent to apply for us on certain things. It doesn't have to be an owner. If there's co-owners, like my husband and I, we own 50% of the stock. You know, in this case, would we both get background checked if we were doing marijuana or just one of us? It's unclear.
And it is based on how you list it at the state. So if you're a sole proprietor, that's one individual.
Yeah.
That person goes to the background. If you're a partnership,
Right.
it's more than one person. All the people listed will have to go through a background check. If you're an LLC or a corporation, the listed members or officers of the corporation would require a background.
Today in today's world.
Today and previous days.
Okay.
Yes, that's how it
right,
is conducted
thanks.
today.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman
Yeah,
Freckles to give you
yeah,
continuance.
and I want to thank both of you for posing the questions about the privilege licenses. I think it came up earlier on the animal sales that maybe we do need to do a comprehensive look at the privilege licenses and really what that means. And obviously here we're in an overlapping regulatory environment and I appreciate the comments also about in the news. You know, we know that the marijuana industry in Nevada was in national news and the governor's taking steps on, the state administration of it. But from my perspective, in terms of this license that's before us today, I want to go back to something Mr. Shaver said, and I'll just preface by saying I worked in the city for a decade, and the last 2 years I was a senior planner overseeing the planning function of business licenses and was very common to have a business license come in and during that process of review someone said, oh, I'm not suite 7, I decided with my landlord I'm going to be in suite 8, and they would do a change of location license or I lost the tenant, something like that, and the license would sit internally in the city department and just get this modification, then be routed again. And that's all I see that's going on here, is this license, there was a change of location, it's still active, they have to come through and fill out, scratch this box and scratch that, and then goes through internal review and then comes back up to us again. So that's how I see this. It's very routine. And with that, I will not make any motion. Look to see that this activated license move in whatever process it moves. And with that, conclude my comments and look forward to the next agenda item on our today's business. Thank you.
Okay. So you're not giving me a motion to continue?
I think staff's recommendation was no motion. It is really under the administrative, it's in the administration right now to go through their work with the revised location application. So
All
we'll
right.
we'll see it again. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
All right, are we
so-
clear? All right. Thanks so much.
So no action on that item. We will go to item D4,
Okay.
privileged retail marijuana store for Deep Roots Harvest.
Okay. Any public comment on this item? Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, Jim Puzzi has submitted public comment. I don't know if he would like to go. Yes, Jim Puzzi would like to speak on this item.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council people. I'm certainly not going to revisit the items that we have. I certainly have got, and here on behalf of High Sierra Holistics, certainly have got all of the concerns with each of the applications, as I mentioned, with the regulatory requirements. And very interesting is brought up who is the person that we are issuing this license to, and the city has stated that that person is, that we issue a license to a person. Well, it's interesting when we look at the agenda that none of the licenses are being issued to a person. They're all being issued to entities. So I don't know how that quite plays itself out. The only thing I want to add to Deep Roots that is unique to Deep Roots is a posting that was done by Acreage Holdings on April 18th of 2019, which says Acreage Holdings announced that on April 17th, its subsidiary, High Street Capital Partners LLC, entered into an agreement to acquire 100% of Deep Roots Medical LLC, a vertically integrated cannabis operator in Nevada, for a total deal value of $120 million to be paid in common units and cash. I would just hope that the city council knows who they're issuing the license to. Nothing further.
All right, any further public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Vice Mayor Dewar, it is your ward. I've already kind of, my comments were basically in general of all the licenses coming forward. I did want the council to know, and I believe, Dylan, you might know better than I would, the county commission in Las Vegas and the city council in Las Vegas, I believe, just sort of halted some of their issuance of licenses.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Dylan Shaver, your Director of Policy and Strategy. I got a couple of questions from council members about that, and we went and we watched those hearings, and that's not an entirely accurate or inaccurate characterization. There were some applications that were postponed or rejected because of their locations. But as recently as the 16th of October last week, the city of Las Vegas did approve a retail marijuana license.
Did they give reasonings for the location, or did they give reasonings for the process? I mean, it's all over the news, so it's like not like it's a surprise.
It was a 7-0 vote, and there wasn't really
care.
much justification
They
as
didn't-
to why they approved it.
okay.
It fell within the scope of their jurisdiction, and so that's the action they took. They do theirs via consent most of the time. Because the city only gets 4, I chose a different route, given the incredible value with each of these coming before you. If you'd like us to do them via consent, we absolutely can. I would like to clarify another point. However, you were just told that the agenda does not list any names times for applicants. That is erroneous. And in fact, if you go to your agenda item D4 right now, discussion and potential approval of a privileged retail marijuana store license for Jonathan Ellsworth Marshall, Deep Roots Medical LLC, doing business as Deep Roots Harvest at 0 South Virginia Road, which we listed a parcel there and a location for you as well. Just wanted to make sure that I took an opportunity to defend staff's efforts on that. We're not trying to give you
But it
incomplete
says,
information.
and also, but Acreage Holdings is not listed on there, and either is Street Capital Partners, correct?
Not on the application, or not on the agenda, but there again, we issue these licenses to an individual, and the individual to whom this would be licensed is listed on your agenda.
Things that make you go, Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman.
All right,
Bre- or,
thanks.
Dewar.
I would like to hear from the applicant.
Absolutely. Y'all threw me out of whack a little bit. We had a little bit of a staff report, and then we were going to kick it over to the applicants.
Oh,
However,
fine. So do your staff report. Fine.
We've covered most of that at this point, and so we are at the point now where I would say the applicant is here. If you would have any questions or like to hear a little bit about their project, then I would invite them up at this time.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And I'll just say I had an opportunity to meet with one of the members, as I recall, of this applicant. And one of the things I cautioned them about was, the challenges that we had gone through recently when we were requested to issue a alcohol license. And the council was very concerned about the proximity to a alcohol and drug rehab center. And they ended up approving the business, but not the alcohol portion of that. And so since that is an issue, it's an evolving policy, I just asked these folks to do a very thorough search, both at the state, on Google, with people that we have registered with us, and if you could speak to that too. So.
Sure. For the record, Richard Williamson on behalf of Deep Roots Medical LLC. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Councilmember Dewar, if it's all right, I will actually speak to everything but that, and I'll hand that.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
unfortunately not
No,
the proximity
you.
specialist, but I did want to address some of the other concerns.
Yeah.
So maybe going in reverse order, your question about acreage. They don't own Deep Roots LLC. That's why they're not here. They did announce an agreement to move forward with a purchase. That has not gone through. They do not own
Will that
this
go
company.
through? Are you planning on selling this?
I actually don't know, to be
Okay.
perfectly honest with you. I do not know. It won't go through anytime soon. Certainly no time this year. And so who is here before you are owners and officers of Deep Roots Medical LLC, that even if that went through, they would still be owners.
Do you own any other licenses?
Yes.
How many?
What's our total license count? 17 licenses?
17 licenses.
Across the state.
Wow, boys. Okay, how many, where are those licenses?
For the record, Keith Capurro, Chief Executive Officer of Deep Roots Harvest.
How much do you own, Keith?
How much?
What's the percentage you own in this, Deep Roots?
I own approximately 17.5%, 18%.
Okay. Well, that's better than 5%.
To your question, as it relates to the licenses, we own 17 licenses, but that includes medical licenses and recreational licenses.
Okay.
We're headquartered in Mesquite, Nevada. We're, vertically integrated, so we have cultivation, production, and a dispensary in Mesquite. In approximately 30 days, we'll be opening a new dispensary in West Wendover, Nevada, and then the last round of license applications, we were awarded 5 new dispensary licenses, including one in Reno.
Okay. All right. So you can tell me, because you're one of the owners, are you planning on flipping this license?
No.
It says right here, this acreage holding for $120 million to be paid in common units and in cash.
We have a potential transaction pending that has a very, with everything that's going on with the state, with the issues with changing ownership and passing the ownership on, there is a very low likelihood that that transaction will manifest.
It will manifest. It won't.
It won't.
Okay. All right.
And even in the event that it did, the officers of the company would, you can attest to this, but we would still be owners of the new organization, and we would continue to be officers of the organization.
Okay, got it.
Yes, yeah, Madam Mayor, again, for the record, Richard Williamson. The reference to common units in that announcement is ownership in the acquiring company. And in fact, that's, I believe, about 80% of the value. So there is a small cash component if this goes through. And both of these gentlemen will remain owners and officers of the company. So this is not a flipping and you'll never see them again. These are people that are here in this community.
You put that on the record.
Very good, Your
Just
Honor.
so you know.
Just want to make sure I respond to the
Because
council's
most of them
question.
have flipped.
I don't know, and that,
Yeah.
you know, I think the mayor you raise really an important issue. There are, I think, 461 applicants for this last licensing round. Obviously, Mr. Pusey represents one of them, and he has filed 3 lawsuits, I think, to advance his client's interests. So it's really important to speak on a specific applicant basis rather than paint general pictures of all of these are flipping or all of these people are doing this, that, or the other thing. These people are doing it right. I cannot speak to anyone else, but I can tell you Deep Roots, Mr. Capurro, and Mr. Marshall are doing it right. I also want to address a few of the other things. Every single member, every single owner, every single officer and director of Deep Roots did submit to the background check. I know that was an issue with one of the applicants that came up before you and you approved a few weeks ago, but that's not even an issue here. And in fact, the court order that Mr. Pusey mentioned, it expressly says the Deep Roots did it right.
Okay.
So it's really
No,
important.
and I would
that we
agree with you.
focus
They're
on
not
that.
all the same. Not all operators are the same. Matter of fact, Mr. Capurro, I believe you have been here your whole life.
Yes, ma'am.
So that I do know. So, you know, Reno's a small town, so we can easily run into each other at Rayleigh's or the Little League field or whatever, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And if there was, I think, some other questions, I guess I wanted to address just to make sure everyone is aware of their concerns. And I do want to get back to Councilmember Dewar's question. But again, there wasn't a PO box on this.
Yeah.
This application was done right. You have a complete application. The entire thing
Yeah,
was
well,
submitted.
I have researched a lot of this.
Fantastic.
And I will say, it was, from what I see, everything that you guys submitted was done well. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And with that, I believe Councilmember Dewar, you had a question about location of other.
Just be clear, there are some restrictions in the state law about location and distance from schools, community centers, soon-to-be restrictions, I think in 1 month, from casinos. We've self-imposed a policy about locations near alcohol and drug treatment, drug and alcohol treatment. It's not an ordinance, it's a policy consideration. So in meeting with the folks, I just asked them to do a thorough research. So I was wondering about the results of the research.
Yes. We, initially when we screened for our separation requirements, we checked all of those things. Obviously, the schools and the churches and the community facilities. We also checked for the new gaming requirement, which is, I believe, 1,500 feet from an unrestricted gaming establishment, and we're clear there. And then pursuant to our meeting a few weeks ago or whenever it was, we did some research and we're clear there also as it relates to treatment facilities.
Okay, thank you. Because when I was with you, we were sitting there and we were actually, just for interest to the group, we were sitting in Swill. And I said, let's just look right now. And on Google, we came up with 4 alcohol rehab treatments within 2 blocks. And I live within 2 blocks of that other location. I didn't even know these places exist myself. So it's not that they're well-known. It takes some research.
Sure.
And I was surprised that within 1 block of where we were sitting, there were 4. And so, and it wouldn't necessarily have shown up. The nonprofits, however, did not show up. So Northern Nevada Hopes did not show up in our quick list. The Empowerment Center did not show up in our quick list. I don't think step 1 or 2 showed up in our list, but the private ones did. So, okay, thank you for doing the research.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay, so,
All right.
so
Did you want me to open the other licensed too, since it was in your ward?
Not yet.
No?
Um,
Okay.
Yeah, one at a time.
All right.
So my thought on this is that here's where I've been struggling, and I brought this up at each meeting. As each meeting has gone on, the world of marijuana seems to be drawing our attention ever more. The governor has adopted a new multi-agency task force. They've set up the Cannabis Compliance Board. They let the head of the Department of Taxation go, maybe suspended, let go, I'm not sure, but he's not there right now. They conducted just this week surprise inspections of marijuana production facilities and maybe labs too. I wasn't privy to it. And they put in suspension one, I believe it was production facility in Reno. They said that they are not going to transfer any licenses. They've put a hold on that until this all clears out. There's been the introduction of bad actors, people that are maybe an element we wouldn't want, whether it's gaming, marijuana, alcohol, we wouldn't want in our community. So all of this, is new and growing information to me. And so I've been really challenged. I've just listened to what the mayor's concerns are. And so, right now, what I brought up last time was I was hesitant to move forward. There's been this pending lawsuit. Now we have the governor's task force. We have the taxation sort of on hold or lockdown. And I feel that they're the ones we're relying on. We are not experts in marijuana. We are pretty good at giving licenses and doing some background check on one person maybe, making sure distances are met, those kind of things, pretty good. We mess up sometimes. But that's where I'm struggling. And in talking with our attorneys, they said, look, we are relying on the state. It's not even legal federally. And so we're heavily relying on the state. And I feel that the state right now, quite frankly, is in disarray. And so I'm listening to the mayor here, and my inclination is to somehow put this in abeyance, continue it until we have a clearer field. You have done nothing wrong, and it sounds like you've done everything right. You sound like you picked a good spot. You've screened, businesses, the minimal requirements that we have. You had your person background at check. So I guess I'm really, we're kind of at a policy moment here, and I'm looking at the mayor, just wondering, what direction we're wanting to go as a body, and I'm really interested in hearing from the rest of the body, before I would venture a motion.
And, I just want to clarify again, and people are like, oh my God, you're against marijuana. I'm not against marijuana. I'm against a flawed process and also looking at it, what the state is also looking at and the information that's come out in the last, 72 to 48 hours. It's not a denial. It's let's pause until, more information comes out, and then we can feel much more comfortable. So I feel that the city does not hold on to that liability. So I just want to be very clear about that.
Could I speak to that for a moment, Madam
right
Mayor
ahead.
and Councilmember Dewar? Thank you. Again, Richard Williamson for the record. A couple points. I certainly think, of course, and I would, as a lawyer, I encourage you to revisit your regulations, revisit your privilege license processes, do what you need to do to make sure you're comfortable with your processes. At the same time, if your process is rely on the state, and I think when you approved another applicant that actually had some more challenges, I'll say, that in kind of in an interest of equal application of the laws, it's really important to stick to the rationale that I think you hit upon in that meeting, which was what we can do as a city is make sure people submit their applications right. And then what we can do, what we can rely on the state to do, including all arms of the state, including the court system and the governor's office, is to say, well, let's, if a injunction is going to be issued, an injunction is going to be issued. If the governor comes down and says we're going to do something else, then that's his prerogative. So I think that's appropriate to monitor your jurisdiction carefully and also rely on other people's jurisdictions and other entities' jurisdictions and say, all right, I think the state will acknowledge they didn't do it perfect, but I also think so far the legal process has acknowledged that we did.
Yeah.
And so it's really important to, I think, apply this process that you've already put in place and say, there are some things that are the state's bailiwick, and although they may not be perfect, we're going to rely on them to do it. And there are those protections in place, the court system and the governor, to look out and make sure it's done right.
And just one moment to that point. So when we did the source, everything I just mentioned was pretty new, other than this lawsuit. And we knew they were enjoined. And, on advice of our attorney and our business license guidance, what I did was craft some conditions so that if the, if the state did not issue the license, or the order and ranking, they went into a re-ranking process, and this particular applicant came out not in our top 4. We wrote conditions that they would lose their license. And we also said that within 1 year of the date approval, if it wasn't done, they would lose their license, because we weren't willing to let this go on forever. So but since then, so we tried to take, I think, a measured step to address the situation. Since then, the things I've just laid out to you have all happened. All of these things have happened in just the last few weeks. And so to me, to your point about fairness, I totally get it. I want to be equitable and fair, but I also know we're living in a changing environment. So that's enough said for me, but if we do move forward, there are conditions that we could go to.
And I also want to point out that these licenses, because privileged, you can deny them for any reason.
Sure.
Okay?
Of course,
So
yeah.
I want to make sure that that's, on the record and clear. The other thing is, and I hate to say this, I actually think the city, we have not, and I want to just clarify, because after this meeting, I'll sit down with Dylan, we'll go over these checks and balances. I want to make sure that everything that we have in our code right here is what you brought forward, not you, but in general. I want to make sure, I'm not just picking on you, this is in general, that these are the things that we get. The site plan, the odor plan, the safety plan, approval from the police department, what are they, the fingerprints, like all the, I don't remember seeing any of these. And so I also want to make sure that the city is not throwing out any liability. But again, also, these are privileged licenses, and if for any reason, and I would say to this council, yes, I understand where you were going with that last license, but since then, you guys, just so you know, more information, even more information, has come out in the last 42 to 72 hours, even from Russia. I know it sounds crazy that we're even talking like that, but we really are. So anyway, we got to get moving forward. We have a heavy agenda. I'm going to go with you, Councilwoman Breckus, and then I will wrap up with Councilwoman Dewar giving me a motion. So go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Thank you. What we have is one licensee before us, and I think we need to look at them and themselves and draw in other industry actors. If they were sitting here and they've got 17 operations, and I had information that one of their other licenses had been suspended, just like someone who sells liquor here and has 5 restaurants, and our RPD got them on underaging, I probably would go no. But I think that I don't see that, and I don't think we should draw them up in a big net that doesn't exist. I think we also need to, and I'll re-articulate my positions before, is be proud of the drama-free environment we've done for licensing. All of this is going on down there. Some of it's going on in the state. We're not trapped up in that, and I don't think we should take ownership of it. I think that if the governor had said and given some wording maybe to jurisdictions other than this task force he wants, maybe I'd see that. But I've been reading the press and I don't see that. So I think we should move forward. And Madam Mayor, out of due respect to some of the points you were making, is saying, well, you can sell it and you're going to sell it or whatever. At any given time, we have a license in our departments of one property selling to others. Whole Foods. When Whole Foods was bought by Amazon, they came through and relicensed. Forever 21, a retailer, is in distress. There will be a license for the Gap or whoever buys that. What are some of those telecom mergers? So, but if the
treated the same.
But if the regulatory framework of allowing mergers and acquisitions exists out in the world, which it does, I don't see a preemption on this state regulatory framework. It's not material to our discussions here, in my view. So I support the issuance of this today, and I also support us moving on to other issues that are so posing and pressing to us of great magnitude. So I'll see what motion comes on the board or comes forward. But Ms. Stewart, you wanted to hear from other members, and that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Again, I respect your opinion, Councilwoman Breckus. When you say we've gotten into this drama-free, actually, no, we haven't gotten into this drama-free. If you go through a lot of these court documents, actually, from Nevada Organic Remedies, you would clearly see we are in the middle of this drama. I'm just saying, I understand kind of what you're saying, but this is a new business. The ones you're talking about are traditional businesses. So I do think that they're very different, but I also want to state, I'm not against them. I just think we hold off until there's more information that has come out from the state. And I also think that helps the liability for the city of Reno. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm against them, and they will come back, and let's hope everything is fine. But that's just all I'm saying. It's more of a pause. So I don't want anyone to think that I'm, trying to draw a line in the sand. Okay, Councilwoman Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. Thank you for everybody that's been here today on your licenses. I will just say this. I try to come at things by stripping all of any emotion or, no offense, attorney spin off of it. A lot of attorneys come before us, spent 20 years in a law firm environment, respect lawyers all day long, but sometimes the noise is noisy.
Sure.
So we have to kind of just strip it down to what's before us and the framework in which we have to make decisions by and the guidelines in which we have to make those decisions. I feel as though the process that you have gone through, in which we have outlined, has been met. So that is all I'm going to make my decision off of today. Do I worry about what has happened with the state? I do. But I have to work with what I have today, and I don't want to speculate. And I also know litigation can go on for years, and I'm a little worried about a permanent pause and what that does to business in general. So I am inclined to support this today for the reasons I've outlined.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Durr.
Weber or Devin, did you have any thoughts? No. Okay. All right. Well, I'll just try a motion. It's difficult in this environment. I have to tell you, Madam Mayor, I've been very impressed with you and your instincts about policy and evolving issues. And with that in mind, I'm going to make a motion to continue this license application for 6 months.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? No, I'll second that. Any discussion? Seeing that there are none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Opposed. All right.
Okay.
So what did you say? So
Shall-
we've got, motion passes. All right.
No. No.
No, I mean.
I have to make a new motion.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Since that motion did not pass, I guess I will try another motion, see how we go. And if I fail, I'll kick it over to my colleague at large. My recommendation would be to approve this license with several conditions that are virtually very closely identical to the ones that we put on the source. That is that the license would expire in 1 year and have to come back to the city council, not to staff. Number two, I combined a condition that we broke into two parts, but it made more sense to me to put it in one. And that is, if for any reason the state does not make Deep Roots license certificate permanent, or reopens the application vetting process and performs a reevaluation of the ranking process, which results in Deep Roots dropping from the top 4 positions in the city of Reno, the license would be rescinded.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? I oppose. Motion carries. Okay. All
Thank you.
right, thank you, guys. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, our next item is item D6, a marijuana establishment for Thrive.
All right. Bring on the next one. Let's do this.
Madam Mayor, I have public comment on this item, if you'd like to take
This
that.
poor woman, she's all, oh my God.
She didn't just say that. She didn't say that.
Do you have a brief staff presentation? Madam Mayor, I think we have a very brief staff presentation from Dylan Shaver, and then we'll transition to public record.
Bloom, you know, he's not hiding it. All right, go ahead. Go ahead,
Thank you, Madam
Dylan.
Mayor.
All right.
Members of the
Go ahead.
council, just so you know that we hear you. If you look at your application in the book, first of all, we bring to you today item, we've bounced around so much, I think this is D5, maybe D6.
Item D6.
D6. Thrive, which is your latest retail dispensary located at 7300 South Virginia Street. We would know this colloquially as the old Butcher Boy location. Staff did the cursory review, and in that cursory review, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I would draw your attention to Exhibit A in your binder. It looks like this form, and it lists the various requirements, whether it is the building inspection, the fire inspection, police inspection, the things you reference in Reno Municipal Code. And we present it to you in this form consistently across privileged business license. Is if you would like more information, to the extent that we do not promise that information is confidential, we can certainly from here on out provide a larger packet on these applicants. Presuming there are applicants after today, I'll have to go back and look at the minutes and flesh out so that it's a little more evident what you are looking at. That would be inconsistent with what we're doing with other privileged applicants, but it's clearly important to you. I will remind you, however, that your agenda documents are routinely about 1,200 to 2,000 pages, and so I know it's important for you to have that information. We are happy to provide it, but know that what you are asking for is a larger agenda packet
And
in
I
that
would
regard.
say, Dylan, just so you know, you've done a phenomenal job on sort of educating us, and you know, we've had a lot of extensive conversations on the process and policy and those things. One of the things is I got really intrigued by a lot of these court documents, and as I was going through them, a lot of them I was saying, I don't remember that, I don't remember that. So then I said, okay, I'm going to go back through our code. And then that's whenever I started saying, I don't remember like an odor control or the police department coming, you know, before us, and, you know, all these other things. And so not to say that it wasn't there, but I don't remember any of that. So that's why I was saying, hey, these licenses that are coming forward, make sure these are your checks and balances.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. And
So-
we are hearing very much that direction. You have requested previously that we take a look at RMC as it relates to this before your moratorium lifts in next July. That process is ongoing. My thought was that we would start it in January and come back with recommendations sometime in the spring for ways that you could broaden RMC. We've had some preliminary conversations pursuant to things that you've said on the record in these meetings. So we are listening, and we are going to bring those back. But per Councilmember Jardin's point, the applications that we have in front of you today are under the rules that are in place today, which brings us back to Thrive. This is the final of the three applicants in front of us today. The applicant is here today. The cursory review did say that they met all of the zoning and spacing requirements and the other requirements that we put forward. I will draw attention to a minor controversy that is included with the staff report, and that is we did identify a potentially incongruent use nearby. The facility next door is a substance abuse rehabilitation facility. Initially, when the staff report was submitted to you, the neighbor, that was the Empowerment Center, had submitted letters of objection. Staff has since received, I know the clerk has received, and you council members have received as well, but I wanted to state separately that we have received a retraction of those objections to the facility. My understanding is that the Empowerment Center is now in support. The mechanics of that are not something that we as staff really get into between questions between neighbors, but we have you have the purview to ask questions about that, and I believe the applicant is prepared to answer those questions. So to that point, the applicant is here. Unless you have any further questions of me, we'll
Thanks, Dylan. You've been so good. So patient.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. All
Madam
right.
Mayor,
Thank you.
would you like to take public comment at this time?
Please do.
Jim Pusey would like to speak, followed by Mark Simons.
Yeah, we can certainly hear from the applicant first, and then we'll take public comment last.
The applicant was one of your public commenters, so that will remove that one.
Mark Simons, Mayor, Council. Honored to be here again, and this is the first time I've brought good news. As you heard from prior discussions and as your comments were, I'm going to start with the situation. The application in an individual's name. The state has done all the background checks. This business is not subject to any injunction or any lawsuit. This business has actually opened a business recently in Las Vegas. The facility up here is in full compliance with every land use regulation, compliance with every one of those provisions that you actually took the opportunity to read through today. You can ask staff on that. The police department have been there, background checks on everyone, and that brings us to the point of why didn't this move forward? Because the Empowerment Center was near the location. And may put this in context, this board issued an unlimited alcohol license to the Butcher Boy at the time the Empowerment Center was still there. Never came to anybody's attention. Unlimited liquor next to this facility. So this time around, after we'd already followed all the processes, this pops up. The Empowerment Center has an objection, and we've met with them. And thanks to Councilwoman Doer, who was instrumental in bringing the two uses together, there was actually a great resolution that's going to benefit the Empowerment Center extensively. Unfortunately, I can't get into the details because it's a confidential agreement, but if we needed to, we could talk with legal counsel about that.
Okay.
But what has happened is that the Empowerment Center is now fully supportive of our use. And two, what this panel should be aware of is the Empowerment Center has acquired land to develop a campus. You may shake your head, but we have the letters.
So wait, okay, wait. So I remember getting all these letters, I got these phone calls into my office with this Empowerment Center being very concerned about a marijuana dispensary coming in. This council remembers, we also just denied a liquor license by Hopes that just came in, right? So it made sense to me. So now what I'm hearing is all of a sudden, it sounds like you're buying the Empowerment Center, am I right? Is that what
I'm
you're?
not doing anything.
Okay.
I'm here representing my client.
Okay.
The Empowerment Center has reached an agreement with my client.
And so, but-
And they're fully satisfied with that. And not only are they satisfied, they've come to you and said, please, we're supportive of it. So it's not in this.
So now we're supportive of it, but don't we have a right to protect the citizens of why we did it for the liquor license, the same reason?
Well, I don't know.
So
because there
now
has
that
no-
they're in support, it's okay to approve the license, is that what you're saying?
No,
I'm
here's
confused.
what I'm saying.
Because I got all the letters saying that it wasn't okay going next to a rehab center, and
Okay.
now it is okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And so what you have to be aware of is what was the applicant doing? The applicant complied with every requirement with one single objection. That objection has been addressed and is no longer in place. Everything you mentioned is in full compliance. If you want to start changing the field and start implementing some type of, hey, we can deny
with a
for any
privileged
reason.
license.
What?
We can with a privileged license to
No,
say that
actually-
next to this use, it's not acceptable.
Well, actually, it's not an unlimited discretion you have. You cannot act arbitrarily or capriciously. It has to be based on
But
some
that's
reasoning.
That's
And you have-
your view.
Yeah,
right?
it is my view.
Yeah,
I
okay.
agree.
Yeah.
And so what you get to look at is what is the situation? And are we going to change the dynamics of the situation since we've already had multiple licenses come before you?
Okay.
Multiple licenses be granted with certain conditions which are acceptable to us. And we have a situation, are you going to treat us differently?
Well, I just think it was interesting that I'm getting, I was getting my phone was blowing up, Mayor Sheevy, we need to meet with you. We don't think it's right going next to, a rehab center, and now all of a sudden it's okay. Is someone here from Thrive?
Yes.
A board member? Do you have anyone, a board member here?
Oh, yeah, I have them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be great.
He's actually the applicant licensee.
Okay, so you're here. Now I want to know, is there someone here from the Empowerment Center? Is there anyone here from the Empowerment Center?
No.
So you're representing the Empowerment Center?
No, I'm not representing the Empowerment Center.
Oh, you're not?
No, I'm saying I'm representing the applicant, Thrive.
Oh, okay. So no one here from the Empowerment Center in which you have a deal with is not here, correct?
That's as I understand it.
Okay.
Do you need them here?
All right. All right. They submitted a letter. Okay. I guess I'm just confused because 1 minute it wasn't okay, now it's okay. And now, to me, just because they said it's okay, I think we still have an obligation to represent the rest of the city to where that use next to it would not be okay.
Well, I
Just as we
understand.
did.
Well,
okay.
if I could interrupt, Madam Mayor.
ahead.
I did, I explained that exact point to the applicant, just so you know.
Okay.
That they have arrived apparently at accommodation with people who are objecting. But we still have to do our duty and determine whether or not we're comfortable with that, regardless of any side agreement. So, I mean, I think you're completely right. I mean, it's still our duty and obligation to do what we need to do. Well, we just haven't received an affirmative objection. In fact, we've received the opposite, a letter from people who previously objected saying they're okay with it now. So that's, but we still have a duty, and I think, so I'm basically saying, I think, in my opinion, you're both right, that it's still our job to evaluate the policy we want to put in.
Okay.
I appreciate that. The only
Okay.
thing I wanted to comment was,
Yeah.
accommodations are made typically when uses come in and there's an objective party. Accommodations are made, so we didn't do anything out of the ordinary. We saw what their concerns was, we addressed, and to be knowledgeable that the Empowerment Center has acquired a campus that they're going to be relocating all their facilities to. That's common knowledge. So it's not as if this isn't going to be a historical use that is going to stay in existence for who knows how long, but they have the agenda. So you could look at it as a temporary co-occupant or co-usage.
But do you also see how that could be a problem for us too?
Well, are there any regulations that prohibit? If you're going to implement some new type of policy that has not been provided notice of to any land use person in the state or the city, then you're going to have an issue as
But
from my
you were
perspective.
aware that we did turn down a alcohol license next door to Hope's, am I right? Mark?
I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with the details of that, so I don't feel
But I'm
comfortable
sure
speaking.
you heard about it and what our concerns were, so that's why, you're here addressing it.
That would be yes, right?
Yeah.
Well, I understand that, and I also am here to answer any questions you may have to the
Yeah,
extent I can.
that's all I'm asking you, is that, you understand why it is challenging for us. This guy's over here like, oh, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. Don't say a word.
Madam Mayor, David Brown with Thrive Cannabis Marketplace. We understand your concerns.
Mark, listen, this isn't, I'm not trying to be difficult. What I am trying to figure out, like, okay, all of a sudden, what is the Empowerment Center going to do? Because guess what happens? And this council can attest to this. A lot of times, we come up here, we vote, then after that, then all of a sudden, we could get a letter tomorrow that says, oh, no, we didn't reach a deal, it didn't happen for us, and then we've already approved it. How many times, things like that always do happen. So we need to kind of know, what's the plan? What are you guys doing? 1 minute it was like, oh, no, they can't come next to us. Now it's okay.
Well, and I know you don't want me to talk, but two things. One, I get really excited up here when there's a mic. Two, there's actually a deal that's been inked. So there's
Okay.
nobody's backtracking on anything.
And that's the only reason we can't tell you all the details, because there's a confidentiality clause in that. But I can tell you it was more than one aspect. We had to make sure they understood from A to Z, our whole process, how we do things, no odors, no logo, stuff like that. Generalities, what we're talking about. We walked them through A to Z until they were comfortable, and that's the only reason they submitted that letter,
The only reason?
because they were comfortable with the use.
If you know me, I always call the elephant out in the room.
That's okay. Did you just call me an
I do.
elephant, Mayor?
Anyway,
at his
no,
shirt.
thank you so much. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Breckes. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good job. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckes.
Yeah. This has been a compelling issue. I'm a land use zoning nerd. I have a degree in planning. I've worked in it for 25 years. And it's not at point today because we don't have an objector. But this issue of people seeking rehabilitation for addiction and is interesting because it's a growing land use. As Ms. Stewart said, she was surprised to see there were 4 all around, and I know they're popping up all over. I saw one advertised on TV last night during the World Series. I thought it was very interesting. So land uses evolve in response to what's going on in your society and your technology. But it's also run up to another trend, and one that we've been very involved in, which is these mixed use zones that allow a variety of uses. I think the empowerment zone is an old motel that is now a residential facility of sorts. And so how do you work with that? And the concept of triggers for people with addictions as they travel around the world is really an interesting one that I have not seen in my professional literature. I'll probably see it in the next 3 months or so, because I think it is a theme that is very ripe. But I believe that today it's one to pass for another time. I don't feel we have an objector here who's bringing it to us, but I think it's very it's for very stimulating thought. However, this one, and I toured the empowerment zone, and the person walked me over to this facility, and I've met with these folks on 2 occasions. Bless you. Is much like the one that was on Plum Lane in my ward, where it backfilled a Blockbuster. Not many things are backfilling obsolete, blighted blockbusters. That's like a riddle there. This is backfilling an obsolete retail operation, and I'm excited about that. It's taking half of it. So from a land use perspective, which is how I try and approach this industry, which we know the voters took the step of making in our landscape, it is interesting, but I am in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I was going to say I got my edible, but it's a Tums, which says how I feel about how this length of this discussion has gone on. What I did want to say, and again, I'm just going to peel it back to kind of my comments before. I think to me this is fairly cut and dry from a process standpoint. Again, I kind of feel like kudos for working something out before you got here. I liken it to the pepper mill and the prior application, rather than having us play referee and kind of battle something out. Thanks for kind of dealing with it before you got here and not making us have to deal with it. So I actually appreciate that. But it doesn't, to me, what caught my attention on this one was, and I drive by that location almost on a daily basis, is when we went out and did a site check, because they spent a bunch of money on TIs, got way down the road on it, and then all of a sudden this pops up that it's a rehab facility. They've got a pretty good sign kind of out there. How did anybody not know how did this not pop up in our processes? I guess is my question.
Before someone goes out there, spends millions of dollars to, create these amazing facilities, and then all of a sudden, oh, sorry.
And I understand that it's not necessarily.
It goes like this. Okay.
It's not necessarily in our written rules that we don't locate within a certain distance of rehab facilities, correct? Yet, but we have some precedents that popped up before this issue popped up. In other words, we kind of headed down the path of not wanting to do this. So I'm curious how we got so far. They got so far down the road of TIs and approvals before this became, everybody was more aware.
Thank you so much for the question, Council Member. For the record, Dylan Shaver, your Director of Policy and Strategy. To be honest, I had a similar question, though I can tell you from the staff perspective that the first thing we do is check for the things that you require us to check for. The second thing we do is we take a look at who is objecting and sort of the other indications that Council has made, at which point this really came to our attention in June, which I believe is when you had a separate privileged license before you that had a similar potentially objecting applicant, and I believe council action at the time was to reject that application, which is really what flagged this from the staff perspective, which was in June, at which point I believe it was shortly thereafter, and they'll have to say that I reached out to the applicant themselves and said that you may want to do some outreach here because it's clear that these are going to be questions council asked, which is why I believe you saw this applicant on your agenda, I think 3 separate times, because they took heed and under their own volition. I believe with some of you perhaps at the table attempting to broker something, reached out to them. Prior to that June decision, it wasn't something staff knew to look for. Something that we need to keep in mind as well is since Reno Municipal Code and NRS do not require nonprofits to register here at the city, there's nothing that necessarily would trigger this in our system other than sort of going down and looking. And I wish I could tell you that at the beginning of every application process, we had the ability to send staff to just go out and walk around the neighborhood. But again, we really only look for the things you tell us to.
Well, I guess my closing comments, and I understand now better the timeline, but now that you're kind of seeing what the writing on the wall is with regards to the council, I just want to make sure that anybody submitting an application to the city kind of gets as much lead time as this being a concern before anything gets formalized as possible, so we don't get the argument of, I just spent $500,000 on TIs, and now all of a sudden this red flag comes up. So maybe we're not getting that many applications in. We don't have that many slots for applications. Maybe it's worth staff spending a little time walking around a little bit to make sure we don't run into that argument, I guess.
So to that point, council member, what I can commit to you is as follows. Today are your last 3 applications that are allowed under RMC. You have approved one conditionally. You have allowed one to go back and do some work, and I'm not certain what your plans are for this one, of course. With that one that you have sort of allowed to go back to the drawing table, we're having those conversations right now, just sort of about what you are looking for generally. When we come back to you at the end of the moratorium, we will consider a number of things, including whether or not it is council's will to open up those last 2, which are allowed under NRS but not under Reno Municipal Code. And we will hopefully have a resolution in the code by the time you make a decision whether or not to open those. So for the remaining applications that you have, which to your point, there are not many. We will absolutely conduct that more thorough level because we now have a clearer understanding of what your will is.
Great, thank you.
Dylan, can I ask you a question? Okay, with the remaining this has nothing to do with that, but the remaining applications that aren't in, that means, am I right, we have two more?
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. You have 2 more that state law allows for you to approve. However, the Reno Municipal Code caps us at 8 dispensaries total, 4 multiple, which are combination medical and recreational use, and then 4 more recreational locations. I believe it was a year ago, July, that you chose to, when you codified this in the first place, that you chose not to allow applications for those last 2 slots. So just to, I guess, restate what I said, because even hearing it myself didn't make any sense. We are allowed 10 under state law. Reno Municipal Code allows us to have 8. And the applicants before you today basically would take us to 8 if you were to approve them all.
It would take us to 8?
Yes, ma'am.
But we have 2 more.
2 more under state law that would not currently be allowed under municipal code. You'd have to go in and do an ordinance change.
And then we get a list from the state, and they say, here's your list.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can choose from these applications that they've vetted.
Yes.
And it has to be someone on the list.
Yes.
We can't deviate from that.
Right. I was just told to clarify to you that for those remaining 2, we do not have applications in our hands because there's nothing that you could.
Right. But I'm just saying, do they have to come from the list that the state gives us? It absolutely has to come.
They have to be approved by the state first. We, under municipal code, take them in a certain order, which you don't have to do, but you have opted to do.
Because it would be interesting to see a completely different model now that we've kind of seen all these models. Something like, a nonprofit that goes to, school funding or co-op or, something to that capacity. So I was just sort of curious to see if there's some, with these next 2 licenses that sort of the city holds on to, is a way to say, these are the things that we'd like to look at. Maybe it comes for addiction recovery.
Yes, ma'am. And without running afoul of what this agenda item actually is, I
Yeah.
will tell you that we've looked at a lot of models from the other jurisdictions, and I think that there are opportunities to, I don't want to use the phrase get creative because that
Yeah.
makes applicants a little nervous, but to perhaps make this application process align a little more clearly to what the council's wishes
Okay,
are.
thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Weber. I know.
It's
yeah,
fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Are these licenses typically issued for?
Thank you for the question. Again, Dylan Shaver for the record. The process in place is a privileged license comes back every quarter, basically, to staff for review. With the conditions you are putting in place, we would still make them come back quarterly.
Right.
But you were also saying after a year, they would come back to council for
Exactly.
review.
I just wanted to get that clarity on the record.
Yes, ma'am.
So they still have to come back quarterly with a check-in and do whatever they have to do with you.
We're not letting them out of anything.
Okay, but then at 1 year, have to come back to us.
Per the conditions you've put on the other two
So far.
licenses, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say I am in support of this. I think it's really important that we move forward. Empowerment has sent the letter saying that they agreed and support this. And I know that there has been issues. I've met with both sides, if you want to call it sides. I don't want to call it sides. But I think that the best thing that has happened is that they came together and they worked this out. And so often we hear negatives of something, and I just think it's really important that we support both sides of this issue. And I think that there could be really good things that will happen for empowerment through Thrive.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Councilman Weber, why don't you?
Make a motion?
Give me a motion.
All right. Madam Mayor, nothing has really changed in terms of the global landscape. I do think it's very impressive what this applicant did in terms of reaching out to their next door neighbor and making accommodations. I had brought up a number of issues that I was concerned about. I have no idea if those were addressed in their private agreement, but one of the things that I brought up was that, and this is really for our members of RTC, there is no bus stop between Meadowood Mall and South Meadows. It was done away with. And the applicant told me that they were going to reach out to RTC and look to see if they could help bring that back. And I suggested that it might not be the same old place, maybe south of the Empowerment Center, so they don't have to walk by Thrive. It's just an idea. I'm also going to reach out, and I'm hoping you will, Councilwoman Jordan. Nevertheless, and so totally kudos to you, but I still think I'm going to try my one motion again, and then I'll do another if I have to. But I again, I'm going to recommend continuing for 6 months. I think in light of what we just did, I'm not even sure I should even try that motion, but I'm willing to. The mayor is so emphatic about this and feels so strongly that I'm very willing to recommend a continuation for 6 months.
You're very sweet.
So,
Councilwoman Dewar. No,
I don't know
you-
if I get a second on
trust
that.
me, we all get passionate up here. We all have our, our differences of
Yeah.
opinion. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
walk away good friends. Many of you that I vote against you all the time, and we're yeah. What?
So I don't know if I get a second.
One council member told me, every Wednesday, or an old council member told me every Wednesday I lost half my friends, but then those friends came back the following
Nice.
Wednesday. So,
Okay, so I'm leaving
so
it
I
to
think
anyone to
yeah.
second that. If I
So
don't,
I will. I'm just going to put on the record. So I have a motion. Do I have a second? And I'll just go in for discussion. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay. I would second that, so we can have discussion really quick. All I'm going to say is I'm not going to support it. I think we've set a precedence of this council of putting, this liquor store next to Hope's, same exact issue. I think the private dealings then all of a sudden change the landscape. I think we still have to stay and conform to, what it was that we set out to do, especially when we did that. We didn't want it to harm the recovery of the people that were at Hope's. So I'm going to stay consistent. Otherwise, I think the council looks very sloppy. I think we have set a precedent. So I'm just going to say that. I'm also going to say, again, I'm not against marijuana. I'm against, I'm for a pause in the process. I think, you know, reading through all these court documents, and I don't know if you have, I think some of you would be pretty surprised. There were, you know, people put on these applications that some never existed and some didn't even really know, and then some were minorities that were just basically sort of used to be put on these applications. And I'm not saying that any of you here are, I said this in the last meeting, so don't think I'm attacking you personally. Poor Mark Simon's over here is laughing. I still really like you, Mark, I do, I always have. But I'm just saying that, you know, and I said that from the first go-around. So, you know, we'll see what happens. You know, we'll certainly see what happens, but I'm not going to support it. So anyway, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion fails. Go
I
ahead,
will
give me another motion.
offer another motion. My motion would be that we approve the Thrive application, that the license would expire in 1 year and have to come back to council for reconsideration. And number two, if for any reason the state does not make the Thrive license certificate permanent within that time, or reopens the application vetting process and performs a reevaluation of the ranking process, which results in Thrive dropping from the top 4 positions in the city of Reno, the license would be rescinded.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Myself. Motion carries.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, next up.
Madam Mayor, with that,
Congratulations. Okay, go ahead.
I believe that we should go to item F3. This is the Daybreak PUD. I believe that Councilmember Delgado is going to be joining us any moment.
Okay. What time did we come back from break? 12?
F3 Daybreak. This is the second
I feel like I
reading,
could use a break.
which
Yeah.
is
You know
ordinance
what?
adoption.
I am so sorry.
Okay.
But before we take this, I'm going to ask council members to take a 15-minute break. I need you to get up, go to the bathroom, walk around, do whatever you need to do, and come back a little refreshed. All right?
Okay.
Thanks.
We will recess and return at 4:20.
I got this rash or allergy.
He is figuring out the system.
Okay.
Let's do the Parks Commission appointment.
What are we doing?
He's dialing right this very second. So I hear. Would you like to do D1 quickly while we're waiting?
D1, sure.
Okay. We will go to item D1.
Great, okay. At this time, do you have any public comment, Madam Mayor, on item D1?
I have none.
Okay, thank you. At this time, how about staff presentation? I would imagine that's our city attorney's office. Go ahead.
Yep,
Mr.
for the record,
Shipman.
John Shipman for the City Attorney's Office. Special counsel has recommended that the City of Reno opt out of the multi-district litigation in Cleveland, Ohio, and requests and that the council approve the opt-out.
All right, and the reason we are doing that is so that we can go in individually.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right, any questions from council members? Seeing that there are none, may I get a motion, Councilwoman
Yeah,
Dewar?
I recommend we follow the attorney's recommendation to opt out of the litigation negotiation class in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, great.
Madam Mayor, since we are still waiting for him to call in, I'd recommend that we go to item G11, which is appointment to the Recreation and Parks Commission. Currently, Councilmember Weber is the liaison to this board.
All right, Councilwoman Weber, I'm going to send it to you. Are you ready?
I am G11 if I could find it, but I would like to say that I support Eric Scalise for a reappointment.
I'll second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next.
All
Madam
right,
Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are having some technical issues, so let's go to item D2. This is a code update for the zoning code renovations issue sheet.
Okay.
We'll start here as I work with Councilmember Delgado to suss it out.
Okay. Okay, any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
We have none.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to send it to you. Arlo, hello.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. I do have a roughly 10-minute presentation if you want to hear it, or I could just cut it short and leave it with the staff report. Is there a preference? Let me turn it into 1 minute. This is the issue sheet, which, to remind you, is to give us kind of review the general direction the code update is going and provide any direction if you want us to go in a different direction. The details of the codes will be coming forward shortly. The first third is out for review right now, and this is the last of our issue sheets dealing with procedures. Schedule we'll skip. Just in terms of the general topics that we're recommending, it amounts to a very modest, a reasonably modest streamlining of the development review process. Development review process improvements essentially involve fewer special use permits, more site plan reviews, which are publicly noticed and appealable, and a few exceptions to the special use permit triggers. The second main topic are alternatives to variance processes that are in place in many communities around the state and country. The third involve a restructuring of our project approval findings, and the fourth involves planned unit developments in specific planned districts and recommendations to go ahead and retain those districts. I can go into any more detail if you'd like, but I'll call it a wrap with that.
Good job. I think you did amazing.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, stop there.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to note for the record, we do have Councilmember Delgado on the phone at this time.
Okay, let's just finish this item and then we'll go back to Councilman Delgado and I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Breckus, and so let's streamline this as quickly as possible. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just, this is something I'm following very closely. I'm attending the working group meetings. I'm watching the planning commission. I'm reading it. I think 2 points is one, I'm not so sure that the process in place of bringing these up every month to the council, we don't have the time to get into it. I don't think it's particularly workable. I think good progress is made, but I do think that there's some things that aren't getting there that are unique to how the council deals with the zoning code, where, we have some issues. But I'm not entirely sure that those thoughts can't be held in reserve until drafts are provided. That's really, we need to start seeing drafts. But I think that some of the things that are being missed for the council are, there's a statement in here, we want to do this like Sparks in terms of grading and some of the site development approvals. Well, Sparks doesn't do rockery walls. We have rockery walls that have become a big issue in some neighborhoods. So that's one point that when we get a draft, maybe we want to discuss a little bit more. And then there's others. I won't belabor it, but I do think that maybe the council wants to take a position that we don't have Mr. Stockham focus on bringing these to us each time, that maybe
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
that maybe perhaps when the drafts come forward, we have a special meeting with the planning commission. I like that approach on the master plan the best, or so anyway, it's going to be adopted by us by ordinance anyway. Anyway.
All right, any other questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
This, I've been waiting for this section because this is sort of the root of the process. And a lot of questions that we've brought up at the last 5 presentations, you have said, we'll deal with that when we get to the process. And so here we are, we're in a little bit time constraint. We want to get on with our agenda. Whether we do it with the Planning Commission or we just have a special workshop on, on these things, because some of these things like the specific plan districts, I'm in favor of them. A project that's coming up on the agenda, I would have liked to see one. I don't know that we got rid of them, but I would like to endorse keeping them. An example is new tools for design alternatives. I like to know what those are. Like, that sounds really good. I'd just like to know where we're going, rather than being surprised at the end. I'm not following it as closely as Councilwoman Breckus. I'm not attending all of these extra meetings, but I feel like I better, because I feel like there's going to come a moment where a decision's made and I missed it, and you're just handing us something for an ordinance approval. And so what I would like to at least request is something between these very general sessions, which we're not even talking here today about it, given the length of our agenda, and here's the ordinance for you to adopt. So if you could think of, back at the desk, a process that would get us at least to the meat of this a little bit in a different setting, I think that would be useful. For maybe not everyone wants to attend. Maybe it's a workshop.
We would be happy to do any process you would like. In terms of the process that's laid out now, we are doing the initial draft ordinances right now. The first third's out for review. The second third's going to be out for review in 2 weeks, and in 6 weeks, all of it will be out for review. That's when you have draft ordinances. It's a first round draft. Our intent was to come back to you just after the new year to review some of the more details that will implement the more conceptual direction that we have in these issue sheets. Then that'll be updated into what's called a consolidated draft, a second draft in April, another round of review, final adoption draft in the summer. So we have a series of steps. We'd be happy to do workshops or whatnot. This is the very last of the issue sheets.
Okay.
And I'm in the process right now of reviewing the code language for this topic.
All right, let me just tell you in my remaining time, just some of the things I'm interested in. I'm interested in when someone comes in for annexation, we get very brief information. Maybe they do or don't do a report. I mean, I know they're supposed to. They haven't been following a template. We've been talking about making a template, so everyone has to do it the same. I'm looking for that. Number 2 is who can object to anything, a zoning, an annexation, a master plan, who has standing? Who is an affected party? I haven't enjoyed these debates here. I think that if you're in City of Reno, you got a yellow card, or even if you didn't, if you're a group organized, let's say on billboards, you should be able to comment on billboards even if you don't happen to live within 350 feet of that billboard. I mean, just to give an example, that's probably irrelevant because we've kind of dealt with billboards. But these are the kind of things that many states and communities have very broad public participation opportunities for the public. It's their city, right? We're elected to carry out certain things, but they still play a role. And they play a role of their community. We have a whole group now called Neighborhood Services. So I don't want to use any more time, but you're getting maybe a little bit of the flavor. I didn't know what day those were coming up, but those have become real issues I have to deal with at the ground level at the ward. So thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I understood it, based on the staff report, Mr. Stockham, issue sheet 3A is what's in front of us today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this has already gone to the technical working group and the planning commission. Is that correct?
It has.
So what more is there for us to do other than to bless and release and for it to go forward? I mean, again, I apologize. I read the materials as saying that both the technical working group and the planning commission largely agreed with the recommendations put forward by staff through the 3A sheet process about procedure. What else are we doing?
If you would like us to do a course correction, if you, anything
A
in
what?
this, if you would like us to correct course and do it differently than what's been roughly outlined in front of you, this would be a great time to do it because we spend a lot of money drafting the ordinances, and if it's going in just a fundamentally wrong direction, you know, it would be better to know that now.
Say so now.
Okay.
is what you're
It doesn't
saying.
lock
When
anything
you're done.
in, but
So
if,
you're saying
you know,
there's a
these types of
chance.
suggestions are.
Okay, well,
helpful.
therein lies the issue, is I think that we've already done the work, that this is the sort of latter stages, or maybe to use a sports analogy, we're on like the 5-yard line trying to punch it in to the end. And it doesn't sound like, at least some of my colleagues believe that that's how close we are. If we're not there and we have to do some other different process, I'm okay with that, except that I believe that staff and the technical working group, as well as the planning commission, have done the work. And so I don't know what it is we want more work done on. And so I'm prepared to move forward with it as it's been presented tonight. And so it's just where I fall on the issue, given the work that's already gone into getting it to here today.
All right, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead,
I'll give
Councilwoman.
you one example, plan unit developments. We have plan unit developments that have no end date. They last infinitely. They may be reviewed in 20 years, is my understanding. But a lot of plan unit developments were adopted. We did a whole new master plan that has new ideas for current day. I would love to see an ordinance that says that those plan unit developments, after, let's say, a period of time, 5 years, 7 years, whatever, that they have to comply with the new ordinances of the day. I don't know that any of the groups, planning commission, or whoever's reviewed this has actually addressed that issue, because I don't want to be approving legacy, going with legacy PUDs that are not current. And you have said, and I think even the next one we're going to look at, they say, for example, the old Butler Ranch PUD, it said right in the PUD that they had to comply with the current laws of the day, the current ordinances of the day. And I'm going to be asking that question later. Is that condition still in? So, I'd rather make it a regular rule than have to remember to put it in every time. That's an example. Okay?
All right. Councilwoman Beckett?
Since we are, speak now or save your pieces, we're going to do special use permits, major and minor. That was tried 7 or 8 years ago and failed, and we merged them back into one. So I'm trying to.
Site plan reviews, major and minor site plan reviews, special
I
use
thought
permit
it
would stay
said.
the same.
Okay, then reduce, major and minor site plan reviews. Then that raises the question, site plan reviews is administrative process. The administrator reviews all plans anyway from any building plans from a zoning conformity, consistency review anyway. So how does a site plan review get us anything different than just routing a set of plans through somewhere?
It's a publicly noticed property, so the owners, the adjoining property or the nearby property owners all get a yellow card in the mail, and they have an opportunity to object, to weigh in, and to ultimately appeal it up to this body. So it's not a ministerial approval where staff is a final decision. Staff issues a decision that's appealable, and those can also be conditioned.
Well, let's say that, okay, right there, is it's appealable. Well, that gets into the standing because people have been appealing building permits, people have been appealing site plan reviews, and they've been locked out the door to even petition their government on that issue. That's point one. Point two is the site plan reviews then put the administrator into putting a noticed decision of record of why that decision was made, and that's a good thing, but we're doing minor and major of those. Want to understand the nuances of those. Because I have had Ward 1 residents reach out to me and say, look, I got a postcard for a site plan review, and my concerns are in no way addressed through the approval. The approval was just stamped and gone. Now they're doing a little bit of a record of decision. If we want to delegate all this administrative authority that I'm not opposed to, although it may be a middle ground between a special use permit and just approving a set of building permits, and maybe in going to the middle ground, there's thinking, oh, it's the better approach, but maybe it isn't. Maybe keeping it as a special use permit's the better approach. Maybe just routing it through the building permit is the better approach. But there's some thinking that, oh, we're landing on a good spot. I think we should think about that. And I have been asking on the technical review committee to bring us examples. I can bring the site plan review that was in my ward where the largest homeowners association in the city of Reno was booted out, couldn't even petition on standing. But if we had gotten past that standing, that could stand as, or could demonstrate as an illustration of a site plan review. So if we want to delve down on some of these issues, bring to us 5 examples of recent site plan review decisions so we can understand in an illustrated fashion what this site plan review streamlining is. And a special use permit decision of the Planning Commission that will go to site plan review so we can understand. I think we, the council, need to be able to conceptualize a lot of this, contextualize. Thank you.
I think there is a lot of moving parts here, and I think we could probably, and I know how we are, and we'll take something and we'll pick it apart and keep picking it apart. So I don't want to go there right now. I think that this is probably a later date and much broader discussion, and someone was just saying a town, or a
little workshop, maybe.
Yeah. So can we table this? What's the best way to move forward?
Madam Mayor?
Or not move forward? Go ahead.
If I may, perhaps we have Mr. Stockham take the feedback that he's already received today, and then we reach out to you individually to see if there are other topics you want to talk about, just to give him input. I think what Mr. Stockham is trying to convey is that they're in the process of writing the ordinance, and we'd rather not waste staff time writing an ordinance and working on something that then isn't on target. Once we do get to that ordinance, though, we can still have those, maybe those workshops to go over them in a little bit more detail outside of a regular council meeting, if that's the desire.
Yeah.
Does that sound good, Mr. Stockham?
That sounds wonderful. We're available when you are, and again, if you want to just come meet with us one-on-one, more than happy to do that. We have our whole spreadsheet of the various projects.
The only thing about the meeting one-on-one is that what I hear, well, you're one person, and nobody else may care about that issue. So I want to raise my issue with my colleagues. I don't want to meet on it one by one. I don't want to redo literally of the regional master plan where I met one-on-one and I'm like, well, you're one person. We don't know how everybody feels. And then we never really have a vote on how everybody feels. Do you see what I'm saying? I'd rather.
You can bring it back after you meet one-on-one.
That's what I'm saying. I'd be happy to do that as long as there's a reconnect with this body.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
If I could just suggest, we're going to have all the ordinances available, printed, ready for review in mid-December.
Mid-December.
We were planning to do a presentation around that time outlining what's in the documents, kind of how to navigate the documents. And then I would suggest that probably in the January timeframe would be a wonderful time for a workshop if the group's willing.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
All right.
And we'll go ahead and keep drafting in accordance with what we've heard.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Arlo. Really appreciate you. Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have Councilman Delgado?
Madam Mayor, I believe we have Councilman Delgado on the phone.
Okay.
So at this time, we will be moving to item F3.1 and items F3.2 to be opened together.
Okay, hold on one second.
You wouldn't have been available.
I have a process question, if that would be okay.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, I know at our last meeting, it seemed like we voted on zoning and master planning, and then we're only having a second reading on zoning. So the master plan, was that approved? That's my question, just a procedural.
Yes, it was
Okay.
approved.
And was there anything else on there?
The
Did we
handbook.
approve anything
Also
else?
approved the handbook.
The handbook at the last meeting?
Yes.
That doesn't need a second reading.
Yeah, it's all on item F31. And I'll go ahead and read that. This is ordinance adoption. Case number LDC 18-00037, Daybreak PUD zoning map amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning 1, rezoning a plus or minus 979.4 acre site located north of South Meadows Parkway, south of Miraloma Drive, west of eastern Reno city boundary, and east of Washoe County Half-Acre Hills open space, Reggie Road, Nombre Way, from plus or minus 217.5 acres of planned unit development, Butler Ranch, plus or minus 13.7 acres of specific planned District Alexander Pacific Plan, plus or minus 23.6 acres of large lot residential, 1 acre, plus or minus 147.3 acres of large lot residential, 2.5 acres, and plus or minus 577.3 acres of unincorporated transition, 40 acres, to plus or minus 979.31 acres of planned unit development Daybreak, and plus or minus 0.09 acres to single family, 6,000 square feet, and 2, tentative approval of the associated planned unit development handbook together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, I do have public comment on this item. First to speak is Tanya Tavkar, followed by Valerie Truce, followed by Terry Thomas. And I would like to just note for the record, this ordinance adoption number is 6526.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Tanya Tafkar, and I'm a wild horse advocate. First of all, I'd like to start out by saying thank you to Madam Mayor, Councilperson Jenny Burkus, and Councilperson Dewar for their last no on this Daybreak development. Here we are, and the council has another chance to say no, absolutely no to this development. You have all you need right in front of your eyes. There are big, huge horse problems. These poor, beautiful creatures will get pushed out once again. Flooding, and we sure know it will. Huge devastation it will bring. Mercury, which is deadly and cancerous to people, especially the poor children that will be exposed to it. Overpopulation, it's already hugely overpopulated. Good luck if development starts with Daybreak. And not to mention the super heavy flow of traffic. Please think carefully, take your time, and vote a big no on Daybreak. Remember, you are working for the people, not the developers. When the developers are gone and they have made all their money, you will then have to face the people and the devastation. Do you think you will have their vote then? Thank you.
Valerie Truce, followed by Terry Thomas, followed by Kim Rodemeyer.
Valerie Truce, for the record. During our last public meeting on Daybreak, Jenny Breck has mentioned she'd taken the time to drive out to the old Butler Ranch. Realizing that you guys are really busy and you might not have the time, I decided to take a little field trip for you. I thought a slideshow might be appropriate. So this is the northern terminus of Rio Wrangler, which ends in a dirt road right now, and these are the current residents. They come down the hills every morning to graze and guzzle. I'm sorry, the only camera I have is my phone, so these aren't as high as quality as.
It looks
my-
good.
does it?
Excellent. It looks great.
And so there's our morning crew. This is Steamboat Creek, the last remaining source of water for the band of horses who call the area home. This is a pond that is along the northern boundary of South Meadows Parkway and the western edge of Veterans Parkway. It has been in existence forever. I've tried to find out if it's a retention pond or detention pond, but the developer has mentioned it will be filled to accommodate new growth. Another strike against Reimagine Reno, our master plan. This one is really hard to see, but I wanted to give you an idea of what it is. This is where South Meadows Parkway is eventually going to cross Steamboat Creek. The Steamboat Creek, South Meadows Parkway, the new elementary school is over here. So eventually there will be a bridge here, eventually. I really encourage you to drive out to see it because it's a complicated environment. Oops. All right. Last time we met, Vice Mayor Dewar was concerned that earthquake might cause structural damage to the Alexander Lake Dam. This is the Alexander Lake Dam that she was referring to. She was concerned if there was an earthquake, it might create a flood. The dam might break, create a flood of effluent, whose only recourse would be to go down that hill to the new homes. This is a wide spot, one of the few places where homes could be built without endangering residents. I'm sorry. We've heard a lot about the Narrows, and this is the Narrows or the Huffaker Pinch. This is where it gets really tricky. The breadth of Steamboat Creek and its accompanying wetlands squeeze between two formative hills, one over here, one over here. Also mentioned many times, Alexander Lake Road, which is right up here, a thin blade of asphalt without shoulders winding up over the hill that floods with just a bit of rain, making this bike path impassable. Butler Ranch proper, a few acres of easily tilled soil where the water table allows for crops. I only have 2 more slides. And then you can see here where it's not as open space, they can't plant as much here because they're dealing with a lot of water. This is Heron's Landing, and you can see they've already built a wall to protect them from the water that's there that hasn't been encumbered. This is Heron's Landing. This is how narrow the strip is that all of that water Steamboat's going to go through, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, next comment is from Terry Thomas, followed by Kim Rodemeyer, followed by Jim Lewis.
Thank you. Hello again. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Once again, the Reno City Council has an opportunity to uphold their measured, thoughtful, and entirely defensible position taken in November 2018 to deny the Daybreak development. Of course, Mayor Sheevy and Council members Breckus and Dewar needn't avail themselves of this opportunity, having been steadfastly correct in their votes all along. The residents of Southeast Reno, and truly the residents of all of Reno, owe you a thanks for your position. Now, can we get the rest of the City Council to read their own master plan and pull themselves away from juicy campaign contributions and conflicts of interest in order to correct the error of their ways? Southeast Reno residents like myself have been labeled NIMBYs by those who can't possibly appreciate the fear of flooding and the dangers and destruction that it poses. This subdivision, mine, East Side, has numerous horses, disabled persons, elderly persons, and young children. From experience, flooding events here are incredibly swift, and we cannot depend on aid, let alone rescue. When I label myself proudly as a NIMBY, I do so with the knowledge that my backyard used to be a golf course. Now it is a derelict, fenced-in wetland bisected by a 6-lane highway, the maintenance for which no local entity has stepped up to undertake. My backyard and that of my neighbors retains floodwaters for the benefit of surrounding areas. Why, so do our homes. My 2,409 square foot residence held 2.5 feet of floodwater in 1997. You're welcome. When my neighborhood floods, we are also treated to contaminated well water. Coliform and E. coli are common. We have septic tanks that are quickly inundated and cannot take any more discharge. But the overarching issue and perfectly rational reason to say no to this overt, ill-advised, and under-researched land speculation by Newport Pacific Land in proposing the Daybreak development is that it is the last remaining critical floodplain, and no amount of mitigation is going to change that. There is simply no other place for the water to go.
Jim Rodemeyer, followed by Jim Lewis, followed by James Southard.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Rodemeyer, and I'm a board member of the Upper Southeast Communities Coalition. I'm here today to ask that you deny this second reading for this zoning map amendment. Our coalition has talked to some of you, and we've tried to help you understand why this project in this area is a danger to the surrounding communities. Conditions only work if they are enforced. We have told you about and shown you failed flood mitigation sites all over East Reno. To get approvals, the developers always tell you that the water table is lower than it proves to be, and they are always shocked, just shocked, that their mitigation fails. That alone is reason enough to deny. We have provided some of you with information on the inadequate mercury testing and talked to you about the applicant's ability to play on words so that they can stand up here and tell you with a straight face that they have found, and I quote, where the mercury should be. That alone is reason enough to deny. We have let you know that the FEMA map is not going to include this project. FEMA does not require maps for projects that are not built yet. So these almost 4,000 homes in the critical flood zone 1 are not going to be counted in this current remap. That alone is reason enough to deny. We have urged some of you to look at the maps, look at what they have planned, and tell us that the pinch point at Huffacre Narrows is not going to be a huge impact on flooding in South Meadows and further south. History and geography has shown us what happens when a pinch point is in a floodplain, and this one is also in a FEMA floodway. And after the Southeast Connector constricted that already small area, you would vote to allow fill placed in the Narrows even more? Question mark. How many times have we had do we have to remind you that Steamboat Creek floods as much, if not more, than the Truckee? That alone is reason enough to deny. But the thing that should scare you the most is that they're going to eliminate Steamboat Creek flood storage. Butler Ranch North in 2005 only had about 4.5 feet of water on it. Normally, in 2005, the Truckee River was only about a 30-year flood. Steamboat Creek was a 100-year flood. So that's not even all of the water that was there in 97. The entire Butler Ranch North has been designated by this body as flood storage for almost 20 years. You are throwing that out the window. The citizens of the Truckee Meadows have contributed to a flood project for years, so far about $150 million. Now you're going to change the flood project with this one vote. This development is going to change the way it floods in East Reno, completely and forever. You would be putting almost 4,000 homes in the flood flow areas. What do you think that is going to do? The city and the surrounding communities have always been able to understand where floodwater is coming from and where it will go during flood events. This project will change that. Now where is it going to go? UNR doesn't hold fresh Steamboat Creek floodwaters. And they claim that UNR Farms is still available for flood storage, but UNR Farms is not enough. It has never been enough on its own. You used to know that. That alone is reason enough to deny.
All right, thank you.
Jim Lewis, followed by James Southard, followed by Coulter Stewart.
Jim Lewis for the record. We found embedded in this 2012 article the reason why housing prices have escalated in Reno. This section of the article has multiple pieces of reference material to support these findings, including this graph. When you do this kind of research on facts and data, you find that government intervention is the cause of the missing middle, known as sprawl, better known as Daybreak. Making matters worse, circled in red, the city of Reno would save $780 million over the course of 20 years using the McCarran scenario, which you have failed to do for the last 4 years. $39 million per year. Think about all the police, firefighters, and first responders you could support with that money. The 2019 regional plan explains this in greater detail. The McCarran scenario is actually the best reflection of Mayor Sheevy's new housing initiative. Item D12, Mr. Knowlton's idea, is what the city needs. This is not about not in my backyard. That's just a gaslighting talking point. This is about taxpayer-funded research, facts, efficiency, safety, and the citizens of Reno. This plan is so easy, so simple, it's astonishing the majority of you can't figure it out. Just from listening to the news, I know there's only one person who has consistently voted against these behemoth projects in the wrong locations. It's no wonder their background is in city planning. Another up there has a steep background in flood management. The voters are wondering who you're consulting with. There is only one real problem with Daybreak. They bought the wrong piece of land. It's with these facts and data that many people in this room today have just had the illuminating moment that I've had. You see the wizard. You pull back the curtain, you see the wizard, you can't unsee that wizard. These developers love these facts. They use them against you. This lawsuit is really part 3 of their plan. They knew from their previous 2 denials this project is a loser. This lawsuit is designed to flip the votes. It makes you wonder. This lawsuit was submitted on a very significant day. It makes you wonder who their first target was. Now, embedded in the lawsuit, they use the term straitjacket. When you read this section of the stipulation, your agreement today will effectively put yourselves in that straitjacket. This kind of weakness will not sit well with voters. You know, nicknames have become a big part of political campaigns. On November 3rd, 2020, could be a tough day for someone with the straitjacket moniker in front of their name. Today, the citizens of Reno are going to watch it in horror as the wizard draws the curtain and will forever wreak havoc on the South Meadows. Councilmember Breckus, thank you. Mayor Sheedy, thank you. Vice Mayor Dewar, thank you for your no vote 1 month ago. I talked to a lot of people in our neighborhood, and they greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
James Southard, followed by Coulter Stewart, followed by Steve Wolgast.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sheevy and esteemed council members. I want to thank also all of those folks that showed up today and took the day off from work. My name is James Southard, and I just wanted to share my perspective with you. I'm a native Nevadan, spending half my life in Las Vegas and the other half of my life up here. In Las Vegas, I was lucky enough, I was a property owner, and it's a flash flood area. And there were consequential flood damage as a result of that to a lot of property owners. And it became clear that, and you can go back and look at some of the documentation on developers and what they did with that area, because it is a flash flood area. It's a bit different than up here, but you know, it's still wet and it's still a problem. I wanted to add my perspective because I live in South Meadows in the South Steamboat area. Traffic's horrible. It's congested. If you drive down to where the Mount Rose Highway intersects down there, there's 17 four-story buildings that are being built right now. There's houses that are being built all around there, around that little pond. If you go further into the infrastructure of South Meadows, there's a DMV that's going to be opened. There's also several different shopping centers that haven't been fully built out. There's a Safeway that's going in. There's some retail areas. And, you know, during certain critical points of the day, it's a funnel effect and you get traffic that is as a result of rush hour. But even aside from that, it's kind of like the spaghetti bowl during most of the time. It's just growing so fast. And don't get me wrong, development's important. But it's got to be mindful. It can't be flawed. And it doesn't take an Einstein to figure out that a portion of this is flawed. In fact, earlier this morning when Mayor Sheevy came in, we had an engineer up here that condensed his 9-minute presentation down to 3, and he was prepared to share with y'all facts and figures and the math and the scope of the project as it was flawed, and that's where he was headed, but he didn't have enough time. But just as the previous person spoke, it's that flawed nature of the project and the wetlands that are being affected. So when you combine the flood plan with the traffic plan, I just think you got to really put your minds to this and see for a moment. It's my belief that there are black and white things. Some things are gray area, but there's a lot of black and white, and it's right and wrong is never gray area to me. And I look at Councilman Delgado, who's not here, and I read something last week where he received a campaign contribution from the developer toward his campaign, and I think he should abstain because that's just wrong, and it's not a gray area to me. And so I appreciate your time and listening to me, and for all those folks that showed up, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Coulter Stewart, followed by Steve Wolgast, followed by Franco Crivelli.
Mayor and Council, Colt Stewart for the record. Thank you to all of the unpaid participants in this meeting all day from wards 2 and 3 in the southeast portion of Reno. Last time I talked about traffic and traffic safety, and so the fellow before, that's a pretty good segue. This development will bring some 40,000 trips a day into the South Meadows to Miraloma region. Let's put that in context. Right now, under construction are some 4,000 units between the what I call the Rock Quarry project, which is the Toll Brothers, that 1,000 units there, and the units that the gentleman just described at the roundabout, the Summit area, and so on. I mean, as well as everything else that's under construction already along the Veterans Parkway realm. Now, those 4,000 units are not factored into any of the current traffic data, which the RTC Southeast study that's underway is considering. The last traffic data they have for traffic accidents, incidents, or anything else in our region is outdated as of 2015 to 17. So their data is 2 to 3 years old, that they're trying to do a regional transportation corridor study on how to handle our traffic. They don't even, I mean, the Daybreak project isn't even on their books. It's not even in their thinking. So we've got 4,000 units that are newly, in the last 2 or 3 years, brought on the stream. We've got 4,000 units currently under construction. Got another 4,000 units from this deal. Okay, so that's 40,000 round trips a day, 40,000 round trips a day, and another 40,000 round trips a day. By the time this project is developed, there's going to be 120,000 round trips a day. Now, before the last hearing, after we met with RTC, we have a subcommittee, traffic safety subcommittee, met with RTC, got the briefing on where they are, where they stand now. They're talking about maybe 10 roundabouts somewhere in that whole southeast area. And that's going to be their traffic plan for dealing with cars and trucks and buses. I mean, you can't believe the number of dirt-laden trucks that are running right past the high school all hours of the day. And we wind up with a situation where we don't have the traffic safety data from the last 3 years. So I made the request, the public records request, before the last council meeting. That data will not be available until at earliest next Wednesday. So I ask merely that you wait until we find out what the traffic safety concerns are. I mean, my wife and I alone have witnessed 7 major accidents just on the Steamboat and Damani Ranch elbow there between the freeway and Rio Wrangler Parkway. So, you know, it's in your hands, guys. Please give us some consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Wolgast, followed by Franco Crivelli.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Steve Wolgast. I'm here speaking in opposition to this zoning amendment. I'm wondering if we're seeing the beginning of the end of this real estate boom. If you look at the Reno and Sparks home prices, they peaked in July, then fell in August, then fell again in September. While it's not quite the same, Bay Area home prices have been falling steadily for 6 months. I had a conversation with a realtor who also thinks that we're seeing the end of the boom. She said for every new listing, you'll see 5 to 10 older listings with price reductions. On October 15th, there were 10 new Reno homes in pre-foreclosure. On October 16th, there were price drops on 4 additional new homes built by D.R. Horton in Verdi. The Meridian 120 developer has requested an extension of their Phase 3 project, apparently due to slow sales. This is a time to be discriminating in the projects you approve. Let's not build 4,000 homes in a floodplain chasing a shortage that may already be over. Thank you.
Franco Crivelli.
Okay. Madam Mayor and member of the council, Franco Crivelli for the record. So here we are again. This project was denied 6-1 because they couldn't make the findings months and months ago. We never got explanation how magically the finding got reversed. So we're here again with no changes. We're here because of a lawsuit and a promise that the applicant will meet all requirements. Yes, a promise, with lie after lies. Also, presenting to you that they so benevolently, they were reducing the development by 10%, but they forgot to tell you that the 10% reduction was due to the fact that they got a 404 permit denied. And let's not forget also the public display of bribery by offering donation after donation so to get the project approved. Also, if you were wondering, have you read or your staff read the various document of agreements? Looking at one of the various mitigation agreements, there is a clause that states where in case of force majeure, in English means in case of major forces, the applicant is excused, and one of the items sneaked in is the word flood. Because major forces are considered unpredictable, but in this area, the flood is very predictable. It's actually expected. And what they're telling you is that the flooding is one of their major promises, that they'll take care. They will mitigate. They have done wonderful modeling, and they say that they will make it better. But they are excused if a flood happens. Don't worry, they will use that clause to get out of trouble. You're getting bamboozled with smoke and mirrors. So really, in conclusion, we really don't care. We actually don't give a damn if a land speculator buys a worthless piece of land and wants to develop it. What we really care is the damages. Yes, the damages that this project will do to the existing residents. We have been presenting to you numerous facts and data to prove the dangerous effect of this project, and we're expert on that subject. If you approve this zoning amendment, you are failing on your duties of protecting the residents of Reno in favor of a land speculator. As I said, we have compiled indisputable data of the danger of this project, but appears that the only language that you understand is lawsuits. I hate to say this, but approving this reckless, irresponsible, and willful negligence, and I didn't want to say this, but I had to say it. Yes, we will sue you for negligence. Yes, we will sue you for willfully damaging us. Yes, we will sue you for irresponsibly disregarding fact and believing in false promises. So in conclusion, yes, if you approve it, you will be sued. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, should be noted for the record, at this time we received 60 comments in opposition, 1 in support, and 1 concerned. With that, we have no further public comment signed in to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask, since Councilman Gatto's not here, I'm going to send it to,
He's on the phone.
oh, okay. Well, usually I would send it to him, it's his ward. Not going to do that. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead.
For question?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have about 4 questions for staff and then a couple comments later when we get to that. So,
Okay.
staff? My first question is that, or first a statement. So I'm in a business which is mineral exploration, and people consider that risky. We have to commit, once we drill holes, that we'll reclaim the area. And the practical order is that we have to post a bond. We have to post a bond to ensure that if we go bankrupt or belly up or something happens, that work will be completed. My concern here is that I think there's a great risk of liability. I've laid it out in previous conversations. I don't need to go over it. But I just wondered 2 things. One, how do we limit the risk of liability, especially to the city, who if we are found liable, we have taxpayers we go to. And number 2, the applicants have recommended that they would implement, which I thought was a good approach, a regional flood stormwater system, but I don't know how they plan to pay for that. I don't know who's going to be involved in that, who's going to manage it, how it's going to work. At Damani, which was used as an example, the developer has maintained that all these years, the developer themselves, and I think they issue a bill to the residents, but they have not given that over to the HOA. My concern is if a system was given over to the HOA, they would not know how to manage that very well. So the first question is bonding and liability, and the second question is management of the water system.
I'm going to defer on the first question to legal.
So on the bonding, just for clarification, bonding for what, performance, that it gets built, or?
That it gets built according to plans. And the reason I asked this question is, I mean, just to use a recent example, Southeast Connector's being built. They're having some challenges with their wetland mitigation. You know, they're extending their permit. I'm sure they'll get there at some point. But right now, their wetland mitigation is a pond, not a wetland. And so it's not performing the function. I don't know when it will. So it's that kind of example.
So I believe, and Arlo may know, but there will be bonds required at the time of the improvements are put in.
Yeah, certainly, revegetation bonds, things of that nature, or if it's a building permit, we certainly inspect before occupancy is approved. So that's pretty routine on every project.
So following up on that, we have a lawsuit pending with Swan Lake. And unfortunately, at this point in the process, it's been found against us. We have applied for writs appealing that, but at the same time, we're facing a damages section of this trial. What I want to make sure is if this gets built and we are sued, similar to that case, which is not beyond the pale, how do we defend this? Are the applicants responsible? How does this work? And maybe it's another legal question.
In general, for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. So there's a lot of different, under state law, for instance, we have, in cases where there's floods, in cases where there's acts of God events, that type of thing, we do have immunities under the law. So like, for instance, a negligence claim, we have immunities and protections for that. The difference with the Swan Lake lawsuit is that was brought under a takings inverse condemnation claim. And again, we're not at a point in that lawsuit that's probably far from over, probably several years before we're anywhere near that. And that differs. Like a negligence claim is a tort action versus an inverse condemnation claim, which is essentially the city is taking, somebody's property for a public use, but not formally doing it, not formally condemning. So those are really two different things. I mean, if the stormwater system, or if a system doesn't work and it's a negligent failure to work, like I said, we have immunities under state law for that.
So the residents might be impacted, but we wouldn't have to pay.
So if you're going to, the issue is who is responsible and who was negligent. So if it's the design of the improvement, for instance, the city doesn't design the improvement. That's designed by engineers. So the engineer would be on the hook for that. If it's a maintenance thing and the city fails to maintain it after it's been dedicated to it, potentially that could be something that but again, even in that sort of instance, it would have to be a knowledge component. We'd have to know that it wasn't being maintained properly in order for.
Well, this is why I'd like to see bonds, because your remedy is to go against a PE at the PE board at the state level for failure to do their job with diligence and all that. The other remedy is to go against the developer, which, with all due respect to this developer, many have declared bankruptcy or put all of their liabilities in one corporation and other assets in another corporation, and there's not a lot there. So that's why I'm looking for some kind of assurance that, this all happens and we are not holding it back. So I'll leave it there. I'm over. So I have one more question later in the questions.
I'll come back to you. Everyone's going to get 3 minutes.
Yep.
And then a second 3 minutes, and then I'm going to move on and ask to vote. Okay, Councilman Breckles, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Stockham, this Daybreak plan unit development, can you explain the relationship of it to the adopted Butler Ranch plan unit development?
It includes all of the adopted Butler Ranch PUD plus some additional property. So this, if it's ultimately approved, would result in the elimination of the Butler Ranch PUD.
Where is that specific point referenced in the record? Because
It's
the
fundamental to the
advertisement,
application.
the advertisement of the Daybreak plan unit development, to my knowledge, nowhere states that the Butler Ranch PUD is being vacated, lost, sunsetted. And I have a concern that we have an ambiguity of regulations here. If this is adopted, we have 2 plan unit developments adopted for the same land, and I'm not sure which one will be administered, and I'm not sure which one the public at large can rely upon as the regulation.
Thank you for the question. The Butler Ranch PUD is a fundamental, eliminating the Butler Ranch PUD is a fundamental part of the application. The description here discusses the acreage that would be pulled out of the Butler Ranch PUD, 217.5 acres. It's addressed in the staff report. And due to the legal requirements for PUDs, eliminating PUDs requires the consent of the owner, and on the overhead is the state law associated with that. So really, what will be administered if this gets approved is the Daybreak PUD, and it deletes the Butler Ranch PUD.
Where is that mentioned, that we are taking an action and amending the PUD? Because I never saw it in the advertisements, so.
If we could get the overhead, I put the description of this case on the overhead that's off of your agenda right here.
F31.
From 217.5 acres of planned unit development / Butler Ranch and some other areas, that's converting to the Daybreak PUD.
Okay, wait,
that's
so
part of the
Daybreak,
ordinance
rezoning,
And it's also addressed in more detail in the staff report.
acres of, oh, okay. And the SPD is a specific plan area?
Also a subset of this broader PUD.
Who, and is the Alexander Ranch has never been approved, or has there been development pursuant to that SPD?
No, there has not.
Okay,
Oh, it's, you wanna-
it's a Washoe County?
So that SPA does not have any language behind it. It is an SPA. It's related to that Washoe County Hall Road that runs from the Washoe County detention reservoir through the property. So
But it's,
related-
okay,
it
but
is
it's land that was annexed by the city of Reno?
It is annexed
And
by
when
the
the
city of Reno.
city of Reno annexed it, we put an SPD zoning district on it. So it is captured in this that we're essentially through the rezoning action, eliminating the Butler Ranch PUD. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from
Yes,
council members?
I do.
Hold on one
One
second.
other question?
Could I ask one more question? The corrected item?
Hold on, Madam
Okay.
Clerk, just, will you help me out here?
You don't have anyone in the queue currently. I believe you were going to go
I just
to
wanna
your
make
second
sure
round
that
of
I'm being
questioning.
fair. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
I did have a question. I meant to ask it this morning when Miss Manager went over the agenda, because we had a correction on the agenda that was first posted, and it was item F3. Mr. Stockham, when you put that on, what was the correction from the advertisement? Usually there's, when an item is when we do an agenda and then we correct an item, there's a description of what on that item was corrected. So I'm trying to understand what, this is item F3. What was corrected from what was originally published?
We're looking around. I'm not sure what the original issue with the publication was.
Well, I received an agenda
Does the
last
clerk
Wednesday.
perhaps know?
I would defer to the agenda coordinator at this time for the update in the language.
Because I can go through a dozen agendas when we do corrections, and we always specify what the nature of the correction is. And I've been wondering that for about 5 days. And I meant to ask it this morning when Madam Mayor, Manager went over the changes, and I just wanted to know what was corrected. How was it
Oh,
originally
I can answer this
published?
question.
Okay.
The bill number was not posted with the original posting, so this was the only update that was made to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Just clerical oversight.
Okay.
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 Councilwoman Dewar, you.
Yeah, thank you. So, Arlo, quick question. Following up on Councilwoman Breckus's comment about Daybreak and Butler Ranch. So I've been trying to look at these side by side. You said, what I think you said was all of the conditions were, do I only have 1 minute?
No, I'm restarting it
Oh,
right
okay.
now.
You said that all of the conditions were included, at least that's what I heard you say. I'm looking to truly understand whether the condition that said they have to meet all current ordinances, that was in the original Butler, is that in this version of Butler Daybreak?
The Butler PUD goes away entirely. The Daybreak PUD prevails over code to the extent it addresses an issue, and everything else reverts to code. So that's built into our Title
Okay.
18 Development Code.
All right, thank you. I just want to make a comment. So in 1997, we had a big flood here, amongst other floods, and it was reported that we had $700 million of damage just in this general area where this project is being proposed to be built. In current dollars, that's over $1.2 billion, if those numbers are accurate. In 2015, the Bureau of Reclamation produced a report that was co-funded by the Flood Project, the Tumwa, Placer County, TRPA, to analyze the impact of climate on our region. They said in the report that there will be, their best predictions or best models, a 20% increase in flooding in both the frequency and the impact of the flooding by 2050. That's about 30 years from now. That is about the time probably this development would be getting completed, 20 to 30 years, if I can calculate correctly. And then they further went on to say about a 50% increase on top of that in the next 50 years. So my concern has been and continues to be, we've already experienced this devastating flooding. It is expected by all of the expert scientists that have studied our climate to only be getting worse. I'm concerned about doing today's FEMA mapping, today's analysis without incorporating the probable impacts of climate change. Finally, we have spent region-wide $150 million plus. That's City of Reno money, Sparks money, county money, federal money $30 million, state money $5 million, to implement the flood project, which is a one of a whole. And it can't be built all in a day, so it's a 25 to 50-year time frame of building. But at this point, we've spent 150. There's a core executive order number 11988. It was done in 1977, and it says that if an agency is to work with the Corps of Engineers, they have to abide by this executive order. Basically, they have to protect their floodplain. I am very concerned that if we approve this project with the densities that are proposed, that we will not be able to sign that executive order in good faith and move forward with this project with the Corps. That's one of my very large concerns, so I put it on the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? No? One of the things I wanted to ask, and I was on the phone when we went through the hearing, so I apologize. But there was this woman that got up and spoke, and maybe she's here. It sounded like she was hired by the developer regarding the 404 permit, and she was sort of this expert. Is she here with you? Could you come on up for a minute, just really quickly? Okay.
For the record, my name is Lori Carpenter, and I'm a wetland hydrologist and wetlands expert here in the Great Basin.
Okay. So I was intrigued, I was impressed by your testimony. I thought you did a really good job. Are you hired by them?
As of last night, I'm under contract to Daybreak. I was originally under contract to the Abbey Agency because we couldn't get the insurance and contractual arrangements done in time.
And I also had heard, okay, so you weren't at the time and now you are.
I was because they're still paying the bill. In theory, I mean, they're paying the Abbey Agency. There's insurance requirements to do with any type of private contract, and my insurance and my contract had to go approved through Daybreak, and that takes time. And so because they hired me pretty quickly, you know, Abby called me up and asked me if I could come look at this project and give expert testimony once I reviewed the information, and so I came and did that at the first meeting. The second part of this was, would I be retained to actually do the work later in the project? And that question is yes.
Okay, so, and I had also heard that you have some concerns about this project. If you have some concerns about this project, what are those concerns?
I couldn't tell you today if I have any concerns because I haven't read their original information. I'm not sure what you heard or how you heard that, but I don't have concerns at this time because I fundamentally believe in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers process. The process is very strict, and my expertise is only related to wetlands and waterways. It's not going to be related to flood or housing. So let's just start with wetlands. There is a very strict process with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I might have been concerned that another consultant isn't as good as me because I think I'm the best. I mean, I go all over and I grew up here and this is what I do. So I wanted a project in my own backyard. So I really pursued this work very quickly, hard. But here's the root of it. So let's just put it on the table. The Army Corps of Engineers is in charge of the 404 program. The 404 program regulates any impact, which is the placement of dredged or filled material into the nation's waters, including wetlands. That process, that permit cannot be granted, and this is what I said at the last meeting, and it's still very true today. It's unknown at this point whether they can pass the alternatives analysis, okay? That alternatives analysis is a very strict test. That test says, is the least environmentally damaging practical alternative to constructing in a wetland being met? Okay, so they have to go through this rigorous legal challenge in this test. Once they pass that test, we go to the next step. We have to look at avoidance, minimization of impacts to wetlands, and then we finally get to mitigation. So I can't stand here today and tell you that this can be met. I will tell you that in 30 years of working with applicants on over 300 to 500 projects, only twice has a permit been denied because it couldn't meet those conditions. And the way they meet those conditions is through a project redesign or through some other kind of, process that reconfigures the project. but I've only had 2 projects who actually didn't move forward. And does that answer your question?
Kind of yes and no.
Okay, so what did I miss?
Okay, no, so, no, you went into the 404, which I appreciate, because that's kind of where I was going.
Okay.
And then you kind of elaborated on that, which was good. But, so if the 404 is denied, then what? Tell us what happens
Then they would have to, okay,
Do a
so
redesign.
they would have to redesign the project to either A, not be in any wetland, or B, reduce the impacts to the point that they can get a permit.
Okay.
90% of all U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permits are granted because the applicant works with the Corps and the other agencies to bring a project that can be passed. You can't just put anything out there and expect the Corps to approve it.
Yeah, and I just wanted you to clarify that, because I was trying to listen in on the phone, and it's a little more difficult, and so
Sure.
I wanted to make sure that they have to have that 404 in order to move forward.
This project will not move forward without a 404 permit because of the impacts that are proposed to waters of the United States, including wetlands.
Okay, I appreciate you putting that on the record. One of the things some people may or may not know this. I used to live in Hidden Valley. I remember when this flooded. And I
Yeah.
remember it really, really, really well. Really well. And matter of fact, we were taking boats, little rowboats, to neighbors. And so, just kind of living through that even scares me about this, project that much more. So I appreciate you putting that on the record. I think that was important to just solidify. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other questions?
1 minute?
I'm going to give you 2 more minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes, okay.
And then, yes, because it's 3, 3, and 2, and you've been over.
Okay.
And then I'm going to send it to, I'm not going to send it to Councilman Delgado. I think Councilman Reese, because you're in the room, unless Councilman Delgado wants to. We will ask.
Okay. I just
Go
wanted
ahead.
to respond to something that Ms. Carpenter just said, that she'd seen most of the permits approved and only a couple denied. I used to work in a state of Florida, and the state used to have thousands of acres of wetlands, and over time, those wetlands were drained, dredged, filled, till the point that they only had about a third of their wetlands left. There was a project proposed in the area that I was responsible for. It was on 3,000 acres, not 1,000, 3,000 acres. In order to move the project forward, they asked the Corps of Engineers to issue the permit piece by piece, piece by piece. The applicant, so the Corps said, sure, we'll do that, despite what Ms. Carpenter just said, that they have to do a full alternatives analysis and do cumulative impact. So the Corps of Engineers issued a piece of the project to get started to build a building. And what happened then was that there was a suit issued, and there was an injunction filed by a judge. And in fact, that applicant, why was it filed? Because the Corps did not do their cumulative impact analysis. And the developer ended up abandoning that site, the 3,000 acres, moving it out of so many wetlands, closer to facilities, more in town, we'll call it. And my concern is just making sure that, there's not workarounds done here. I mean, the Corps has stood up and said, you can't truncate this process. You need to do cumulative impacts analysis on the whole project. And that was an issue that came up with the road, and so I just want to put it out there, that it's something that if this project's approved, I'm going to be watching and looking for. Well, I understood it was withdrawn. That's a question for the applicant.
This is what I do. Hi, Lori Carpenter back for the record. Ms. Dewar, I don't know about that project in Florida, and I don't know what time that occurred. But today, for this project, the most rigorous standard will be followed. It is the law. And if not, those guys standing right behind me would ensure that it would be followed. And that doesn't happen anymore. The the impacts that are allowed to wetlands before you go to an individual permit is less than 1/3 of an acre. You can't even hardly do something without an individual permit, and that individual permit makes you go through what you just talked about, this cumulative analysis. Piecemealing doesn't happen anymore.
Good to
And there's this thing where you're allowed to do a tiny bit if it's a single and complete project with independent utility. And let's talk about what that is. So I'm going to build a road, but the road is a road that's going to serve everywhere. It's not for this development. They might let you get a nationwide permit for that, but you'd still have to go through a many alternatives analysis. So the things that you're talking about, they don't happen today. I mean, what we have today, we're going to apply for a permit, and we believe we're going to get the permit because we believe that we'll give them a completed application that will meet every single environmental standard that there is.
And if they don't get the permit, then they can't. Am I right?
That's correct. They can't impact those wetlands.
Okay.
So they'll have to redesign the project. And that's not on you. This body doesn't have to go chase that. That's a federal requirement. That's under NEPA.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to move on. Councilman Reese.
Ms. Carpenter, don't go too far, please, because I wanted to hear a little bit more about something you said earlier, and that was that your background is in wetlands and not in flood, right? And so I want to just understand something, because you and I had a conversation after the last meeting about this area and its presence as a part of a puzzle. And you sort of explained it to me in a way that made sense, and I'd like to just hear from you about that, about this whole entire area as a piece of that puzzle, and help me understand what it means. Because I understand that you're not the engineering component, that's a different component, but you're a part of the water issue, and that's what I want to understand.
Okay, so just to clarify, my background, my undergraduate degrees are in hydrology and my minors in chemistry, and my postgraduate degrees are hydrology and hydrogeology. And I have postdoc PhD work for remote sensing and drones related to environmental uses. So what I specialize in, and the reason I have master's degrees in hydrology and hydrogeology, is because I'm a wetland scientist, and I look at those places that are between land and water. It's that area that's in the middle. And so when I was speaking with you and the council last time, I said that I was excited to work on this piece of property because if you look at the whole watershed, this piece of property is a puzzle. Like, if you look at a watershed, the whole watershed is a puzzle. And this piece of the puzzle plays a part. And that what I was excited to bring to this project through my experience was making sure that both the project function, the watershed function, both pre and post-project would be maintained, because that's what I believe my expertise would bring to this project, because we will be able to design both the flooding impacts, and so let's just step back and talk about flood for a minute. The way I look at flood is that wetlands are areas that are flooded, and you have all of this water going through wetlands, and it even would stay in a wetland for a month or so, and then it peaks and it goes away. And that's okay with me because that's a natural process. I'm not dealing with the flood, like the 100-year flood, because that's not my expertise. But when we spoke, what I was saying is the flood attenuation and those functions and values, I take all of the engineering reports and I bring that into the Army Corps permit, because the function and values of both the attenuation, and the flood storage have to be maintained. That's one of the things that has to be maintained. So I worked very closely with that engineer to make sure that that happens.
So,
Does
to
that
be
help?
clear, do you believe that your work within the project improves the character and quality of this area, or can do that? Meaning, your
okay,
effort
I'm
to
excited
get,
because.
Well, hold on, let me just say.
Sorry.
So, with regard to the way that the permitting process goes,
Yeah.
your involvement in it can create that better project, for lack of a better word.
Absolutely, because I have had the opportunity to work from Geiger Grade all the way to the Truckee River on every single major project. And when you saw Rosewood Lakes, that was my first project out of college. I got to do the mitigation on Rosewood Lakes.
And you talked about not piecemealing it, though, but we've all seen, like with the Southeast Connector was piecemealed. So how do you figure?
I am not their consultant, and I can't speak to it, but I can tell you that for a subdivision project such as this,
Piecemealing would not work.
Okay, so say that again, just a little louder.
For a
Piecemealing
subdivision
would not work,
project
right?
such as this, piecemealing would not work.
Okay, I appreciate that, and then,
But can I finish,
one more question, go right ahead, sorry if I cut you off.
Mr. Reese's question? The reason that this is exciting to me is because the developers have indicated a sincere interest to look at how everything comes from Geiger grade down into their property, and it comes in from the adjacent watershed to the west. And then they want to incorporate all of this into a regional vision and then go out back so that it connects to the Truckee River. And we have an opportunity to look at, different types of wildlife habitat and wetland habitat and make sure that as this puzzle piece is set down for the next 10 generations, that it looks and functions for that population. And I believe that we can incorporate that into this project, and I'm going to be really excited to do it. For example, there are areas out at South Meadows that aren't quite working. There are extra wetlands at Tamani Ranch. We have an opportunity to bring all of those things together into a regional plan through this permit. And I don't mean regional that we're going to go talk to regional boards, but we can go talk to adjacent landowners. And what we can do is make sure that the functions and values that happen to the west, if they're not being met, can we meet them? How do we do that on our project? If the ones to the south of us are exceeding it, how do we then support what's happening to the south? And then as we look forward to the Truckee River, we're able to look at what we're doing and then match it to what they're doing. So that from a regional perspective, and I'm saying region, I'm defining it as from the river to the grade, we will have a comprehensive system that will be in place for the next 10 generations. And that's what I want to bring to this project.
Okay. All right, Councilman Breckus, it's your
Yeah.
turn, I think,
Yeah,
3 minutes, and then I'm going to send it to Councilman Delgado.
Mr. Oswald, would you put this up, please? I think from the hydraulic perspective, it's all nice, it's an exciting project, but the maintenance and cost cannot be borne by these residents in their HOA. It's going to be borne publicly, and we have to know the cost. So you're not part of, I'm not actually.
No, I was just going to tell you,
Yeah.
if you want an example
No,
of
I'm
what
not,
we've
no,
done
I have
before.
limited time. I'm not asking for a response from you. I'm just responding to, it can all be done. It can all be engineered. It can be all preserved, but the cost will go very much to the taxpayers because it can't be borne by any HOA. It's so big. If the body wants to adopt this, we've had a long time here now together looking at these old PUDs that live and are the starting points for the amendments. And I would, and we had our zoning code discussion, I would encourage a provision like this. The first tentative map associated with this project must be approved within 24 months. We don't even know if it can get through an approval of the Planning Commission when they start looking at things. So we retain that authority for our Planning Commission to look at that. Of the date of this approval, 24 months filing that approval, all final maps associated with that tenant map must be approved. So they have to final map. That's administrative. They should be able to go through it if they've done their engineering right. 6 months following the final map approval of the final map of the first tentative map, a second tentative map must be approved. The combined residential unit count of the first two tentative maps must be 40% of all residential units approved. Failure to meet these requirements will constitute a vacation of this approval, and for the undeveloped portion of the project. The property owner understands this and will not object to a rezoning effort by the city to the zoning that was precedent to the land prior to the Butler Ranch PUD. And we'll attach that too. So right there are large vesting rights that they want to claim onto that, could live for the next bust, the next boom, are gone. We will take this back to the zoning that we had with our new regulations, the new world that exists if they don't make it through in this 4 or 5 year period of time, because they're saying they're ready to go. They're saying they're ready to put units there, but they're sitting on a decade-old approval that hasn't moved dirt. And that all constitutes a big liability to the city of Reno, and it gives up our rights to reimagine new development under new timeframes. So if anyone is going to be voting for this, I would highly encourage you to take the responsible step of putting some more restricted timelines on this, so this is a real project, and we retain some public some discretion to look at it if it doesn't go forward. If they're confident on it, they should have no problem assigning these conditions. Thank you.
Councilman Reese, and then I'm going to go to Councilman Delgado.
Okay, I want to, first of all, I appreciate the comments of my colleague, Councilwoman Breckus, because at the end of the day, one of the reasons why we're here is because we are bootstrapped with an old PUD. And we've had a lot of conversations even throughout today about making revisions to that process so that we aren't having the PUDs of prior policy bodies held over. So I guess I'm asking Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall, help me understand that, because what Councilwoman Breckus has said, I'm not sure what a couple of the later ones, because I didn't fully see it, but the top level one about how long this PUD can survive, that's an important concern to me. And so help me understand what our response to that is, or how that plays into this second reading.
I mean, just in general terms, this is a zoning change, and it's going to remain in place until it's changed at some subsequent date. Mr. Stockham, I mean, you have a comment to make? Or
I just wanted to add, the PUD as drafted has a 20-year expiration date on it, after which it would have to come back. It couldn't just live without further action.
Just to answer your question, that is not good enough. I think a tying to mapping and development is in order, and a privilege of the city to pull back an approval to go to different lands is a better approach. I'm not going to bring up what they are mentioning, but it is written in water and very lightweight, and it doesn't do the job in my view. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. The other thing that I wanted to say is that because of the way this process went, the conditions were not able to be put in place. Am I right, Arlo? Is that?
I'm sorry, could you
Were
repeat,
there
please?
conditions? I didn't see those conditions. Sorry, probably because I was on the phone. But do you have a list of those conditions?
The conditions for this permit,
Yeah.
this zoning.
It's my understanding it's written into the amended PUD handbook.
What's that?
It's written into those are written into the amended PUD handbook, as I understand. Correct. Yeah, there's not a separate condition of approval document, but in your packet, you'll see kind of red lines in the document itself.
Okay.
Those implement the conditions that have been implied.
All right.
So for legal, that is in front of us this evening on a second reading, or?
Correct.
So that condition could be added at this time?
The condition that Councilmember Breckus requested?
Yes.
No, because given the order from the court, that's, and short of there being an agreement on the part of the developer, it is not something that could be added at this point in time.
I understand
They
that. So
could agree like they did to the 15% reduction, right?
They would have to agree to it for it to be a change.
Okay. Well, then they could agree to it today, right?
You could ask them, but
Okay. Could you agree to that?
What we did last time was we gave them a little break to consider it, 5-minute break, and they went and thought about it.
All right. Mr. Durling, would you be willing to do that?
Good evening, Michael Ponyi for the record on behalf of the developer. Before you tonight is the ordinance approval on the PUD zone change. The tentative approval of the handbook was at the last meeting, and the developer is not amenable to any further changes than what you're seeing tonight.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thanks. All right. With that being said.
I'd ask for a recess.
Yeah, okay. Can you let Mr. Delgado know we're going to go into a quick recess?
I will let him know. We will be back in 5 or 10 minutes.
I wanted to say, let's do this. I was gonna say, could we do this? But we had Oscar, they kept saying Oscar was gonna join us on the phone. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good for who? Really? And Mayor, I reminded them. So, Mayor, I reminded them at agenda review, if they can't figure it out, they can do this. And if that's what he wants to do, he can get the words the way he wants them, and work it out with them. Well, I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying that's another. I know. But if it gets better, I think that's a worthwhile thing. I think it was meant get started and get on with it. I think that was the sum and substance. But I couldn't tell. And Arlo, on Lake Ridge, I'm just going to ask you to explain about the SUP process so we can get that on the record. And my question was, does it come to council? Yeah. Does it go to us or go to the planning commission? Okay. Not a problem. At least the public will be able to. Is it really like, well, is it that one on, yeah, but it's on, it has a lot of room on it, whereas this is a very constrained place. Good. Inspiring.
We might have thought we were gonna get out of here early.
I never did. Never, because I knew we have an evening. What kind of break? Oh, between the two?
So if we get it done and get out of here for a while before our evening. Are they?
All right, Madam Clerk. Madam Mayor,
Calling us back to order.
we will reconvene your meeting at this time.
When we're here, it's almost like you just want to get it done.
Oh, we are going to get it done.
All right, Madam Mayor, at this time, we are on item F31 and F32. Council, I believe at this time, has finished their round of questioning.
Okay, thank you so much. I went from Councilman Reese, you requested a break, and then I was going to Councilman Delgado, so I'm going to go back to Councilman Delgado.
Hello, hi, Madam Mayor. Thank you for having me. My apologies to the council and to the members in the room for not being there and present. I've been listening attentively and appreciate all my colleagues' comments thus far. I do have a few questions to follow up, if I may.
Go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, sure.
Proceed.
Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, thank you. There was reference earlier our development within floodplains, and just for clarity, because there's been a lot of discussion in the communities about whether we can or cannot build in floodplains. If I can, Mr. Arlo, Stockholm, if you can approach and answer the question, do we have anywhere in our policy that states that we are not able to build or develop within a floodplain?
Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Councilman Delgado, you can't see, I don't think, but we put on screen the page out of the master plan with the policy dealing with flood management. It speaks to fill for development in floodplains and drainage ways is highly discouraged. And it goes on to speak if fill for development in floodplain and drainage ways occur, et cetera, et cetera. 3 bullet points. Flood elevations to not be increased. Hazards to other properties in the basin will not result or will be mitigated. Fill or associated modifications to the drainage patterns will not negatively impact wetlands. From our review, because of the additional mitigation that they're providing, this development exceeds those mitigation measures outlined in the master plan. I would say the Butler Ranch PUD does not have any supplemental mitigation.
Okay, thank you. And do you find that the project is sufficient to meet the mitigation on behalf of the city?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you for that. There were questions also, Madam Mayor, to the mercury if the applicant approach and talk about how they feel they're going to mitigate the mercury issue related to the public comment.
Thank you very much. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. I'd like to bring up our mercury expert to address that.
Hello, for the record, Anthony Dimple with McGinley & Associates, Vice President and Project Manager. Could you please repeat the question, Councilman Delgado? It was kind of hard to hear.
The comment was referenced that we have not done a holistic approach enough to deal with the mercury issue. We didn't test enough, much like RTC, where RTC conducted more of a thorough process, where it was alluded that we did more of a historical conceptual testing model. Can you give some more clarity as to your guys' approach and safety, how that mercury mitigation is going to be taken care of?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, generally the first step is to understand the extent of the mercury, how it got there, why it's there, understand its severity, which we've pretty much completed that step. We understand how it's distributed across the site. We understand how it got there, which is a very important step in the process. Knowing that it's there is one thing, but understanding why it's there and how it got there is just as important. And both those boxes have been checked. So we understand its severity, its location, and have an approved plan, again, with the NDEP to mitigate that mercury during the construction and the earthwork part of the project.
And I believe the last meeting, it was stated that there will be retesting within areas that you feel as though they're either adjacent to residential or somewhere in that reference. Can you give a little bit more information regarding to that?
Yeah, absolutely. After the earthwork is done and the construction site is, prepared for houses, we're going to resample the soil that these houses are actually going to sit on, kind of call it confirmation sampling for all our mitigation efforts to confirm that our mitigation efforts actually, succeeded as they were planned. So it's not just kind of a set it and forget it method. We're going to do it, and then we're going to check that it was done properly.
Okay. And Madam Mayor, my apologies, my last question here is related to, I have my notes here, sorry, to the remapping. The applicant, I believe, is Andy Durling. There was some push in the community that there was going to be development within the floodplains before the entire remapping was done. Can you provide some clarity on that, please?
Yeah, so that addresses Councilman Delgado, for the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. Yes, that gets to a number of the conditions that are now incorporated into the PUD. What I believe you're referring to is, especially in the northern portion, that we would not pursue any development in that location for either a year or until the flood project issues their remapped flood model. And so basically it gives us a little bit of time, pumps the brakes a little bit so that we can make sure that that analysis is done and that we're addressing it appropriately per what their findings are.
Again, really quick, Andy, so no development will happen in the floodplain until a remapping has been completed. Is that correct?
It's either the remapping's done or a year. So we're giving them a year to basically get that done.
Either the remapping or a year.
Correct.
So if the remapping is not done within a year, then you will start construction within the floodplain.
We would at least start with development proposals at that point. So tentative maps, things like that. There would still be more time because of the process.
So would you be moving dirt? Would you be disturbing the floodplain area? My understanding was that no development was going to happen at all in the floodplain until the remapping has been done.
And that is the intent. We just, they're well on their way. We had actually a kickoff meeting with them yesterday to sit down with the city representatives as well as Truckee River Flood Management Authority and their engineer. So basically set out kind of what the process is going to be, how information is going to be exchanged, all of those things. And so, yes, the intent is that no development happens within a year or when, that remapping happens. And I think per their schedule, that's what the anticipation is. Oh, yeah, and I just, one other thing, additional condition there is that if the remapping occurs after that year, then the final maps would have to conform to the remapping. So there is a check and balance in there as well, so that if it does, if they don't move as fast as we do for some reason, that there still is a check in there that we would have to address that with any final maps.
That last point is what I was hoping you'd state out there, because there was the idea that it was going to move, which gave me a really big pause, and so I was hoping you'd be able to pull it out. Thank you, Mr. Durling. Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and just, with my last statement here, is appreciate all my colleagues' comments, especially with Ms. Carpenter moving forward in terms of her expertise. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for bringing her to the podium and answering all of those tough questions. I believe it's upon me that some people still question overall safety as to our approach on this, but safety is at the forefront for me in terms of making sure that my communities are taken care of. I think there's a lot of safeguards embedded throughout the project has been displayed. And to your point earlier, the piecemeal of this project, I believe, would create even more of an issue and safety issues to the community if we weren't looking at it as an overall PUD. And so I wait to hear from any of the colleagues, any of the points, but I'd like to move forward with the motion.
All right. That a motion? It's so hard to hear.
Maybe he can. Councilman Delgado, can you repeat that?
I just want to make sure,
Mhm.
because you're going in and out.
If there's any other, I'm sorry, if there are any other comments that need to be made, those are my questions and my statement, and I can move forward with making a motion.
Yes, give me a motion. Thank you.
I move forward. I move to approve the second reading.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilman Delgado. Do I have a second?
Who's the motion?
Can you repeat?
I
So
believe
just for
his motion
clarity,
is
just for
to,
clarity, Carl Holly, this is a motion to adopt?
So his motion
Yes,
is to
motion
adopt.
to adopt, sorry.
Okay. So I have a motion from Councilman Delgado. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Councilwoman Weber. Any discussion?
I'll just
Okay,
say quickly.
3 minutes.
Sure. My discussion is that I'm not going to be able to support the motion. It's no disparagement to my colleagues. I'm just coming from a different place and a different orientation and a different background. I mentioned earlier this executive order 11988, and it is very specific about encouraging communities to elevate rather than fill in floodplains, which this project proposes to do. It talks about informing private parties of their risk, and it requires us to pledge to sign to protect the floodplains. I never envisioned when I was working on spending this $150 million, buying properties, building a bridge, that we would consider this kind of intense development in the floodplain. Most I thought might be 1 home per acre, would mitigate the kind of risk. So because of that, this is very difficult for me. Finally, I've been very unclear whether the applicant is following which version of our master plan. You know, they sued us because they thought we applied one, but then there was a letter saying they wanted to apply the other one. In our current Reimagine Reno plan, it says that we seek to minimize speculative markets. We will assess climate risk and vulnerabilities, which I don't think we have done here. And the definitive study on this topic, the Bureau of Reclamation study, definitely says, and it was done by TUMWA, the Flood Project, all our local agencies, said that flooding will increase both in frequency and duration by about 20%. I don't think that that's incorporated into this project. So those are the challenges that I have in even considering this. So I appreciate everybody's thoughtfulness, and I understand you may be coming at it from a different perspective, and I get that, but I at least wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any more comments under discussion? No? Okay. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Motion carries 3-4.
Roll call.
Give us
would you like a roll
call?
call vote, Madam Mayor?
Yep.
Roll call on item F31, Breckus?
No.
Dewar?
No.
Delgado?
Yes.
Weber?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Reese?
Yes.
Shivi?
No.
Madam Mayor, the motion carries 4-3.
All right, thank you so much.
The next item that we need to take a vote on in conjunction with this, I'd ask everyone to please either remain seated or be respectful of your noise in this room. We need a vote on item F32. These are for the Daybreak agreements. We'd be looking for a motion.
Okay, can Councilman Delgado give me a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilman Delgado. I have a second from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
4-3. Madam Mayor, with that, I would, at this time, consulting with the manager based off of what needs to be reviewed at this hour, based off what we still have on our agenda, we would recommend that council continue a few items to a future agenda. We would be looking at item D3, discussion on packaged liquor. Item D8, discussion on Senate Bill 103. Item D10, update in code on bicycles. Item D11, update in code on privileged franchises. Item E1, streetscapes, and then we would also recommend that we continue the entirety of the redevelopment agency at this time. As we did already have a redevelopment agency meeting this month, we're not required to open this meeting.
Who knows?
We have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Breckus to continue these items to a future. Can
Second.
I have a second? Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
I don't know. I support the motion, but I want to make sure that we still hear or bring back, if we can, is it B11?
Yes.
Yes, we will.
That's possible.
Once we get done, we will do a motion to reconsider. Councilmember Weber would like to reconsider item B11. So once we're done with a few more of our items, we will bring that open for discussion today as we're still on the same meeting. Kind of bored.
I guess,
No, D.
here you are. Oh, that's okay. I
Motion
was
and a
about to
second.
jump in.
Okay, so we're just looking for a motion, or excuse me, we're looking for a vote to continue these items. We have a motion and a second on the table.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
With that, Madam Mayor, I would recommend at this time that we go to item D9 at this time before we hear our 6 p.m. hearing.
Well,
This
we
is-
have item F1. Are we
F1.
doing
I thought
that?
we were going to F1. Can we do that?
We can go to F1.
Okay.
We can do that too.
F1 and 2?
F1 and 2, and then D9, and then our 6 p.m. hearing.
Okay, perfect. Let's
Okay,
go to,
so item
F1 and
F1,
send
this
it-
is ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Perfect.
Thank you. This ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6527, case number LDC 19-00074, Lake Ridge Tennis Club zone change. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, one rezoning plus or minus 9.48 acres of Club Lake Ridge Specific Plan District to community commercial. An amendment to the standards of the Club Lake Ridge SPD to remove the plus or minus 9.48 acres containing the existing Lake Ridge Tennis Club from the SPD located at 6,000 Plymouth Street, south of McCarran Boulevard, in between Plymouth Street to the west and Lakeside Drive to the east, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to disclose, and then, is that old, or you already jumped in?
I've jumped in, ready
Okay.
to go.
Okay,
Speeding things
all right,
along.
good girl, love it. Okay, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal non-business relationship with Jessica Sferraza. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. On this matter, I've sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record. Okay.
Great.
Madam Mayor, at this time, looking for motion if council is ready.
First,
Okay, I'm going to send it to you,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead.
thank you.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Any public comment on this item?
We have none.
All right, great.
Okay.
Back at you.
Since we took the first vote on this, I've received a lot of comment from my residents expressing a lot of confusion and concern about what was envisioned at the Lake Ridge Tennis Club. The reason that I moved forward with the community commercial, and I put some cautions on the record, was that I think that Mr. Bowlby has gone through great efforts to acquire the property. I think it's a very complicated purchase. There's bankruptcy. I think there's 14 entities, some huge number of entities involved. I've heard from people that belong to the tennis club, and they're excited about the possibility of revitalizing the tennis club. At the same time, I've heard from some of these very same people and other people that they're concerned about the increased development that could happen on this corner. So before we move forward, I had asked Mr. Bowlby if he could be here and just speak very generally to what he has envisioned on this site. And then and then I'll be ready to make a motion. I think it's really important to get it on the record. You know, he's met with hundreds of people, so it's just saying it again.
Thank you very much. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. Sorry, the question was just effectively kind of the process we went through and then what
Right.
we've shared with the public as far
Yes.
as what our plans are.
Thank you.
So we have had a number of meetings with the public. We obviously attended your NAB, the Ward 2 NAB. We also had a neighborhood meeting at Ranchera, was hosted at Ranchera. We had, I think, close to 250 people that came. We shared basically almost the exact same presentation that was shared with Planning Commission as well as with the council, and basically just to express our intent of what we wanted to do with the proposed community commercial zoning. We shared in there some, very rudimentary plans to show, that the west side of the property, we are looking to redevelop that with some sort of residential use, and then look to retain the east side and some of the existing amenities that are there, some of the existing tennis, the existing club facility that has the fitness center and the major pool, the outdoor pool and things like that. That's what we have shared to date, and we continue to kind of sing from the same sheet music on that as we
Good.
have.
So my understanding is that there's a indoor tennis pool, a tennis covered tennis court and there's an indoor pool, those might be redeveloped into a something else. That something else, I understand, is residentially oriented, whether it's senior housing, independent living, something like that. Is that pretty much what's
Correct.
envisioned
Yep,
at this time?
that's what we have shared with
The big concern from the residents is that community commercial is a very broad zoning category. You could do shopping centers, tire stores, almost anything you imagine you could probably do in this zone. There's certain few things you can't. Probably could have drive-throughs, et cetera, et cetera. So I would ask our staff just to put on the record about if one of those things was proposed that is not residentially oriented, what would be that process?
Sure, I can address that.
He's right behind you, but you can address or he can address.
All of the property is adjacent to residentially zoned property, so it would trigger a special use permit for non-residential development adjacent to residentially zoned property.
And
That's
that goes where?
It's publicly noticed. It goes to the Planning Commission for a decision, which is appealable by anyone up to this body.
And it's not subject to the standing, you said earlier, standing issues?
Appeals come in, we bring them forward.
Okay. And the other issue I heard primarily from the residents was concern about the height. The current height of the building, as I understand, is 55 feet. My understanding in this zoning corridor, you could go up to 65 feet. I just wanted to go on the record. We can't condition zoning to this kind of zoning to my knowledge, but I just wanted to go on the record saying I would be looking for a project that would maintain sort of the same kind of envelope in terms of heights. And secondly, I'd be hoping for something that's been described in terms of residential. And that is very different than, let's say, even a nursing home. People live in a nursing home, but it's a different kind of operation, 24-hour operation versus, like, say, an apartment complex. So I also said last time, and so I'll just put on the record again, if the project doesn't move forward as envisioned, and there's a broad category of as envisioned, I totally get that I would initiate, hopefully with the council's support, a reversion to the current zoning, which is zoning that allows a tennis club and so on, and then people could come forward with either an SPD, a PUD, something else, or if the land is sold, that applicant would have to, begin the process. So with that, Madam Mayor, I would make a motion to accept or to do the second reading. What's the right term, attorneys? To adopt the ordinance
This is adoption.
for the community commercial. As long as I've been very clear, you've been clear, the residents, if they're listening, understand.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from council members on this? No? Okay, so I have a motion and a second. I just wanted to say, I'm excited for this project. I was a member of Lake Ridge Tennis Club for a very, very long time. And, you could just see as time went on that it really needed some love and care and new vision. And, it's a great piece of property. And I know we've talked about, seniors. I just think you can really revitalize that and do something fantastic. So thank you so much. I really do. I'm excited to see what comes next and to support you on this project moving forward.
And I'd like to echo the mayor's comments as well, because a lot of people, like you, I belong there as well. I've seen it in its decline, and they are really excited, to have the possibility of reopening this space. So kudos.
So, I don't know who's unhappy. I had not heard that. I don't think and obviously it's your ward. I'm not saying that you haven't, whatever, but I had not heard that, but I think people with maybe some hesitancy, a lot of times we see it all the time, like the Eddy. I mean, the Eddy came this close from not happening. And people say to me all the time, oh my God, we love that Eddy in your city, that Eddy, oh my gosh, they're always saying it. And I tell them, that was very much almost not going to happen. And sometimes I say it's like medicine. At first it tastes terrible, and then later on you feel so much better. But
and that's why I've made the...
Yeah, it is. I think it is hard for people, and change is hard. I mean, look, we were born and raised here in this city. We have all seen McCarran at one time was Hash Lane. I miss Hash Lane. It was a two-way road, but I get it. And so I want this place to be able to continue to attract people here in the same way that we all love where we live.
And
so.
it's in that spirit that I'm recommending this change.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, item F2, adoption of ordinance for Reno Logistics Center zoning map to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to send it to you, Mr. Carl Hall.
F2, ordinance adoption.
F92, this is 6528, case number LDC 20-00001, Reno Logistics Center zoning map amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 74.62 acre site located south of North Virginia Street, plus or minus 0.47 miles northwest of West Golden Valley Road, North Virginia Street intersection, and plus or minus 0.14 miles southeast of Lemon Drive, North Virginia Street intersection from mixed-use North Virginia Street Transit Corridor to industrial, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, any public comment on this item?
We have none.
None? Okay. That being said, any discussion from council members? All right, so I have a motion to adopt from Councilman Reese, a second from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, going to item D9. This is a 3-year agreement for the zombie crawl.
D9, zombie crawl, yay!
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. Before you today is a 3-year agreement with the zombie crawl. This has been in process with the Special Events Subcommittee for almost 7 years. And what we're looking at is for the crawl promoters to provide public safety services for the first time with doing this 3-year agreement. They're not providing the full public safety services because it just wouldn't pencil for their business plan, but they are providing for restrooms and for cleanup costs for their events. I have some revisions to the contract that was originally in the staff report after some further negotiations with the crawl promoter, and I'm happy to chat with the council also about those revisions so I can make sure that those get on the record if you'd like me to now, and I'm also happy to chat about any other questions you have beforehand.
Okay, I would love that. Just if you can do it briefly.
Okay.
I don't want to take up, all your time and all that, but just quick rundown.
Yes, so there was a whereas added that the crawl promoter was very concerned that if he was going to provide the public safety service charges that the city of Reno has put before him, that he would maybe be billed later for the city service costs of $73,000. So he added a whereas that we understand that these funds are sufficient to reimburse the city. So that's the first change that they requested. On number 5 in the contract, they took out that the crawl promoter would have to call back the city if they did not, within 30 minutes of the city calling them. They had a concern that this was too strict, so they removed that. And then they also added that the city would reimburse the promoter if the city of Reno leaves the agreement prior to the event, if the promoter has paid the public safety service costs. And then the last thing that they requested is number 11. The city asked for civic marketing and messages to be put on the website. The crawl promoter was concerned that this was maybe something that wouldn't fit with their business model or the language couldn't be agreed on beforehand, but they are very willing to work with the city. They just didn't want to specifically put it in the contract. So he was unsure of our exact requirements, so they asked for these to be removed. Those are the 3 changes in the contract, and I'm happy to address any other questions you may have.
All right, thank you so much. Any other questions? Councilwoman Becker?
It's this Saturday night.
Yes.
Okay, and so the contract wanted their information to come up on our, we wanted their information on our website?
No, we had wanted to work with, in future events, to work with the crawl promoter to do civic messaging on their website and their map. And we wanted to work with them 6 months prior to work on the messaging, and they did not want that in the contract. They asked for that to be pulled out. So that is the change that is before you today.
What messaging were you thinking of?
I was thinking of public intoxication messaging, open container messaging. They have some of this messaging, but it's not exactly what maybe the city would like to see for the participants. But they said that they would be willing to work with us. They were just concerned about having that in the contract.
Okay. And then, so we have a template for 3 years. It's a 3-year agreement, but say Saturday night, say we wake up Sunday morning and we realize maybe it wasn't a good experience for us. Within 30-day notice, the council put it on an agenda and pull back the agreement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I hope that's not the case. And thank you.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it's not in the agreement, but I saw a kind of creative promotional social media video that Ed put together. And he goes on in there about don't be a drunken fool. He does it in a funny sort of way.
Right.
So he kind of did it.
He's very cooperative. I just wanted to see that in the future that they would continue to be cooperative. That's why I put it in the contract. But I've had no problems working with him to get bathrooms on the map or other things that I wanted to, get out to the crawl participants.
Yeah.
Okay, I just was like, I swore I saw some messaging kind of on it. It was a little unconventional, but I guess that's kind of part of the thing,
like
right?
that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, okay.
It makes you want to watch it.
Yeah,
If
it was-
like
it was-
traditional and boring.
was funny.
But and Ed seems to be great. Is that who you're working with?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. He is the crawl promoter for Let's Do Things.
Okay,
And he has been very cooperative since I started in the city.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right. So can I get a motion? Did I already get one?
Move to approve.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. By the way,
Thank
great
you.
job. I got some birdies in my ear back in Nashville. Said you did an amazing
Aw.
job representing the city.
Thank you.
She gave a massive presentation at ICMA in Nashville. Was it yesterday? The day
It
before?
was yesterday.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you must be tired today.
No,
but-
I'm
and
great.
you look great, so
Thank
don't
you.
worry about it. I did want to tell you that I heard you did a fantastic job, and it just makes me super proud.
Thank you.
So
I
good job.
appreciate that. Thanks.
All right. We'll see ya.
Madam Mayor, there's been a request from Councilmember Weber. She would like to reconsider item B11, which is on your consent agenda from earlier. This is creation of your tenant issue and concern citizen advisory board.
Okay. So.
So we'll look
we have
for
a
motion to
Yeah.
reconsider.
So give me a motion.
Motion to reconsider.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to bring to your attention, I was hoping that there might be a little bit more to this. Like how we're going to go about getting these people. Is there going to be something that's done that's not in here about receiving applications or asking people or a period of time, number one. But number two, I also wanted to ask if these appointments, if we could consider, if this would be your to your liking, that one board member be a tenant or have that, but have property managers, or the other side of the story, that we make 2 appointments. As it said, it could be anywhere. It doesn't have to be in our particular ward or whatever. But I just think it's important to hear both sides of the story and have the conversations with both sides if they're going to be reporting back to us. So I don't know if anyone would consider that.
I mean, I'll bring it up since the previous item was one of my initiatives. I think my liaison has spoken to the clerk, and she was just going to advertise it.
So I can speak to this in a little more detail. The staff lead on this project had talked to me about we would be essentially updating our board and application online process to add this as another board. We would accept applications for the next couple of weeks and then tentatively bring back appointments scheduled for December 4th. for council's appointment at that time.
And then in terms of the parameters, I really thought it would be like the HRC. We put on who we want.
Yeah. Well, I think that is up to you all. I think it would be fair, and it would be, in my opinion, we do get one tenant, and then we do something else through either realtors, property managers, landlords, to have that view as well for the discussion. So that's my thought. You know, I hope that we do consider that if we won't say it here, that we do consider having some others that could talk about what they're doing and why they're doing it, so that we hear a full reign on the subject. So that's just my 2 cents.
Madam Mayor, if I may, please, I'm going to appoint who I want to appoint, and ultimately, I think each person is going to do that. I am concerned about appointing folks on the board who already are represented in functionally daily life. I mean, tenants or landlords can come to us every day. They can call us every day. They can hire lobbyists every day. The people I'm interested in hearing from are people who are living this reality. And so ultimately, I'll be appointing 2 tenants or 2 people with backgrounds in, you know, the experience of daily living in this community, which has become challenging. So it'll be just as our gracious clerk has identified, folks will be applying. I think the concern that I ultimately had and that I've raised in my briefings was that if maybe I want to appoint the same person that my colleague to the right wants to appoint. And then we've sort of like doubled up, and then I go down to my next one. I don't know that it'll happen. I think there are enough people interested in this board, but it is critical that we provide a space for open dialogue. My worry is that if you add people who are not tenants, it will stifle the discussions that are very important, because tenants will be reluctant to participate, or they would be fearful of retaliation. So ultimately, I'll be appointing 2 people in that vein, and that just lets you know what I'm doing, because you asked.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And I disagree with that, because I
Sure.
think that we do have to have the other folks, and will they come? How are we going to get the word out for this application process? I guess there is a process that the clerk does, but
Well,
I've already been approached, I'm sure you all have, about, you know, can we send these group of people over? How's the process going to work? So I'm glad to know that we have a process for getting these, but do we have to go by applications, or can we just appoint who we want to appoint? Number one, do we have to have an application from them?
So there would be 2 ways to proceed, and this would be something that the council does need to make the decision overall. This would either be a similar process to what we've done to a majority of your boards, to where people apply online. I bring forward all applications, and then they're picked by the council as a whole at a meeting. The other alternative option to proceed is such that you do with your charter appointments. Charter appointments are one that you tell me who you want, and then we notify them. The distinction is that we have to know that going into this next process, because this is essentially the resolution that's establishing terms around how you're appointing. So we need a clear decision one way or the other.
I think the application is a formality. If you come to the meeting on December 4th and say, I want Joe, then just like someone who wants to speak, they get to speak, and then they get to fill out the form. You'll want an application.
So the only challenge with that, I would say, from a formality component,
You want to advertise
yes,
before?
we have to advertise before if we're going to do this. The other piece is there's an attorney general opinion that states that anyone who's going to be publicly appointed needs to be listed on an agenda.
Oh.
So if we're going to appoint them in public based off of the section of open meeting law, then we have to actually put their name on an agenda in advance. So that's part of why we had planned on the December 4th to allow for 3 weeks or so of applications. The application would be live on Monday, and people can submit at that time unless council just wants to change how they proceed.
I think too, Councilmember Weber, any landlord or banker or anyone who wants to come can come to the meetings, right? They're public meetings.
Public meeting.
They can give their 3 minutes of public comment, but who I want sitting at the, well, for lack of a better word, the dais, the table, are tenants, right? Does that make sense?
It makes sense from your perspective, in my perspective, it does not. It doesn't feel like it's, the process is, I think it's supposed to be kind of educational. I don't think anybody will come to that meeting as far as landlords or others, just to come to the meetings. If they aren't able to kind of be at the table. So I guess that's the best way to say it is, if they're not at the table, why would they come?
Well,
They can speak, but I just think it's an education process for both sides, and that to have one of each, and we could all decide who that is. It might be a landlord, it might be, but they have a process too, and I think it needs to be fair for all. So that's just my thoughts.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And, this kind of dialogue right here is helpful for me because it helps me kind of understand where everybody's heads are kind of space they're coming from. Because the ones that I kind of have in mind don't fit in either camp. They're related to the homeless shelter, and so I kind of feel like there's probably space at the table for everybody. But if you have someone in mind, you just tell them the applications are going to open on Monday and go fill out an application, and I think we'll get there. My thing about the managers, and I'm sensitive to that, to have a tenant and then have their manager present. Maybe there's a way to, in discussing it when we're going to appoint the members, that we make sure if there is a manager, and I think there should be potentially a property manager who has maybe a high level, experience, maybe shouldn't be one of the managers of one of the people we appoint, but can represent property managers on the whole, something like that. So I think we'll work our way through it. I think it's going to be a great and productive board, whoever we put on there.
And just to let and I appreciate that thought, is I met with representatives of the Nevada Apartment Association, which is Vegas-based, but they're opening office here. And I let them know, and they offered to be part of the discussion because they are such a resource. So they might not be an appointed of someone, but they need to be in the room. And I only went to one of our landlord-tenant seminars, but there was some real complexity to the issue that was brought up, and I'm hoping that we can do another round of them in the spring, because there were some topics untouched, like if you're in the housing authority or on a voucher, and we didn't talk about those tendencies. And I really do hope, and unfortunately the mayor left, or isn't here, is she's our housing authority representative. And just like you're thinking of someone with relationship to the shelter, it'd be nice to see if we get a tenant with some housing authority experience. So I'm going to ask that someone convey to the housing authority to advertise it to those folks too, because that's another form of tenancy that is out there that sometimes gets off the radar.
So great discussion. At this point, I'm looking for a motion on B11.
Well, I think we can just.
Well, we reconsidered it, so our motion's no
move to
longer
approve.
valid. Okay, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, second from Councilman Reese, to move forward with the resolution on the tenants' Issues and Concerns Advisory Board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right.
I'm an aye, but can I just ask, did we give our clerk the
So the formal,
information she needed to move forward?
so it sounds like formal direction I'm getting from council at this point is we will go forward with the application process, and then council will appoint at a future public meeting.
Yeah.
And I can convey the request that the housing authority send this out to their request as well, to their
Right,
tenants.
and I think the idea is that if you have someone in mind, get them to put in an application, and they'll get on a list so we can meet the open meeting law. And then we also talked about if several of us are interested in the same person, that can happen too. Maybe, Madam Clerk, you can help referee that process and, just educate us on, where there might be 5 people loving this one person, and then we can expand our application pool.
I will work with each council member and ask that each of you have your 2, and then maybe have 2 as a backup,
Right, something like that.
Thank you all.
similar to the HRC.
Okay. All right, and what item would we be going back to? And
We are now going to our 6 p.m. public hearing.
Okay.
This is an appeal of a denial of a sign permit at 9570 South McCarran.
Right. Madam Mayor, are you sticking around?
Yeah.
Okay.
I may have to
Go.
do it out of here.
I will
Yeah.
just, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
The last two appeals took place at a meeting that you were not at, and I had shared with our manager and our attorneys and our planning staff that I thought we could probably do a little bit better job in presenting the case. And so I had asked that our planning manager or our community development director or our attorney, all three, make an attempt to present the case in a fair and equitable way, in a simple way, so that we could all understand what the issues were. Just so you know, Madam Mayor, each of the last appeals took us an hour of intensive Q&A to just understand what was at issue before we could move forward. So I'm confident we're going to do better today. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'd recommend Angela Foose lead us in.
Madam Mayor, I'll just state for the record that proper notice was given on
I'm sorry.
this public hearing. That's all right.
Was
No
proper notice
correspondence.
given and correspondence received.
Proper notice was given, no correspondence was received. At this time, we will transition to staff for a presentation
Sounds
on the case and the appeal, and then the appellant will be granted their time once discussion of standing vote comes
Okay,
forward.
great. Thank you.
Okay, one moment while we get the presentation ready. For the record, Angela Foose, Planning Manager, and this is, let's go to the other presentation.
The other presentation. I wish I had.
We're uploading it right now.
And I didn't wear anything warm today because it said it was going to be 68.
Usually right there.
Didn't it say 68?
No idea.
It did, right?
Sit on your hands.
Where's that one? He's got a. Doesn't she have a heater? She has a heater. Well, why don't any of us have a heater? What's going on here? Special
So-
privileges down there.
I think that's probably true. Are we moving forward with Ms. Foose's presentation? Or
We are. We typically have the appellant speak first, and so because you've asked staff to speak first, it kind of took us out of order, but we are back on track.
We would just like you to lay out the parameters, then they can speak. You can come back and rebut or give your opinion, whatever.
Okay. So again, for the record, Angela Foose, Planning Manager. This is a request for an appeal, and it's specific to a sign permit. So a sign permit is part of our building permit. This did not go through a public hearing process, did not go through a variance or a special use permit or any kind of entitlement. It's specific to a sign permit, which is a building permit. So what is before you today, and the decision you have to make, is whether or not the administrator, in this case, staff, applied the code as it relates to the permit correctly. So I'm going to walk you through what the code requires. Before I do that, I'm going to walk you through some of the history that's, I would say, unique to this case. A sign permit came in June. Within a couple days, planning staff reviewed it and put the permit on hold. We have some regulations. Our code said that the sign cannot be taller in height than 3 feet. The sign came in at 3 feet and 5 3/4 inches, so 5 inches over what the code allows. We put the permit on hold and said, please resubmit and make sure it meets the code. Specifically, it's too tall. At that time, there was email correspondence with the appellant. And mind you, the appellant was not part of the sign permit application. When you come in with an application, there is typically a contractor. In this case, it was Yesco Signs. They are not the manufacturer. They are the ones that actually put the sign in place. So the appellant was on the application, and then the building tenant was on the application. The person that...
Can you stop right there? The appellant is who?
The appellant is the sign manufacturer.
Which is not Yesco.
Correct.
Could you just tell us their name?
Mr. Stephen, and I will let him, what's your last name? Burden. Stephen Burden.
And he has a company
He does.
that makes signs?
Yep.
Okay, so he makes signs, Yesco installs the signs for the person buying the sign?
Correct.
Okay.
So with that in mind, again, typically, we don't deal with the manufacturer of the sign because they're not on the sign application. Typically, it's the sign contractor and usually the business that we deal with. So in this case, we put the sign permit on hold and we said, please resubmit and resubmit a plan that shows how you conform to the sign code. The appellant, again, the manufacturer of the sign, reached out to us and said, I would like to appeal this decision. What's the process? And we said that the process is we would have to formally deny and put a formal letter together denying this request. Again, a typical process is we put a project on hold, somebody then comes back with a new sign, meets regulations or it doesn't. In this case, nothing was resubmitted. They asked us to move forward with the denial. So we moved forward. It was formally a denial letter. That was in early September. They have a certain amount of days to appeal that, and that appeal was met, and so now that's why we're here today. One piece that I did want to mention is that the business resubmitted a sign permit under a different permit number, and it was approved. So a sign permit has been approved for this business at this location.
And built, or?
Has not been built yet. This is all fairly recent. This has all happened.
And does that sign conform to the 3 feet?
It does.
Okay, so I guess I have a question for our city legal counsel. I don't understand the standing issue. So either A, we have a standing issue, or B, we have a mootness issue. On either one of those grounds, I can see this not being an appropriate forum or use of our time. So help me understand where we are.
Well, under our code, an aggrieved person is one whose personal right or right of property is adversely and substantially affected by the action of the discretionary body. So his claim, as I understand it, is he designed and made the sign. It was denied because it was non-compliant with code, and he's arguing that perhaps it is compliant with code, or that the non-compliance is so de minimis that you should approve it anyway. So I think the appellant can tell you why he thinks he's aggrieved, and then you can make a decision as to whether or not you think he actually has a personal or property right that is adversely affected by the discretionary body.
Well, and then as to mootness, I don't understand. They've already moved on from this prior sign to a new sign?
Well, I think the issue is I think the second application is a depiction of what the sign would look like, and it hasn't been built yet. And so what happened here is he built the sign, and now he's going to have to eat the cost of that because they're not going to be able to put it up because it's in violation of code.
Well, and or you can embrace my thinking, that is, we're sitting quasi-judicial, and these legal concepts that are judicial of standing and mootness don't come into play here. They go when you're sitting judicial. And that is consistent with your previous vote on standing. So that's the world how I see it.
And just for clarification, so when the second sign came in, again, the contractor was Yesco, and the business tenant, it was the same, it was the business tenant, same as the first application, and the sign contractor, same as the first application. So the appellant was never on the application itself, the sign permit application, but they are the sign manufacturer. So they are connected to this project because they built a sign. Mind you, the sign was built before the permit was issued. So I would say, maybe in another circumstance, the permit would be issued before the sign would be built.
This gentleman, you take the sign, right? Okay. Where is the business owner? So, sorry. Where's the business owner? You're the business owner.
I'm the manager.
I feel like I'm in Judge Judy or something. Okay.
No, that was last time, Judge Judy for 3 hours.
And you are. Okay, so you're the business owner, you're the sign maker, and you said the city did not give them a permit to make the sign, correct?
The sign that was first submitted was put on hold and said, come back, it doesn't meet the code. Submit a revised sign elevation that shows it's only 3 feet high.
Okay.
Again, the appellant reached out and said, I want to appeal that decision. What's the process to do that? And so we said, technically, then we would have to deny this sign permit. And we do that in writing in a formal letter.
Okay.
So we were told to move forward with that, which we did. This then gives him a mechanism to appeal staff's
You guys,
decision.
it's nothing. We have like this weird, what is this
It's an
going
air
on over here?
conditioner or
It's a heater or something. I know, it's super weird.
Can we see the
We're
sign?
used to it, so we're just.
Sounds like a balloon.
Okay,
Can
go
we
ahead.
see the sign,
Yeah.
Yes.
please?
So this is the sign that was submitted with the first permit. And as you can see, the height is shown as 3 feet, 5 3/4 inches.
Where's
And-
the sign? Could
Which
you
one are we
point to?
looking at?
The one on the
Rapid
top
recovery.
left is the rendering.
Oh.
And then if you look at the building on the bottom right, that's the proposed facade with the sign. So the picture on the left is what that building looks like today. The picture on the right is what the building will look like with the new sign.
May I be recognized, Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
The zoning district in question is,
Let's go back. This is part of a specific plan district, so it's the Monte Vista Village.
explain what a specific plan district is, would you,
Mhm.
briefly?
So this is similar to a planned unit development in that you have a very specific
Criteria,
zoning.
right? Yeah.
And usually it calls out specific uses that are allowed and design criteria that's allowed. In this one, it calls out regulations for signs. And I highlighted in yellow, it's specific to wall signs, have to be limited to 3 feet in height. And so that is the issue that we're up against. It's very specific, it's black and white. Signs can't be taller than 3 feet in height for wall signs. That's specific to this Monte Vista Village SPD. That's not our normal code.
And it is a privilege of a property owner developer to have an SPD and write their own rules, right?
That's correct.
So they customize their own rules, their own sign rules. And so not only do we have the zoning code, I mean, someone somewhere approved this as the template for this development.
That's correct.
Did they have to sign off on this sign too?
So, and this is where the appellant will get into more
Okay.
discussion on that. Before this sign came to the city for permit, the appellant had reached out to the development, and they have a management, like similar to an HOA, right? You have a homeowners association. It's similar to an SPD, and he got the approval from the management of the SPD. So within this zoning district, he got the approval of the development to move forward with this sign. We do not
Without a
regulate.
permit.
Correct. And so that gave him the ability to move forward. And similar to an HOA, right? They probably look at things differently than what the city would look at. So that is one step that he had to do to meet development within that area. But again, from a city perspective, all building permits, all sign permits still have to go through the city. We just have to regulate based on this set of rules, which is different from our standard zoning set of rules.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. So he went to what he believed was the correct process to get the approval on the parameters.
For one set of processes, yes.
Okay, so innocent enough. How much was the sign? I mean, how much are we talking about?
I will let him answer that. Do you want me to have him come up?
Yeah, and
Now's
then, I
probably a
mean,
good
what's
time?
the difference between what was built and what our rules say? How many inches? I mean, because we're talking inches, right?
Yeah.
Hello, Mayor,
Hi.
City Council. I'm Steven. I'm the owner of the sign shop that made the manufactured the sign. And can we roll? Oh, I guess we can. Yes. Roll my presentation. Do I need to do something
Do you want
different?
to do your presentation?
Sure.
Can we do the other presentation? I'll get you set up.
While we're loading it and in the beneficial use of our time, and I am anticipating, I suppose, what Councilmember Jordan is inquiring about, but from my perspective, let us find some practical solution
Yeah.
so that this sign manufacturer and this good tenant can move forward in life.
Yeah.
I have been to Rapid Recovery. It's a great little place. If you haven't tried it out, you might give it a shot, but that's my thoughts on it.
That's kind of where I was heading. I
Like,
was trying
no
to
pun intended, give it a
understand what
shot?
the parameters of what we were dealing with here. I mean, I don't want anybody to have to eat something.
So, basically, I agree with everything that was said. The sign that I manufactured is a little bit bigger than it should have been by regulations like that big. And here's a picture. So that red area on the left is approximately the area that's greater than the 3 feet. And because,
So it's just this.
yeah, it's that pointy part of the droplet.
Give me a break. You know, this is why I ran for office, because I came to the city wanted to charge me $5,000 to move my sign 2 feet. I mean, I am so sorry. I'm just gonna apologize. I am so sorry. But Councilman Reese is right. This is like a silly, yeah.
And so it's a $1,500 sign, and I'm pretty much a startup. I've actually been in operation for 6 months, and so it is kind of a significant financial hit to me. And not only that, but I think that the sad part is that if it doesn't get approved, it just has to go in the trash. So that's
Not to
why
mention you had to sit here for all this.
So point of
it's
order,
actually interesting.
Mr. Hall, in order to allow this sign that's in the box to be installed, we need to reverse? Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yes.
Please, give me a motion.
I'll move to reverse upholding the appeal and remanding the application in regards to the appeal of SGN 19-10528E.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor, we do have public
So
comment
I have a
prior
motion,
to
I have a second, and then discussion for Councilwoman Breckus, but I will say, as a small business owner, this can be one of the most challenging tasks when it comes to opening a business. As business owners, we're entrepreneurs. We don't really think like in this kind of box. And then when we find out, we come to the city and you're like, what? So I really try to go out there and express to entrepreneurs and businesses, hey, really know what you're doing before, because I mean, we don't really think like that. And that's where government really does need to meet businesses. I know you fight signs, all the time, but at the same time, let me tell you something, this can give a small business owner a freaking mental breakdown. And it really can. And you want to know why? Because you get massive amounts of loans to open up a business. You put everything in it. You're literally almost sleeping in your car to open up, this small business just to make it in life and to put food on the table for your family, those kinds of things. And then the next thing you hear is something like that. And it just really honestly can cause you to have a mental breakdown. I've been there. So I just want you to know that. So I have a motion and a second.
Wait.
And then I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Breckus.
Do we have public comment, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we have public comment from Lori Ray on this item,
Yeah,
if you'd like to take
great.
that at this time.
Love to hear it. Let's take it before we before we vote.
Okay, Lori Ray, come on up. Sir, we'll take public comment at this time if you want to have a seat.
I actually put my comment card in for the end. I want to address this issue about this process, and I didn't want to take up your time during their public hearing. But so I thought I'd get on the end of your agenda and talk about it. But as long as I'm up here, we are very happy that the staff enforced the code that was there, but we're also not opposed to you making the adjustment. It's not something that we would ever oppose. Okay. But we have something to say about the process when it's time.
Did you submit that in writing?
What?
The process?
I have this. I'll give it to the clerk. It's my notes.
That too, and then just make sure like anything before. Because, you have been very amenable to, some of these things that have been egregious and so forth. Whenever you feel that way or you think there's something that we should know or we can help, because you also know the other side of it. And we also don't want it to be extreme. So it is, what we're trying to follow a process, but we also don't want it to be extreme where it's out of that bounds.
I'm right with you on that.
So,
exactly.
yeah, so if you think there's something that would help, just make sure, reach out to me and we'll.
Okay.
And you do this too, but I'm just saying, so we can understand so that you get more than 3 minutes, I guess is my point.
Thank you.
Madam, were you coming back after we vote on a second public comment? Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, we'll just bring you back and then you'll have more than 3 minutes, so that'll be better. Okay. Okay, anything else? Okay, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I was out of the room. I mean, this is in my ward, but I was out of the room to make a motion. I can't support the granting of this. I think that we need to stand with the threshold is, did the administrator err? Isn't that correct? And I don't see an error. And I know signs are often in a matter of inches, but we're in a sign code that was written by the developer. So it is a custom one. I understand the hardship of a new businessman, 6 months into business. It's a hard lesson, but the sign companies, you know, I've met a lot of the sign contractors. They've been doing this. They're in all the time. They really do get to a point of they know every inch and permutation of the codes and the HOA or the city code. And they, you know, it's a learning experience. I'm sure you won't make it again, the mistake again of manufacturing before you got the permit in hand. But I just cannot see a reasonable, sitting as an appellant body of our administrator doing her job to make the determination that she erred in this instance. And I also believe that it reflects a very off-center approach of us sitting as an appellant body to not hold this from to veer off of the finding, which is that she erred because she didn't. And if we do this, we'll be having sign size, just this or that or lighter or that on signs, because signs are very quantifiable, and we'll be seeing these rolling in and rolling in. So bad precedent.
Yeah. Councilwoman Breckus, do you own a small business?
I have.
Do you own one?
Not now, Madam Mayor. I don't have a business
That's all-
because
that's all.
I'm doing this job full time.
Okay,
But
go
thank you
ahead.
for
Councilwoman
inquiring
Jarvie.
about my background
Councilwoman
and
Jarvie,
my
let
personal
Councilwoman Jarvie go.
businesses. Okay. Thank you, Madam
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
I just sit back and go, what in the world of all things sensible? Why did this make its way to us with 6 of us and all these people here and all this time? Does staff not have an iota of flexibility and discretion in this regard?
No.
I just sit back and go, this is an example of why people hate government.
Yeah.
This is it in a hearing.
Yeah.
And it befuddles me as to how this has made it to us.
This is very timely. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director, very briefly. No, we don't have tools to approve this administratively. We have minor deviations that allow 10%, and this is over 10%. One of the recommendations in the issue sheet that you looked at earlier today was to establish a process to allow us to approve these types of things through a more expeditious process called major deviations. It's a process currently in place in the city of Sparks that's worked quite well. It would provide a little notification, but it's a fairly inexpensive 30-day process to allow exceptions like this. So this is one of many instances where the codes that have been adopted do limit our flexibility as to what we can approve or not approve. You, of course, can make the decision here today, but we didn't have authority to do that.
Well, and I suppose if there was a repeat offender that continually just smidged things over and over and over, then you're going to want to look at it with more of a, more scrutiny. But my goodness, I'm sorry, this just blows my mind.
This would fit into the process we
And you
proposed
know,
for a minor
you know
site
what's sad
plan
about
review.
this? Is a lot of people try to open up businesses and they get very frustrated with the process. And it's just not with this, we've seen it with even sidewalks, even to occupancy. Seriously, this is why business does get really crazy and sideways with government. Because you know what, it's so crazy. If it's not in this little book, because we've always said it's in this little book, this is how we have to do it, right? It better fit in this little book, and if you can't get it in here, then it doesn't work. Guess what? Times have changed, businesses have changed. Look at how, you see something like the Eddy, that's a totally innovative new type of business where, they're taking these those trailer structures and make them into cool, happening places. Or Picnic actually was the one that they were saying, oh, you can't do that outside because you're the smoke of the barbecue or what. There's some craziness. It reminds me too of Madam Clerk when you came, and that's how. And I don't know if you guys remember, Madam Clerk was before us because she had a tree in front of her house. Do you remember that?
Oh, I remember.
And the roots grew. And so it's on city property, and we ended up making her pay for it. How much did you pay for that?
$7,000?
She paid $7,000. And I remember this council, well, not this council, the one before us, said, I'm sorry, we can't do anything about it. It was disgusting. But anyway, okay, I just get going on this because I just know how hard you have to work to open a small business, and it is so hard. It's brutal. It's, you know, so I just have a lot of respect for people that, and also remember, small business is the largest job creators in the country.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really reminded in this case of something that happened when I got here 5 years ago. I was working with a dentist who's trying to open a business on a former city site that
Oh, I
had been
remember.
sold to him. And he was required by the permit to have a concrete block wall, essentially very tall. And everyone around him agreed, it was in South Meadows. They all signed letters saying, we're really good if he has a wrought iron fence. And he doesn't need to bring this brick wall because it'll actually even kill the trees that would have been behind the wall. So I went through heck and high water for several months trying to find a way without applying for a complete PUD amendment, which would have cost $6,000, and then additional, and avoid building a $20,000 wall that nobody wanted. And what was stunning was that I finally went in and talked to the planning director. Actually, it was your predecessor, Arlo. And I said, I do not understand why, when everybody wants it, nobody's opposed to it, I have letters from all the agencies, we can't do this. And he said, well, actually you can. And he turned to the first page. Now, he had sent me on a wild goose chase. He turned to the first page of the PUD. And on the first page of the PUD were several paragraphs. And the paragraphs gave the administrator the authority to move the curb cut, change the fence materials, make some common sense decisions. So it's even on a much larger case than what we're talking about here, there actually was a way. And where I'm confused, and I'm hoping when you bring this back, Arlo, you'll explain, the PUD gave the administrator the discretion to make those decisions. And when you say that you can only make the decision within 10%, which I just calculated was 3.6 inches, and this is 6 inches, you know, I don't know where that's coming from, and I don't know if that's a real rule, and maybe it's just eliminate the 10%, and it goes back to use common sense. But, you know, I'm really struggling because it took me months to find out that they did have the authority. They just were not willing to exercise it in that particular case. Not you, a predecessor said, well, we'll lose track of it. What if the dentist's office changes to a bar? They need the wall again. I mean, it was like in the world of hypotheticals, ridiculous. So I just want to just say that I too, I feel like we have to use common sense and you guys have to have the discretion. And the fact that you're saying you don't, I mean, often you do. Often you do, but
have
maybe
these
in
big
this
jobs.
instance, okay, wait a minute. But in this instance, maybe you don't. And
Okay.
so
That was the issue. So we are coming back with the code update with a lot of that kind of minor discretion so we can have tools to approve these things. This SPD doesn't have it. The state law lays out the 10% limitation for minor deviations.
State law.
We can't trump state law, but we
Okay.
can do major deviations. And that's what Sparks has adopted to get through issues like this. So you're going to see throughout the draft code when this comes forward, different sections where administrator can approve minor adjustments subject to certain finding, things like that. And that's for situations like these.
okay.
But if I may, there's a path forward on this. It's to amend the SPD.
Right.
The SPD, which was drafted by the property developer, held it at 10, did not even held it at 10%. They're defaulting to state law. The one that you're talking about, they put that discretion. They
Into
envisioned
the-
circumstances like that. This one did not. And I think on account of that, we have to stand true to what was the customized, written by the property developer regulations for signs, or tell the property owner, the developer, to amend the SPD and broaden it up. There might be other people in the development who also want that latitude. That's the path that I would find is the most correct, and it does not involve a determination that our administrator erred, because I don't believe she erred. I don't think you can make that decision. So anyway,
Okay, I have a
Yeah.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you.
But don't
Councilwoman
take it
Breckus,
personal,
I just have
Angela.
to ask you, do you have compassion at all for people over policy? I just have to ask.
Compassion. Yes, I do have tremendous compassion, Madam Mayor. I don't know that that's really a subject topic for this table at this time. I'm
It
happy
just
to have
seems when
that
it comes
conversation with
down
you in a
to it.
private setting.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just wanted to find out. Okay, thanks so much. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Good luck, and we need rapid recovery right after this meeting, so thank you so much. Anyway, yeah, good luck, good luck. Thanks
Madam
so
Mayor,
much.
we're on item H1. This is an update from council members on boards and commissions.
I want to just give two updates. One is that we essentially have sort of re-energized the Youth City Council. So I had the opportunity to meet at the Evelyn Mount Center with some really incredible young people, including one person who Skyped in from Sweden because she's studying abroad this year. But in any event, it's really exciting to see that group get going, really smart, committed kids. The second thing is last night, my colleagues, Vice Mayor Dewar and Councilmember Weber and I were in the Reno Stead Airport last night for our North Valley's Water Subcommittee, and I thought it was a great start. It's, we're getting it off the ground, trying to figure out what it is, but I'm just excited that those two things that I got to be a part of are off and running, and so I just share with you that, in fact, they are, and if anyone has any questions, you can ask me offline.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I skipped ahead to you, only because I have such a bad headache right now. I'm fighting a headache. So I'm going to I'd love for Lori Ray to come up and put your comments on the record. I kind of look at you as the sign expert. You've been doing this long enough. So before we come on up. So before we
This is closing public comment.
yeah, but go ahead. I mean, I really am interested to hear you put those on the record too.
Okay, all right, so
And
tonight.
any way you can help us, basically.
Okay, thank you. So I'm here tonight because we're not Scenic Nevada. I'm Lori Ray on behalf of Scenic Nevada. And we're not getting notices when a billboard application is submitted to the planning department, and we don't know when or if an application is approved or denied. So we want that notice so that if we have a problem with staff's decision, we can file a timely appeal, just like the sign company did, in this previous hearing. They got that chance. We don't get that chance. So if we don't know that a billboard application is filed, how can we check to make sure the proposed billboard meets code? Then once the decision is made, the applicant gets the notice. And if it's denied, he can appeal, and that's great. But if it's approved, we don't know, and we can't come forward. So for the people that don't know, Scenic Nevada is in a three-way settlement agreement with Lamar and the city of Reno. And that agreement allows leftover billboard permits to be used despite the city's ban on new construction. So if you recall, we had a district court decision that voided all those banked receipts. But we gave that up, and we to end all the Lamar's lawsuits against us in the city. And we remember how happy you were, Councilman Jordan, and actually the city attorney's office as well, when Scenic Nevada agreed to that settlement. And so we acted in good faith, thinking that the city would abide by the city codes. But the city did not abide by its billboard code in this case. This is the billboard I'm referring to. Lamar got approval for the billboard on Hearst Boulevard in South Reno. We didn't get a copy of the approval letter to Lamar, and we didn't find out about it until this billboard was under construction, long after the 5-day limit to appeal had passed. So we tried to appeal, but the city attorney's office said our only recourse was district court. And so we filed a lawsuit. We didn't want to do that. What we wanted to do and tried to do was bring our information to you and get a decision on whether the staff was right to allow this billboard permit. We think we could have convinced you, given the chance to make our case. But we weren't given the chance because of this flawed process where the only person that's noticed is the applicant. So there are 36 banked receipts left with various expiration dates. The last of them will expire by 2025. As a party with you to the three-way settlement agreement, all we are asking for is a fair chance. It's a practical solution, as Councilman Reese likes to find. And we think if we're just told during the next 5 years, whenever an application comes forward, we get copied on the application, we can do the research, and if we have whatever our thoughts are, we can send it to the planning department. Once the application is approved or denied, we would also be copied. So if we want to appeal, we can appeal. And if it's a denial, or if we don't have a problem with it, whatever. So that's all we're looking for, is just to be noticed. And we think, we could have done that and saved this now we're in a lawsuit again where we did not want to be, and it's because of this process. So if there's some way you can find your way to helping us get that information, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, okay, I think that totally sounds reasonable. I guess, how do we do something like that? Thanks, Arlo. Do you want to just sit up here permanently?
Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. We'll commit to work with Lori to figure a way to address this. There's a little bit more to it in terms of behind the scenes, what we deal with a lot. This is a building permit. It's not a discretionary type of process like a special use permit where there's notification. So taken to its extreme, do we need to notify everyone of every building permit submitted? But I'm confident we can work with the city attorney's office and figure a way, either through our online information system or a notification or something, to make this happen.
That makes sense. I just feel like some way, I mean, we're not there yet, trust me, we're not there yet, because I feel like the city's actually kind of antiquated in our technology process. But there's, as we get into the future a little bit more, there's got to be a better way of how we communicate with our constituents. And I've seen some other cities doing some really cool, innovative software systems. I know we're not there because they're very, very expensive and all of that. But, as we get into the future, I think we could do such a better job communicating with our constituents.
One of our Acela, it's called, is our permit tracking system.
Yeah.
And we're working with some degree of success to approve it or to improve it. It's kind of glitchy. It's a regional system. So it's not what we hope it'll be soon, but it's easier said than done to fix it.
Yeah.
But we're working on it.
All right, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Okay, Lori, is that okay? Okay, thanks so much. Like I said, we kind of look at you as like the sign expert, so will you just, even fire off an email and say, because I thought in my brain, I'm like, I didn't see an email. I try to read every email, but can be hard, but I didn't see anything from you. Okay, all right, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Okay, where are we at?
Madam Mayor, if you
Madam
want to
Clerk.
we can go back to your updates on boards and commissions from your council members.
Okay. I have a quick one. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. This is a good one. Not an official board, but it is. The holiday committee, if you'll recall, after last year's underwhelming holiday tree, we initiated with stakeholders in all of downtown to try to take a better approach at how we could make our downtown more festive for the holiday season. I am happy to report that we have met many times over the last few months, and we have an entire plan for all of downtown, including all of the light poles, the trees, events on Plaza, on the retrack lid, at the ballpark. Santa's going to be here with toys to hand out for kids. It's going to be a big deal. I'm saying that now because I would like Alexis, if we can let her do a quick presentation so we can start getting that excitement. It incorporates the new skating rink, all of it. It's pretty exciting. You never know if people are going to be interested, but there's been a lot of folks put a lot of time and money and resources, and this holiday season is going to be much better than last.
With that, Madam Mayor, if you have no further board and commission updates, then we have continued redevelopment agency. Your last item is everyone's favorite.
All right, I have a motion.
I approve your adjournment.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. All right, thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Good job today. Yeah, when it